After rebirth, I sent a confession message, and it was actually posted in the company group. Drink up. Gangzi, you're already down after just a few bottles. You call yourself a man? Today's my 18th birthday. No one drinks less than a kilogram. Drink up. Qin Yu rubbed his throbbing head, feeling an unbearable headache. He blinked a few times and found himself in an unfamiliar room. The walls were decorated with Dragon Ball posters, and the faded pinkish-white paint was covered in dust and stains, clearly showing signs of age. Suddenly, he felt someone push his shoulder. "Uge, don't you like Jiang Xiaoxue? We're about to graduate, and you still haven't confessed." In front of him stood a buzz-cut teenager with thick eyebrows and large eyes. He was slightly chubby and had an unremarkable face, the kind that would blend into a crowd instantly. Qin Yu felt groggy and confused. Ever since he entered society, it had been a long time since he'd been this drunk. He tried to focus his blurry vision on the boy in front of him. The face seemed familiar, but he couldn't immediately place it. After a moment of effort, realization struck him. "You're Zhonggang? Didn't you go to northern Myanmar to strike it rich and then disappear?" Zhonggang, his close friend from high school. They had been inseparable back then, pulling all-nighters at internet cafes, playing Warcraft 3 and Dota, and of course, watching certain videos together. But after they went to different universities, they gradually lost contact. Later, he had heard Zhonggang had gone to Myanmar to become an internet celebrity, but then there was no further news. Zhonggang, his youthful face flushed red from drinking, let out a hiccup. "FCK, you're the one who disappeared." Hearing this, a few other teenagers staggered over. "Yeah, Uge, when are you planning to confess? You know, right? Xiaoqiu also likes Jiang Xiaoxue, and his dad's a big boss. If you don't confess soon, you won't get a chance." "Man, you can't be such a coward, Uge. Every month, someone confesses to her. If you keep waiting, someone else will snatch her up." The boys jeered and egged him on, but Qin Yu just stared at them in a daze. Their faces were so familiar, yet their names wouldn't come to mind. He turned to a boy with a middle-parted hairstyle. "You're Cai Qianhao?" The boy was stunned. "FCK, I'm Liu Qianhao." Qin Yu blinked hard. The boy's face, which had appeared in quadruple vision, slowly merged into two. "Oh, so they weren't that close." Liu Qianhao scoffed. "Har, Uge, if you're too scared to confess, just say so. No need to fake amnesia. Confess?" Qin Yu was still dazed. He grabbed the bottle beside him and took a swig. The cheap liquor burned his throat, jolting him awake. Oh, so this is a dream. In reality, he was just a third-rate game developer making trashy browser games. But even so, he was a minor boss, earning 6 figures a month. No way he'd be drinking this low-quality alcohol. Looking at the drunk teenagers around him, memories long buried began to surface. Today was Liu Qianhao's birthday, just 2 months before the college entrance exams. A few close friends had gathered at his home to celebrate. The newly adult boys were hyped, and everyone drank too much. And Jiang Xiaoxue, the girl they were talking about, was the class beauty, Qin Yu's deskmate. She had a wealthy background, a great personality, and top-tier grades. She was also the class president, with both stunning looks and a perfect character. Qin Yu had liked her for 3 years. But he had kept that feeling locked in his heart. Even at graduation, he hadn't dared to confess. Some might say he was cautious, afraid that if she rejected him, they wouldn't even be friends anymore. Others might call him a coward. After high school, Jiang Xiaoxue got into a top university, while Qin Yu only made it into an average second-tier college. They kept in touch for a while, but the growing gap between them made him more and more self-conscious. He didn't dare to express his feelings. After graduation, Jiang Xiaoxue started a business and quickly amassed a fortune in the 9-figure range, making her seem even more unattainable. Then, she suffered a failed investment, her company went bankrupt, and she jumped from a high rise at the age of 26, her life ending in tragedy. That day, Qin Yu had been too drunk to attend her funeral. Even years later, he still regretted it. "If I had at least tried, would things have turned out differently? If only I had been more capable when I was young." A familiar song lyric floated through his mind, making Qin Yu chuckle. He had long since let go of his feelings for Jiang Xiaoxue. But a first love is the hardest to forget, and the image of his white moonlight lingered in his heart. She was both his youth and his regret. Who says I don't dare? He reached into his pocket and pulled out his old Nokia phone only to drop it. Bang! The floor tile cracked. Liu Qianhao screamed, FCK. My floor tile. Qin Yu bent down, picked up the phone, and fumbled with it for a long time before finding Jiang Xiaoxue's contact. He hit call. The boys cheered, thrilled beyond belief. At this age, teenagers were still pure, and just talking about romance made them blush. Qin Yu never admitted his feelings for Jiang Xiaoxue, so no one expected him to actually call her. Damn, UGE's got guts. UGE is a real man. UGE, you're awesome. The room fell silent as they all held their breath. Beep beep beep. The phone rang for a whole minute. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. No one picked up. Lame. I already took my pants off, and you're telling me the call didn't even go through. The boys groaned in disappointment. Qin Yu was stunned. This dream is way too realistic. He hadn't been rejected, but he didn't even get to hear her voice. That was even sadder. Since this was a dream, couldn't she at least say yes? Maybe they could train their bodies together? Then again, it made sense. He had already forgotten what she looked like, so naturally, his dream wouldn't conjure her voice either. It checks out. Zhonggang scratched his head. So, what now? Another boy suggested, send her a text. Her phone's on, so she'll definitely see it. Qin Yu scoffed. A confession should be done face to face. Texting? The success rate is near zero. But since this was just a dream, logic didn't matter. He shrugged and casually typed out a message. Having been used to WeChat in his past life, using SMS felt strange. And 2009's old button phones weren't easy to operate. It took him a while. I've liked you for a long time. Be my girlfriend. Typed. Sent. All in one go. He let out a carefree wahoo. And casually tossed his phone a few meters away. Bang. Another tile shattered. Liu Qianhao screamed again, FCK. My floor tile. Qin Yu felt fantastic. He grabbed a bottle and clinked it against Zhonggang's before chugging the whole thing. He had held this feeling inside for years, unspoken and unnoticed. Now, even if it wasn't in person, at least he had said it. Drowsiness overtook him. At this moment, Qin Yu still didn't realize. The consequences were about to hit him hard. Chapter 2, Did the confession text get sent to everyone? UGE. Qin Yu felt someone shaking his shoulder. He didn't know how long had passed, but he struggled to open his eyes, lifting his hand with difficulty to rub his temples, which felt like they were splitting apart. His entire body was weak, and his head was groggy. This was a familiar feeling. He was hungover. Wait. A shiver ran down his spine, suddenly clearing his mind a bit. Wasn't he dreaming? Why would he be hungover? Zhonggang was still shaking his shoulder. UGE, are you awake? Qin Yu held his head and sat up. His gaze swept across the room, which was a complete mess. Bottles, sunflower seeds, and playing cards were scattered everywhere. A few people were sprawled out on the floor in all sorts of awkward positions. Among them, Liu Qianhao lay twisted in an eerily contorted way, almost like an alien creature. He was the birthday boy, no wonder he got the worst of it. Zhonggang twisted open a bottle of mineral water, took a few gulps, and said, UGE, you were too bold last night. You downed a whole bottle of baijiu in one go. I only drank 2 shots and was already knocked out. Qin Yu didn't even bother to process the mention of the full bottle of liquor. Instead, he expressionlessly pinched his thigh. Damn, that hurt. A sharp intake of breath later, he was completely awake. Could it be that he had been reborn? The ridiculous thought flashed through his mind, leaving Qin Yu in shock. He staggered toward the window and yanked open the curtains. Blinding sunlight poured in immediately. The early summer sky was an exceptionally clear shade of blue, and the blazing sun already carried a scorching intensity. Looking into the distance, rows of low buildings lined up neatly. The small town didn't have many tall buildings. The highest ones were only 6 stories, while most were single-story houses. From afar, thick black smoke billowed from the mining area, and a tangled web of power lines crisscrossed the sky above the town, resembling a giant spider's web. This was a coal mining county and underdeveloped area. Back in 2009, the environment was terrible. It wasn't until 2020, when the county competed for the provincial level civilized city title, that things started to improve. Standing by the window for a few minutes, inhaling the fresh air, Qin Yu finally confirmed that he had really been reborn. He took a moment to process this bizarre reality before asking, "Gangzi, what time is it?" "Let me check." Zhang Gang pulled out his phone and glanced at the screen. "It's past 11. Huh. His expression froze, his eyes widened like he had seen a ghost. "UGE, did you send the wrong message to someone last night?" "What do you mean?" "The text you sent to Jiang Xiaoxue, why did it end up on my phone?" Zhang Gang held up his phone as he walked over. Qin Yu took a look. "I've liked you for a long time. Be my girlfriend." The message was simple, just 2 short sentences. But it was strange that it had appeared on Zhang Gang's phone, and the sender was indeed him. Zhang Gang looked at him suspiciously. "Bro, you're not secretly in love with me, are you? Get lost." Qin Yu threw the phone back at him and began searching for his own. He vaguely remembered that he might have lost it last night. Found it. On a cracked floor tile, Qin Yu spotted his Nokia phone. He walked over, picked it up, wiped the dust off the screen, and opened the interface. Missed calls, 88. Messages, 64. Qin Yu blinked in confusion. What the hell? He tapped into the missed calls log and saw a long list of names. Annan, 38 calls. Mom, 9 calls. Dad, 8 calls. Homeroom teacher, 3 calls. Dean, 1 call. Aunt, 5 calls. Cousin, 8 calls. Qin Yu's jaw dropped. Damn, nearly everyone in his contacts had called him. What was worse, the person he actually confessed to, Jiang Xiaoxue, hadn't he responded at all. Just as he was about to check his messages, the screen went black. His phone was out of battery. "Do you have a universal charger?" "I'll look for one." The two of them searched the messy room for a few minutes, but with people still snoring on the floor, it was impossible to find anything. Qin Yu waved his hand. Forget it. Besides, even if they found one, old phones still had removable batteries. He had a spare battery at home, it was better to just go swap it out. He pushed aside a guy sprawled on the couch, grabbed his jacket, and got ready to leave. Zhang Gang quickly asked, "UGE, not going to the internet cafe?" "No, you guys go ahead." Having just been reborn, Qin Yu's mind was too chaotic to play games. Not to mention, what was even worth playing in a 2009 internet cafe? Zhang Gang rubbed his temples, still groggy. "Then I won't go either. See you at school tomorrow." Qin Yu said goodbye and headed home. After more than 10 years, the small county hadn't changed much. Most of the shops around were still 2-story buildings with simple signs hanging outside. The main streets hadn't changed much either. After all, the county only had about 200,000 residents, with just a few important roads. The alcohol was still in his system, making his head hazy and his thoughts disorganized. His alcohol tolerance was actually pretty decent, but downing a full bottle of cheap baijiu in one go? No one could handle that. If this had happened when he was over 30, his stomach might have given out completely. Walking through the familiar yet unfamiliar streets, he made his way home. Qin Yu's mother, Jiang Xiaoxue, was a teacher at No. 2 high school, while his father, Qin Jigan, was a government employee. Both were in stable, salaried jobs. They weren't wealthy, but they lived comfortably. Logically speaking, something as absurd as reincarnation shouldn't have happened to him. Their home was in a residential complex for teachers at No. 1 high school, an apartment his mother had been allocated when she worked there. At the time, it had cost less than 500 yuan per square meter, a price that seemed unbelievable when property titles were finally granted years later. Now, though, it was an old community. The walls of the buildings were peeling, and the school was arguing with the property management over who should pay for repairs. As he walked in, some elderly folks sat on stools chatting, while kids played with dirt in a sandpit nearby. Following his memories, he entered the stairwell, pulled out his keys, and slowly opened the door. The moment he stepped inside, he saw Jiang Xiaoxue and Qin Jigang sitting rigidly on the sofa. Seeing their younger faces, Qin Yu's eyes welled up. The memories of their passing were still fresh in his mind. But before he could get emotional, two sharp gazes locked onto him, filled with menace. His scalp tingled instantly, and any trace of tears vanished. Damn, this oppressive atmosphere. Even though he was technically over 30 and had been through plenty in life, in front of his parents, he was still just a kid. Changing his shoes, he walked over to them. His mom, Jiang Xiaoxue, was in her early 40s but still well maintained. His dad, Qin Yu, on the other hand, had a large beer belly and was starting to bald. Qin Yu suddenly noticed something. There was a faint red mark on his father's face. Dad, what happened to your? He stopped mid-sentence, deciding to spare his dad some dignity. Qin Yug's face darkened. You little brat, what the hell were you doing last night? Qin Yu was baffled. What did I do? Jiang Xiaoxue sneered and twisted his ear. You reek of alcohol, just like your dad. Are you two trying to drive me crazy? Qin Yu yelped. Oh, Mom, stop. It hurts. He shot his dad a pleading look, but the man just shrank back, saying nothing. Jiang Xiaoxue finally let go, glaring at him. Tell me, who were you harassing at midnight? Qin Yu was dumbfounded. Huh. Your aunt, your cousin, they all got your confession text. What? And not just them. His father's face darkened further. Your mom and I got it too. So did your homeroom teacher and the dean. Qin Yu. He was stunned for a few seconds before realization dawned. His confession text had been sent to everyone. His face turned ashen, his soul nearly leaving his body. Suddenly, he regretted being reborn. Could this please just be a dream? Chapter 3: Judgment from Parents. Qin Yu occasionally thought about rebirth in his spare time. After all, everyone has many regrets along their way. If they could do it all over again, the results might be very different. But he would die socially just after being reborn. Qin Yu would rather not be reborn. Overall, there is good news and bad news. The good news is that there are not many people in Qin Yu's cell phone address book. Many families in small towns still use landlines, and even fewer high school students have their own cell phones. The bad news is, all his relatives and elders are inside. He really couldn't imagine how socially miserable he would be during the new year. Qin Yu sighed, temporarily accepted the current situation, looked at the slap mark on Qin Yug's face, and asked, So, Dad, what's wrong with your face? Qin Yu looked at Jiang Xiaoxue with resentment. Who knows? Your mother slapped me in the face when she woke up this morning. Jiang Xiaoxue coughed dryly, feeling a little embarrassed, but she was always right at home, and snorted angrily, Can you blame me? Who would have known that it was sent by your precious son? Qin Yu was speechless for a while. It seemed to be a misunderstanding. My mother has always had the habit of checking my father's mobile phone. Her brain was not clear when she just woke up. She probably mistook girlfriend for the text message and thought it was sent by some vixen. Tell me, what's going on? The misunderstanding was resolved, and the two's attention soon focused on Qin Yu again. Jiang Xiaoxue's face was full of displeasure, and Qin Yu had a stern face and showed the majesty of a father. Qin Yu sighed, My text message must have been sent to a group by accident. The room suddenly became quiet. Jiang Xiaoxue and Qin Yu looked at each other, both of them were speechless, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Isn't my son a fool? Can you send a group message to express your love? Qin Yu was the first to react and discovered the problem. He asked with a straight face, Who did you send it to originally? Jiang Xiaoxue said as a matter of course, It should be Xiaoxiao, right? Qin Yu blinked blankly, his head still a little confused. After thinking for a while, he remembered that the Xiaoxiao they were talking about was Su Xiaoxiao from the next unit. Logically, she was his childhood sweetheart. They often played together when they were young and she was his follower. But after they went to different schools in high school, their relationship became distant. He only remembered that she was very introverted, easily shy and blushed, and even stuttered when she spoke when she was nervous. What happened later? Qin Yu was still not fully sober, his head was a little dizzy, and he couldn't remember for a while. But it seems like my mom has always wanted to bring the two of them together, why didn't it work out? Before he could think about it carefully, the two of them started discussing it. Jiang Xiaoxue seemed to be thinking about something, and said, Xiaoxiao is indeed a good girl, but she hasn't taken the college entrance examination yet, isn't it too early? Yes, it's too early. At least you have to go to college, right? Qin Jiang nodded in agreement. Jiang Xiaoxue shook her head again and said, it's actually not too early. It would be better if this matter is settled sooner. The two became more and more excited as they discussed. Xiaoxiao is a very sensible child. Not only is she good at studying, she can also do housework. I heard that she cooks for herself every day. If it's Xiaoxiao, it's not impossible to date her now. If she's in college and meets the requirements, we can go get the certificate. Yes, Xiaoxiao is such a good girl, it's better to confirm the relationship now. When he goes to college, he will meet a lot of boys who are better than our son, and then he will have no chance. Qin Yu was full of black lines on his head. Is he that bad? Moreover, if they were allowed to discuss this matter any longer, they might even have decided which kindergarten their child would go to in the future. He quickly interrupted them and said, I didn't send it to her. They were both stunned and turned around instantly to shoot death rays. Jiang Xiaoxue's face was gloomy. Who did you send it to? Qin Yu's scalp tingled, but he still answered truthfully, Jiang Xiaoxue. If he were an 18-year-old boy, he might have hesitated for a long time and was too embarrassed to say it out loud. But now he is an old man in his 30s and feels there is nothing to be ashamed of. What's there to be ashamed of in liking someone? Jiang Xiaoxue. Jiang Xiaoxue asked in surprise, how dare you pursue her? Seeing Qin Jiang's puzzled expression, she explained in a low voice, Deputy Director Jiang's daughter usually ranks in the top 10 in the school. There are only so many people in the system of this small county town. Qin Jiang thought about it and quickly knew who it was. He immediately put on a stern face and said, Kid, you are not allowed to fall in love early in high school anyway. Qin Yu's mouth twitched. No, that's not what you just said. But he also knew that this was not the time to argue with his parents, so he did not expose their double standards. He sighed and said, don't worry, she doesn't like me. Aren't we graduating soon? I'm just trying it out so that I won't have any regrets in my youth. The two looked at each other and were originally prepared to play a double team, but seeing their son's depressed look, they couldn't bear it. Jiang Xiaoxue pulled him to sit down and said earnestly, it's great that Xiaoxiao, such a good girl, likes you. If she hadn't played with you since childhood, would it be your turn? Qin Yu was speechless. He suspected that his mother was plotting against him. Qin Jiang was relatively sober. Seeing that she was still trying to persuade him, he quickly pulled her back and said, okay, let our son like whoever he wants. We shouldn't interfere in this matter. Besides, what's wrong with Deputy Director Jiang's daughter? It doesn't mean our son is not worthy of her. Halfway through his speech he began to feel guilty and his voice became much quieter. No matter from which perspective, Qin Yu is really not worthy of Jiang Xiaoxue. As a result, the whole family became unhappy. But the topic stopped there. Although it seemed that the mother was the one in charge at home, when something really happened, it was still Qin Jiang who had the final say. Jiang Xiaoxue didn't say anything more and glared at Qin Yu. Focus on preparing for the college entrance examination and don't affect other girls' studies. Also, if you don't do well in the next mock exam, you won't be allowed to go out on weekends. After she finished speaking, she turned and went into the kitchen. It was already past 12 o'clock and the food had already been prepared. She just had to reheat it. Seeing Qin Yu's unnatural expression, Qin Jiang lit a cigarette and couldn't help laughing. Okay, it's not a big deal. You should explain and apologize. Who knows how much you drank to do such a thing? Qin Yu thought that he would definitely be laughed at during the new year this year. He was socially unlucky just after his rebirth. He was afraid that no one else would be like him. He sighed and said, I drank a pound of white wine in one gulp. Don't you want your stomach anymore? Qin Jiang was shocked. I regret it now. Qin Yu rubbed his temples, which were still a little swollen and painful. Young people may not be able to drink much, but they are really brave. He remembered that 7 or 8 people drank a box of liquor yesterday. On average, each person consumes more than 2 kilograms, and only young people dare to drink so much. Once you are over 30, your body can no longer bear it. Qin Jiang flicked the ash off his cigarette and said with a smile, if you really like her, you should change yourself. At least you should go to college, right? Qin Yu was stunned. After being reminded by his father, he suddenly remembered a very important question. Yes, I am reborn, what should I do with the college entrance examination? Qin Yu has long realized the importance of learning. Whenever he encountered difficulties after entering society, he regretted not studying hard. In his previous life, he worked very hard to get into a second-tier university. More than 10 years have passed and he has long forgotten everything. If he were to learn all over again on his own, it would probably be difficult for him to even graduate from college. Qin Yu let out a long sigh in annoyance. Forget it, let's check the situation on the phone first. He walked towards his bedroom and pushed the door open. The layout of the bedroom was exactly the same as he remembered. There were several Naruto posters on the wall. Qin Yu remembered that he really liked the heroine in a movie version, a shrine maiden from a small country. There are many comic books on the bookshelf, including Doraemon, Bleach, Little Bleach, Naruto. It's full of memories. He followed his memory and found the spare battery from the bedside table, replaced it and restarted the computer. The familiar Nokia logo appeared, and the short few seconds of booting up seemed a bit long to him. Why does he have a feeling that he is about to be judged? Chapter 4 I'm so popular. Confession of love is something that has a very low success rate. According to Qin Yu's experience, most of the successful confessions actually mean that the relationship is already in place and both parties are aware of it. The confession is just a form of confirming the relationship. As for the way of expressing love, the effect of expressing love through mobile phone is the worst. In addition, Qin Yu's copy is extremely simple, so I am afraid no one will accept it. It would be better if you refuse, but if you agree, just apologize, or play truth or dare, and everything should be fine, right? Qin Yu sighed. There weren't many mobile phones that could send group text messages these days, but he happened to have one in his hand. Nokia, you have done so many bad things. His current mood can be summed up in 3 words: great regret. If only he had bought a PHS himself. While I was daydreaming, my phone finally turned on. The missed calls and text messages are still there. He took a deep breath, opened the text message interface, and read it through from beginning to end. The first one was a text message from my cousin. My cousin's name is Jiang Ting. She just got married last year and is currently developing in the provincial capital. She has a good relationship with Qin Yu and they play cards together every Chinese New Year. In a few years, she will have a big fat boy, and her family will be doing well. In the bedroom, Qin Yu scratched his face irritably. His facial features gradually twisted and slowly formed the word, awkward. He gritted his teeth and clicked on the text message. Question mark. The first text message only had a question mark, and he immediately looked at the second one. Cousin, there's something wrong with you. The second text message was still very short, with only a few words. I know there's something wrong with me. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment and did not call. Instead, he sent a text message. It was not because he felt bad about the phone bill, but because he felt it was too social. I accidentally sent it to a group of classmates. Just 2 seconds after the text message was sent, my cousin called. Oh, QQ love, women don't love bad men tilde. Qin Yu was startled, but he answered the call reluctantly. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter, Xiaoyu, can you do such a thing? As soon as the phone was connected, I heard my cousin's unbridled laughter. Qin Yu's face suddenly darkened. He used to think that her smile was very beautiful, as clear as a silver bell. Now she just looks like a giant dinosaur. Stop laughing. Okay, I won't laugh, har har har. Qin Yu looked at the ceiling with a look of despair and stopped talking. Feel free to laugh, he's already prepared for social death. Jiang Ting laughed for more than 10 seconds before she stopped. She probably laughed until tears came out. She asked, Xiaoyu, how did the girl respond? No reply to me. Qin Yu answered truthfully. Jiang Ting's voice was filled with gloating, I knew it. No one would confess their love through text messages. This kind of thing should be explained to the girl face to face. Also, your copywriting is obviously not good. It should be better to search on Baidu, right? Stop talking. Har har har, I'm going to go cook for your brother-in-law. Keep going. If things don't work out, I'll give you some advice. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yu gritted his teeth. What kind of staff officer was this? It was obvious that he wanted to make fun of him. He continued reading and next came text messages from his cousin Qin Zheng and aunt Qin Huizhen. Xiaoyu, did you send this to the wrong person? This one is from my cousin. I forwarded it to my second brother. This one is from my aunt. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he also sent a text message to explain. After waiting for a few seconds, they didn't call. After dealing with his relatives, the next thing to deal with is his classmates and teachers. Fortunately, there are not many female classmates in his address book, only 5 in total. The first one was from Liu Xiaohan. If he remembered correctly, she seemed to be Liu Qianhao's girlfriend. She wasn't very pretty, but had very fair skin. The two had an average relationship and had only had dinner together a few times. Qin Yu, what do you mean? It would be bad if Qianhao knew. Qin Yu exclaimed, fuck. Her reply was beyond his expectations. He had already felt that Liu Qianhao's hair would turn green. But Qin Yu is a principled person and has little interest in his brother's woman. Of course, the fact that she is not good looking is also one of the reasons. He replied casually. Sorry, I sent this to the wrong person. It's a very simple reply, and the other party might get angry, but he would then think, since they wouldn't have much contact in the future anyway, so let him be angry. Okay, next one. This time it was a girl named Wang Meng. He couldn't remember what she looked like, but he remembered that she was a little chubby and had a round face. She replied to 3 text messages in total, and Qin Yu clicked on the first one. Truth or dare? Good, there's a normal person. Qin Yu then clicked on the second one. Why don't you reply? Don't you like Jiang Xiaoxue? Qin Yu was not surprised by this. Young boys and girls always thought that they could disguise their emotions very well, but in fact, it was very obvious in their every move. His classmates had already noticed that he liked Jiang Xiaoxue. He then clicked on the third one. Qin Yu, if you are really serious, we can give it a try. Qin Yu's mouth twitched. Well, there are no normal people in this world. How come he only used a basic attack and they all used their ultimates and DF combos? Qin Yu didn't even know that he was so popular. If I had known this, how could I have been single in my previous life? Sorry, it was truth or dare. Yesterday was Liu Qianhao's birthday, and I was punished to send a group text message. Then I drank too much and fell asleep. He was more cautious with his high school classmates and lied that it was a truth or dare game so that even if the other party was angry, they would not break up the friendship. Another one done. Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. I am so smart. This time he turned the page directly and stopped at the name, Su Xiaoxiao. Qin Yu was actually a little nervous for a moment. Although he didn't remember what happened between them afterwards, she was his childhood sweetheart after all. He didn't know how she would respond. She sent him 3 text messages in total. He took a deep breath and slowly opened them. Well, Qin Yu, please stop bullying me, I'll make you something delicious, okay? Why don't you reply? Are you angry? Don't be angry, I promise you. Qin Yu. Why did he feel like a villain who forced an innocent girl to agree to his confession? Su Xiaoxiao is an introvert who doesn't talk much. She was obviously frightened by a text message she received. He felt guilty instantly and tried to type a text message, but after thinking it over he deleted it. Let's explain it face to face later. He kind of wants to meet this childhood sweetheart. After exiting the interface, Qin Yu's sight finally fell on the name Nan. There were more than 60 text messages in total, and she sent more than 30 of them alone, which is really exaggerated. Qin Yu rubbed his temples and felt a little headache. He didn't read her text messages before because he had an escapist mentality. He clicked them one by one from top to bottom. Wow, Senior, do you finally understand my feelings? Damn it, I was already ready to confess to you, how come you got there first? Are we going to go together? From today on, I'm your girlfriend. Are you happy? Senior, why aren't you talking? Humph, why aren't you answering the phone? I'm really going to be mad. Woo woo woo, this is a text message from a neglected girlfriend. If you ignore her, she will be left alone. Qin Yu suddenly felt a headache. He threw his phone away and didn't even look at the rest. Nan, one of his junior schoolmates, was 1 grade below him and was currently in her 2nd year of high school. Her response was completely expected. In her previous life, she was Qin Yu's little fangirl. She even deliberately did not do well in the college entrance examination, scoring more than 100 points less, and went to the same university as him. But it's not right to call her a little fangirl. To be precise, she is a female mang. It would be more accurate to say that Qin Yu was pushed forward by her rather than saying that the two were in love. Later, the two of them slept together for 3 years, and then Qin Yu dumped her. After discovering that Qin Yu was cheating on her, she was deeply hurt. Out of excessive grief, she became an online writer. Her novels were very popular, but they always contained horrifying content. The heroine must be 1 year younger than the hero must be a scumbag, and the ending of the story must be that the heroine kills him. He died in so many strange ways that fans called him Little Conan of Dragon Country. Qin Yu is now wondering whether he could be reborn because she put cephalexin in his wine. There is a saying that goes, liking a yander is a story, but being liked by a yander is an accident. Qin Yu felt that he had no way of changing himself. He was born with a broad-minded heart and would never hang himself on a tree. Even if his body was damaged by alcohol and sex in the future, he would just quit drinking. In this life, while her yander attribute has not yet been activated, he does not plan to have too much friendship with her. He stopped cheating on her and gave her a bright future. Qin Yu tapped his phone quickly and sent an identical text message. Sorry, I sent this to the wrong person. Chapter 5, Chicken Soup is here. Oh, QQ love, women don't love men unless they are bad. Just a few seconds after the text message was sent, Qin Yu's phone rang, and the caller ID showed the words, Annan. He rubbed his head, sighed for who knows how many times, and answered the phone. Senior, are you kidding me? Annan's voice was a little low. In Qin Yu's memory, she was always full of energy and loved to laugh. Such a sad voice would only appear when she was most sad. Qin Yu knew the principle of cutting the Gordian knot, and said, No, I really sent it to the wrong person. The phone fell silent. After a few seconds, Qin Yu vaguely heard the other party sobbing softly. The girl's tearful face appeared in front of his eyes, and he felt sad. He had hurt the girl deeply again. However, doing this could minimize the damage. It's better than sleeping with him for a few years and then finding out he's a scumbag, right? After a few seconds, he said, If everything is fine, I'll hang up. Etc. Annan suddenly called out to Qin Yu, sniffed a few times, and seemed to be wiping away tears. Tell me, who is it? Annan said in a rather indignant tone, Jiang Xiaoxue or Su Xiaoxiao. Qin Yu. Qin Yu exclaimed, WTF. How did she know him so well? He was very sure that he had never told her about the girls around him at that time, not even one. Qin Yu understood the principle of not mentioning another woman in front of a woman when he was in high school. So, how did she know? He suddenly felt that there was definitely a traitor around him. Although he didn't know who it was, he decided to go and beat Zhang Gang up tomorrow. This has nothing to do with you. Qin Yu said firmly. It must be Jiang Xiaoxue, right? I guess it's her. This hateful woman, isn't she just prettier? But I'm not bad either. Although I'm not as pretty as her, am I not more fierce than her? Annan talked to himself, his voice getting louder and trembling a little, and he was obviously very uneasy. Qin Yu couldn't help but think about it. He didn't know how old Jiang Xiaoxue was, but there were probably not many people who were older than Annan. What one hand cannot grasp, 2 hands are barely enough, this is Annan's strength. He shook his head quickly. Now that he was reborn, how could he let alcohol and sex harm his body? Well, he will definitely quit drinking. He coughed and said, Anyway, it's not for you. There was silence on the other end of the phone. After a few seconds, Annan whispered, I really like you, senior. I know that. Qin Yu was forcefully rejected by her in his previous life, and he knew best how obsessed she was with him. He was silent for a while, then said, It's impossible for us. You are so heartless, you big fool, senior. Annan finally settled down in Bangbu and hung up the phone crying. Qin Yu looked at his phone for a long time, silent. Since I'm so ruthless, shouldn't she just give up? Annan's emotions are still very stable now. The two of them didn't do anything. She won't become a yander and will just cry if she is rejected by him. I'm not afraid of cephalexin being put into the wine. After processing most of the text messages, Qin Yu's eyes fell on the last few. Class teacher, dean of studies, primary school teacher. How to deal with these 3? My mother, Jiang Xiaoxue, used to be a teacher at number 1 middle school. When the number 2 middle school in the county was established, there was a shortage of staff, so she was transferred there. If parents are teachers, their children are usually very unfortunate, and it is normal for teachers to provide them with special care. The small county town is so small that most of Qin Yu's teachers from kindergarten to high school were friends of his parents, so being tortured was a common occurrence. On average, I had to go to the blackboard to answer questions every day, so you can imagine how terrifying it was. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment and decided not to deal with it. The cold treatment is also a treatment, and I guess they want to ask specifically. As smart as me. Snap. After closing his phone, Qin Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead and suddenly felt relaxed. Although it was a bit socially awkward, it was finally done. He has begun to look forward to the wonderful life after rebirth. When Qin Yu came to the living room again, Qin Jigang was still watching the TV series, and there were already several steaming hot dishes on the dining table. He sat on the sofa and watched with his father for a while. The heroes on TV performed normally, flying into the sky and hiding in the ground, and were omnipotent. More than 10 years have passed, things and people have changed, the world has changed, but the heroes are still working diligently, which is really touching. Come over to eat. Jiang Xiaoxue brought out a pot of fragrant chicken soup and shouted. The father and son hurried to the dining table. Today's meal was very rich, and there was even a pot of chicken soup. Qin Yu had just had a hangover and didn't have much of an appetite, but he still held back his tears and ate in big mouthfuls. Although my mother's cooking was not very delicious and her cooking skills were much worse than those of the young female nanny in his later family, she was a professional after all and could cook other things besides cooking for the man of the house. But he would never get tired of his mother's taste, and he would rather eat it for the rest of his life. In his previous life, his father Qin Jigang drank and socialized all year round. He suffered a cerebral hemorrhage when he was a sophomore and passed away quietly in the early morning. By the time he rushed home by train overnight, his body was already extremely cold. Later, Jiang Xiaoxue was so sad that her health deteriorated and she eventually died from the well-known cold. Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch the food from you. Jiang Xiaoxue had a doting smile on her face. She didn't know what was wrong with Qin Yu today. He was usually very picky. She thought for a moment and then said, "There's another basin in the kitchen. You can bring it to Xiaoxiao later." Okay. Qin Yu swallowed a piece of chicken and nodded. He is now a little sober and remembers many things. Xiaoxiao's family situation is very complicated. Both her parents are teachers in the system, and her life was not difficult when she was a child. But her father cheated on her a few years ago, and her parents divorced when she was in junior high school. She currently lives with her mother. Her mother is currently the head teacher at No. 2 middle school. As their high school entrance exam is approaching, she is very busy and lives in the school dormitory, so she has no time to take care of her. Xiaoxiao has to take care of her daily life by herself. Now I suddenly remembered that the reason why I have less contact with Xiaoxiao seems to have a lot to do with her mother. She didn't seem to like herself very much. Qin Yu finished his third bowl of rice, burped, and took the initiative to help Jiang Xiaoxue wash the dishes as his thoughts raced. Although she was a little surprised, the smile on her face never stopped. She felt that her son had grown up and understood how to care for others. After finishing cleaning up, Qin Yu looked at the time. It was already past 1 o'clock. Most people in the coal mining province have the habit of taking a nap, but Qin Yu had just woken up and was not sleepy at all. Qin Yu silently repeated Xiaoxiao's name in his heart, feeling a little itchy and not ready to wait any longer. He returned to his bedroom, stuffed a math workbook into his pocket, and set off with his chicken soup. Qin Yu's home is in Unit 2 and Xiaoxiao's home is in Unit 1. He followed his memory, walked to her house with ease, and knocked on the door. A few seconds later, a woman opened the door. It was Xiaoxiao's mother, Qian Litong. She was wearing a light-colored home dress and had a very dangerous hairstyle. She was about the same age as Jiang Xiaoxue, but her face was full of fatigue, making her look older. Apparently being a single mother is not easy. She looked at the chicken soup in Qin Yu's hand in surprise. "Xiao Yu." Qin Yu smiled shyly and picked up the chicken soup in his hand. "Auntie Qian, my mother made some chicken soup and asked me to bring it to you. Yuxia is so thoughtful." Qian Litong sighed but did not refuse. The two families had a good relationship on weekdays. She didn't have time to take care of Xiaoxiao, so she asked the neighbors to take care of her. Qin Yu walked into their house without any hesitation, changed his shoes, put the chicken soup on the dining table, and looked into their house. "Where's Xiaoxiao?" Qian Litong was a little surprised. Ever since Qin Yu entered high school, the relationship between the two children had become a little distant. Qin Yu was shy and had never been able to let go in front of adults. Why was he so bold and calm today? A worried look appeared on her face, and she sighed, I don't know what happened to Xiaoxiao today. She's in a bad mood. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat and he was in a bad mood, obviously because of his text message. Of course, there was no way he would say such a thing. He took out the exercise book from his pocket and said, well, I'll go take a look. I just happen to have some questions that I don't know how to answer. I'll ask her. Qian Litong opened her mouth. In fact, she was somewhat opposed to Qin Yu and Su Xiaoxiao's relationship. Jiang Xiaoxue had hinted to her about the two children, but she fooled her. She really looked down on Qin Yu. There is no other way. Su Xiaoxiao ranks among the top students in the experimental middle school, and it will be easy for her to get into a top university in the future. Qin Yu was a notoriously poor student in the staff dormitory of number 1 middle school. He has never had good grades since he was a child. He is almost a negative example of how the entire family compound educates children. It is difficult for him to get into an undergraduate program, and he is likely to end up in a junior college. She hoped that her daughter could have a better home, so as not to end up like herself. But Qin Yu was too well prepared today. The two adults had such a good relationship, and Qin Yu even took out his exercise book. In the name of studying, he couldn't refuse, right? She turned around and shouted towards the bedroom. Xiaoxiao, Xiaoyu is here to study with you. Have you rested? You've been studying for the whole morning. If you're tired, take a nap. Her words were full of suggestive meaning, and the next second, a soft voice came from the room. No, I'm not tired. Su Xiaoxiao's voice was the same as Qin Yu remembered, sweet and sticky, like a kitten scratching his heart. Alas, this silly girl. Qian Litong sighed in her heart and clenched her fists. Qin Yu chuckled and said, Auntie Qian, go and have a rest. I have a lot of questions today, so I plan to study with Xiaoxiao in depth. Qian Litong looked at Qin Yu with a complicated expression as he walked into Su Xiaoxiao's bedroom, her mouth slightly open, as if he wanted to say something but stopped himself. For some reason, the woman's sixth sense told her that she would regret her decision in the future. Chapter 6 Breakthrough Friends. Bang! After entering the room, Qin Yu closed the door without any hesitation. Qian Litong, who wanted to follow him in, almost bumped into the door. She gritted her teeth, looking unhappy. This kid really has bad intentions. Inside the room, a faint floral scent filled the air. The girl in pink pajamas was sitting at the desk. When she heard the door open, she slowly turned her head and looked over. When their eyes met, the girl's clear and bright peach blossom eyes were filled with a hint of timidity and shyness, her eyebrows were curved, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and a faint blush appeared on her flawless white jade skin. Her hair was not very long, and she didn't tie it into a braid, but fell softly on her shoulders. The 18-year-old girl has begun to grow up, and her graceful figure can be vaguely seen under the loose pajamas. She is slim and light, giving her a feeling of being as fragile as a willow in the wind. After seeing this familiar pretty face, Qin Yu felt as if he was in another world. Sure enough, only those who are pretty are called green plums, and those who are not pretty are called girls from the same village. He stared at the girl's face, and even though he had seen all kinds of beauties in his later life, he still thought she was extremely beautiful. Suddenly, some dead memories came back to me. Su Xiaoxiao was diagnosed with thyroid cancer when she was in her sophomore year. Her disease progressed extremely rapidly and she died shortly after the start of her junior year. Qin Yu's eyes suddenly became moist. He had heard Jiang Xiaoxue sigh countless times on the phone about how fate plays tricks on people and that God only tortures the poor people. He had never mustered up the courage to visit his childhood sweetheart. When he learned of her death, more than half a month had passed. After sighing for a while, he did nothing. He suddenly remembered that he often played tricks on her in junior high school, snatching her snacks, pretending to be a ghost, and catching caterpillars to scare her. The boys did a lot of naughty things. Most thyroid diseases are related to emotions. Could it be that I am also a factor in the tragedy? Qin Yu had no answer in his mind, but his expression gradually became solemn. At this moment, being stared at by him, Su Xiaoxiao's body tensed up a little, her peach blossom eyes drooped quickly, and her little hands holding the pen turned white. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. Is he that scary? He took a deep breath and smiled brightly at her. Long time no see. Su Xiaoxiao bit her lip and blinked her star-like peach blossom eyes, a little confused. Didn't he the two just meet last week? Although it was just a brief encounter at the entrance of the community, she remembered clearly every moment they spent together. She felt that Qin Yu's gaze was a little strange and she felt a little uncomfortable being stared at, so she quickly said, "I'll find you a chair." "It's okay, I'll just squeeze in." Question mark. Su Xiaoxiao looked at the chair under her in confusion. The style of her room was designed to be girlish. The chair was also a pink swivel chair for young girls. She had a slim figure, so it was just the right size for one person to sit on. It would be a bit crowded for Qin Yu to sit alone. "If there are two of us, how should we sit?" Qin Yu walked to her bed and took a look. Her bed was very tidy, with a light blue quilt covering the pink sheets and a big panda doll leaning against the head of the bed. He sat down with his butt, and the soft little bed creaked and moved down a long way. Her bed was next to the desk, and if Qin Yu sat on the edge of the bed, he could see her entire side. The girl's profile was flawless, as if carved by a knife, with clear lines in the sunlight. "How long has it been since I last looked at her quietly like this?" After a minute of silence, Su Xiaoxiao's white forehead was sweating from nervousness. Qin Yu finally came to his senses and started to explain today's text message. Qin Yu stopped talking halfway. He suddenly remembered that he was not sure whether he was reborn or not. Maybe it was just a dream, or a revolving lantern before death. If he suddenly tries it, will the other party agree? Sure enough, Su Xiaoxiao became visibly nervous. She turned her head to look at Qin Yu, pursed her lips, and said weakly, Are you angry?" Perhaps the girl was too nervous, her voice was trembling and she even stuttered a little. Qin Yu was a little confused. Why was he angry? "Don't bully me, I'll give you some dried fish." Su Xiaoxiao opened the drawer next to the desk, took out a bag of snacks, and blinked her big eyes. The bag of dried fish was still the nostalgic style of that year, a simple transparent plastic bag, far less refined than the later ones, and there were only a few dried fish in it. Qin Yu was a little amused and helpless. Was he the kind of person who would snatch the dried fish from the girl? Well, he is. He casually took the dried fish, opened the bag, pinched out the largest one, and stuffed it into his mouth. Crunchy, familiar taste. Many memories came to his mind again. When he was a child, he often snatched Su Xiaoxiao's snacks. The reason why she gave the dried fish to Qin Yu was because she liked to eat it and Qin Yu snatched the most from her, so she mistakenly thought that Qin Yu also liked dried fish. In fact, Qin Yu just wanted to grab some food. He would be happier if it was spicy noodles, but unfortunately Su Xiaoxiao doesn't eat spicy noodles, so dried fish will do. Qin Yu slowed down his chewing of the dried fish and suddenly felt like a real bad guy. "Okay, after I eat your dried fish, I won't bully you anymore." He only ate half and put the other half in front of her. Su Xiaoxiao looked at the dried fish eagerly, as if she didn't dare to take it back. Qin Yu sighed lightly, exerted a little force with his hands, and turned the chair 90 degrees, so that the two of them were facing each other. The fair skin of the girl's face suddenly appeared before her eyes, and she lowered her head in panic. "Come on, open your mouth." Qin Yu took out a small dried fish and handed it to her mouth. "R." Su Xiaoxiao was startled, hesitated for a moment, and opened her little pink mouth. Qin Yu gently stuffed it in. She put the dried fish in her mouth and chewed it gently. The expression on her face finally softened. Qin Yu looked a little strange today. She felt that the way he looked at her had changed, as if he had become a different person. "So, what's your answer?" Qin Yu was still curious about her reaction and asked suddenly. Su Xiaoxiao, who was enjoying the dried fish, was stunned for a moment and looked at Qin Yu with a wronged expression. "Liar. And you said you won't bully her anymore." She sniffed and stammered, I don't have any dried fish. I don't want dried fish." Qin Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, he just stared at her. Her face was already completely red, her starry eyes began to dodge like a deer, she pursed her lips and lowered her head without saying a word. "It's over. There's something wrong with this relationship situation. Qin Yu feels like he might be cheating on." He quickly asked, "Do you hate me?" "No." Su Xiaoxiao shook her head fiercely. Qin Yu felt a little relieved, it seemed that the impression he left on her was not that bad. "Then you just like me." Su Xiaoxiao secretly looked up and glared at Qin Yu, obviously very unconvinced. How could this logic be possible? If she didn't hate him, then she liked him. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. Qin Yu said that he was ready to be a rogue. Su Xiaoxiao quickly shook her head. No, it's not. Qin Yu frowned slightly. Do you have other boys you like? No. Su Xiaoxiao's refusal this time was very quick, and she even dared to look Qin Yu in the eye. Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, feeling relieved. Not bad, not bad. The color on my head was preserved. How could childhood sweethearts be touched by other people? Now that I think about it, I became a scumbag in my previous life in the late college. I was absolutely innocent in high school, and my whole mind was on Jiang Xiaoxue, completely ignoring Su Xiaoxiao. What a mistake! He planned to guide them step by step and help them move beyond the friendship stage. No matter whether he was reborn or dreaming, he was definitely going to be a scumbag to his childhood sweetheart. Phew, it's definitely protection. He wants to change the girl's tragic fate in her previous life in one fell swoop. He thought for a moment, then asked with a smile, "We are best friends, right?" Su Xiaoxiao did not answer this time. The girl's moist eyes showed a complex tone, mixed with confusion and disbelief. Qin Yu frowned slightly. It seemed that the relationship between the two was really bad. He looked into her big eyes and said, "We have been friends since we were little. We are childhood sweethearts and know everything about each other. The feeling of innocence is very rare." Yeah. Su Xiaoxiao nodded thoughtfully. So, we are better friends than ordinary friends. Qin Yu's voice was bewitching and inducing. Su Xiaoxiao nodded her head slowly, thinking that Qin Yu's statement was reasonable and there was no problem. It's normal for childhood sweethearts to do things together that ordinary friends wouldn't do, such as studying together, eating together, and sending each other birthday wishes. Su Xiaoxiao nodded repeatedly, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. In fact, the two had this kind of relationship before and were very good friends. But in the past few years, their relationship has gradually faded, and she thought she had done something wrong and made Qin Yu angry. Qin Yu decided to go all out and struck while the iron was hot, grabbing her little hand. So, things like holding hands, kissing each other, or having a child are all normal. Su Xiaoxiao's hands are slender, soft, and as white and tender as the purest white jade. It would be a shame not to use this hand to grill lamb skewers. Su Xiaoxiao's body trembled violently, her face turned red, and she looked at the two people's hands in disbelief. They did hold hands, but that was when they were young, and even her memory was a little fuzzy. She felt her head a little dizzy. This bad guy was really bullying her. What about smacking lips and having a child? Don't you have to get married first? She lowered her eyes and pulled her hands back, but she couldn't pull them back. My mother doesn't allow me to have a relationship. She was so anxious that she was about to cry. Qin Yu looked at the bewildered girl and couldn't help but laugh. This statement is very intriguing. Her mother doesn't allow her to do it, not that she doesn't want to. I didn't expect that my childhood sweetheart is also a master of languages. Chapter 7. Am I cheating? Qin Yu obviously misunderstood Su Xiaoxiao. Her little head was dizzy and she didn't care about the art of language. She was just stating a fact. Tian Litong once warned her seriously that it was forbidden to fall in love during high school, and she also emphasized that she should not be as close with Qin Yu as before and should keep a certain distance. Qin Yu looked at the girl who was curled up into a ball. He didn't force her anymore. He pinched her tender little hand and let go. Don't worry. Su Xiaoxiao may have some psychological problems. She is an introvert and has been showing signs of depression. Qin Yu needs to figure out what has happened around her in the past few years. The girl quickly retracted her hand like a frightened rabbit. Her shy and timid look made Qin Yu's index finger move. Why didn't I notice such a good childhood sweetheart in my previous life? What a mistake. She felt very uncomfortable being stared at by Qin Yu, and said with a red face, "Let's study." "Yeah, okay." Qin Yu responded. The college entrance examination is there, so he can only study hard. If there are questions he doesn't understand, he can ask Su Xiaoxiao. He was about to go out to find a chair, and just as he opened the door, a dark figure fell towards him. Qin Yu was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and dodged to the side. Tian Litong grabbed the doorframe tightly in a hurry and avoided falling to the ground. Qin Yu blinked and asked in surprise, "Hey, Aunt Tian, what are you doing?" Su Xiaoxiao also blinked her big eyes and cast a puzzled look. Tian Litong was embarrassed for a moment and hesitated. Well, I want to ask if you want to eat some fruit. No, I can do it myself. Qin Yu smiled secretly and didn't expose her. He turned and went into the kitchen, washed a few apples, took 2 bananas, then walked to the dining room, moved a chair, went back into the bedroom, and then slammed the door. The operation was so smooth that Tian Litong was stunned. Qin Yu chuckled. When I was young, I felt something but wasn't sure, and I couldn't let go in front of adults. Now that I'm in my 30s, I can naturally see that she doesn't like me. Will this work? Although Su Xiaoxiao is your daughter, she is also the woman I like. Don't try to stop me. Outside the room. The veins on Tian Litong's forehead were throbbing. What's wrong with this kid? Ever since Qin Yu entered the room, she felt a little uneasy. She leaned on the door and eavesdropped for a few minutes. As a result, she heard something like, open mouth, smacking lips, and there is a child. She was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat. Before she could hear clearly, Qin Yu suddenly opened the door and she almost fell on her face. She clenched her fists so hard that they made a clattering sound. This boy, is he really planning to take advantage of her daughter? In the room, Qin Yu moved a chair and sat down next to her. Su Xiaoxiao's desk was very neat, the books were neatly arranged, and the furniture and decorations were all in a cute style. The cat alarm clock is shaking its paws, and there is a cute little bear painted on the light pink pencil case, which is very girly in style. The desk was not big. He sniffed the faint floral scent coming from her and asked, would you like an apple? No. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. Qin Yu thought about it and felt that Su Xiaoxiao didn't seem to like apples. She liked sweet things. He took out another banana, then come and eat my banana. Su Xiaoxiao blinked her big eyes in confusion. Isn't this her banana? She took the banana doubtfully and started eating it silently. After eating the fruit, the two began to study. Su Xiaoxiao studied liberal arts, and Qin Yu studied science, so the only subjects they had in common were Chinese, math, and English. She quickly got into the state, sitting upright, her slender fingers holding the pen, her expression focused, calculating something on the draft paper. Although the pajamas are loose, they cover her tightly and her figure cannot be seen, which is a pity. Qin Yu scratched his head, decided not to disturb her studies, and opened his exercise book. It was snow white, without a single stain on it, and looked almost like new. Generally speaking, families with teachers attach great importance to their children's academic performance, not only for the children's future, but also as an important item of comparison for adults. But Qin Yu's grades have always been poor since he was a child, and he has almost become a negative example in the family compound. Jiang Xiaoxue and Qin Zhigang have already laid down, and they only hope that he can work hard to get into a third-tier university and get a bachelor's degree, so that he will have the opportunity to take the civil service exam in the future. People in the system always hope that their children will remain in the system. Although they won't become rich, at least they won't starve to death. However, Qin Yu eventually became a rebellious son and went into business. Shaking his head, he collected his thoughts and looked at the questions in the exercise book. Divide a line segment of length into 3 segments. What is the probability that these 3 segments can form a triangle? 1/4. The moment he saw the question, a number popped up in Qin Yu's mind. What follows is the analysis of this question. This question has nothing to do with the length of the line segment. Even if the line segment is 100 light years long, the answer is 1/4. What the hell? His eyes narrowed slightly and he opened another question. Without exception, when I saw the exercises, the answers instantly appeared in my mind. Am I cheating? Could it be possible that he could solve the problems he saw? As expected, those who are reborn all have their own golden fingers. He rubbed his hands excitedly and looked at Su Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, lend me your pen. Su Xiaoxiao hummed, took out a carbon pen from her pencil case and handed it to Qin Yu. Qin Yu took the pen and quickly wrote a line of words in the blank space. How to prove the Goldbach conjecture. A few seconds passed. The brain didn't react at all. Depend on. Please give some strength to your brain. How come you don't know the answer to such a simple question? Qin Yu continued to flip through the exercise book and experiment. Su Xiaoxiao beside him blinked her big eyes, with confusion on her little face. What kind of learning method is this? Also, what is Goldbacher's theorem? After a few minutes, Qin Yu put down the exercise book. He finally figured out the situation. He does have a golden finger, but its function has yet to be explored. It has been discovered that the function of the golden finger is to extract memory. As long as it was a question he had done in his previous life, he would be able to remember the answer instantly the moment he saw the question, even if he only glanced at it. But if it is a question you have never seen before, it will be of no use at all. Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, the coal-producing provinces were backward provinces. When the country implemented the college entrance examination reform and parallel volunteer pilot program in 2009, the coal-producing provinces were not included. The college entrance examination still requires estimating scores first, filling in applications, and then announcing the results. If it was like in later generations where the results were released first and then the applications were filled out, given Qin Yu's personality, he would not even bother to check the answers. Thinking of this, Qin Yu felt relieved. I am the dark horse in this year's college entrance examination. As for Su Xiaoxue, he didn't need to worry at all. Her grades were very good, and she would have no problem getting into a mid-tier 211 university. However, when she applied for college in her previous life, she filled in a university in a coal mining province, probably because she didn't want to be too far away from home. Qin Yu shook his head without thinking too much. There was still some time before the college entrance examination, so he would decide where to go to college first. He didn't say anything more, just opened his exercise book and started doing it. You know what, I haven't done it for more than 10 years, and now I feel a little excited about it. The only sound in the room was the rustling of pen tips scratching across paper. Su Xiaoxue secretly glanced at Qin Yu's profile. The young man couldn't say much, but his handsome face and focused expression were particularly attractive. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and the light in her eyes became more charming. When was the last time the two of them did homework together? She couldn't remember, maybe it was when she was preparing for their high school entrance exam in the third year of junior high school. What she cared about was, in the future, will it be like today? Half an hour later. Qin Yu yawned loudly, and his excitement wore off. His interest in doing the questions instantly faded. In later generations, people have become accustomed to a life of feasting and revelry, and it is difficult for them to calm down. He moved his neck. He didn't know how many hours he slept last night, but the quality of his sleep due to a hangover was actually very poor, and now he was feeling sleepy again. I'll take a nap first, you can study on your own. Before Su Xiaoxue could answer, Qin Yu didn't hesitate to take off his shoes, fell on Su Xiaoxue's bed and fell asleep. A faint floral scent wafted into my nose, the same scent as Su Xiaoxue's. Qin Yu took a few greedy puffs, and a warm feeling inexplicably surged in his heart, and his consciousness gradually sank. Su Xiaoxue opened her mouth, her face flushed, but in the end she said nothing. This bad guy, she didn't agree. Can anyone sleep in a girl's bed casually? Time passed, and I didn't know how much time had passed. Oh, QQ love, women don't love men unless they are bad. The cell phone suddenly rang, and he opened his eyes in a daze. The sun outside the window had already set in the west and was about to set. The clouds were burned into a blood-red color. He took a look and it was past 6 o'clock. He had actually slept the whole afternoon. The call was from his mother, so he picked up the phone. There's a very beautiful girl looking for you, come back quickly. Chapter 8, White Moonlight. She's coming with a kitchen knife. Just one sentence and Qin Yu became interested. A very beautiful girl? You know, Jiang Xiaoxue has very high standards. She always uses Su Xiaoxue as a reference and ordinary girls are not attractive to her. He quickly asked, who is it? Jiang Xiaoxue said, I don't know her. She said she's your classmate. Come back here quickly. She's waiting for you. Okay, got it. I'll be right back. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yu noticed that Su Xiaoxue's big black eyes were looking at him, and she was pursing her lips, probably because she heard something. Qin Yu said calmly, a classmate is looking for me, I'm going back first. Su Xiaoxue nodded her head and didn't ask any more questions. After putting away his exercise book, Qin Yu touched her head before leaving, ruffling her neat hair. You must keep in touch with me every day. You must send me text messages every morning, noon and night. Do you understand? His tone was somewhat unyielding. Qin Yu felt that he had to be more assertive towards this introverted and sensitive girl. He had seen before that Su Xiaoxue's phone was an old one, so she probably couldn't use QQ and could only send text messages. The current text message fee is 1 cent per message, which is indeed a bit expensive. At worst, I can just top up the money for her. When she heard Qin Yu's words, her fair face turned red, as if it was stained with a layer of blush, and she pursed her lips and said nothing. Xiaoxiao, you know that I'm a bit introverted and socially anxious. I'm a completely shy and innocent tall boy. I blush when I see girls and I can't talk properly. Even you. Qin Yu's face was full of disbelief, like a child abandoned by his parents, with a very exaggerated expression. Stop talking, I promise you. Su Xiaoxiao interrupted Qin Yu as he kept talking nonsense. Her peach blossom eyes secretly glared at him. Qin Yu was just too shy to let go in front of adults. He was a well-known troublemaker among his peers. Introvert. These two words really didn't apply to him. Qin Yu nodded with satisfaction. Su Xiaoxiao was too introverted and she probably didn't even have a friend to talk to. If a girl cannot confide her troubles, it will affect her mood, so she can just let herself be the trash can. He continued, you can tell me any secrets you can't tell anyone else. No, you must tell me. Do you understand? No response. Qin Yu continued to look sad, with an exaggerated expression. I didn't expect it. I regard you as my childhood sweetheart and the most important person, but you can't even meet my most basic requirements. I understand. Su Xiaoxiao responded quickly, indicating that she was too embarrassed to listen. Well, that's good. Qin Yu touched her little head and looked at the rosy blush on her face. He couldn't help but stare at her. He could never get tired of looking at the shy look of the girl. It feels so good to be reborn. He opened the door. This time, Tian Litong was not leaning against the door. She was sitting in the living room watching TV. Qin Yu greeted her. Auntie Tian, I'm going back first. Well, walk slowly. Seeing Qin Yu walking out of the room, Tian Litong hurried to her daughter's bedroom. Seeing Su Xiaoxiao's red cheeks, her heart skipped a beat. Xiaoxiao, he didn't do anything to you, did he? No. Su Xiaoxiao tidied her hair and shook her head. Tian Litong finally breathed a sigh of relief and said earnestly, Xiaoxiao, you must listen to your mother and keep your distance from boys. You are still young, don't be fooled by these boys. Mom won't harm you. Su Xiaoxiao nodded slowly, lowered her eyes, and didn't know what she was thinking. After leaving the room, Qin Yu quickened his pace towards his home, feeling a little confused. Who would come to see him? Qin Yu doesn't know many girls who can compete with Su Xiaoxiao in terms of looks, or rather, there are probably only a few in the entire Cole County. Could it be that a Nan is here? This shouldn't be the case. I just made her cry, how could she possibly come to his house? While thinking, Qin Yu had already entered Unit 2. As soon as he entered the corridor, he heard voices of conversation. He should be back soon, come in and sit down. No, Auntie, I just want to say a few words to him. The former is my mother's voice, while the latter is a very pleasant and light female voice. Unlike Su Xiaoxiao's soft voice, her voice is thin, clear and pleasant. The memory of Qin Yu's death suddenly came back. Jiang Xiaoxue. Qin Yu's face was full of weirdness. After going upstairs, he saw a slender figure at the door of his house. The light in the corridor was a little dim, but the girl's skin was unusually fair, as if coated with a layer of light fluorescent light, so white that it was dazzling. Hearing Qin Yu's footsteps, they both looked over. Unlike Su Xiaoxiao's timid peach blossom eyes, the girl's eyes were bright and charming, as bright as a dream. She had a straight nose, a delicate face like a flower, and flawless, crystal-like skin. She was simply a perfect goddess. She was wearing a white ribbon shirt with a pretty little ribbon tied around the collar, and tight jeans. The girl's figure had begun to grow. Qin Yu measured it with his eyes and found that she was more majestic than Su Xiaoxiao. What impressed Qin Yu the most was her extremely bright eyes. Even after many years, they always rang in his dreams. Now that they had been separated for several years, it felt like a glance of 1,000 years when they looked into each other's eyes again. Jiang Xiaoxue, why are you here? He was a little confused. Jiang Xiaoxue and he were just deskmates, so why would she come to his house? Jiang Xiaoxue had a very kind smile on her delicate face. Qin Yu, I have something to tell you. Her voice is very nice, clear and pleasant. When she smiles, her eyes become curved like a crescent moon, and the corners of her eyes slightly rise, giving her a kind of captivating charm. Qin Yu was stunned for a fraction of a second, then said to Jiang Xiaoxue, "Mom, let's go out for a walk." Jiang Xiaoxue nodded repeatedly, "Go, go." Jiang Xiaoxue bowed her head slightly and smiled politely, "Goodbye, auntie." The two walked downstairs and disappeared at the entrance of the corridor. Jiang Xiaoxue muttered excitedly, "She's prettier than Xiaoxiao, so polite, and has a good temperament. How should I choose? No, why am I worried? She doesn't like her own son at all, right?" Shaking her head, Jiang Xiaoxue slammed the door. "My son doesn't deserve such a good girl." Qin Yu and Jiang Xiaoxue walked out of the community. He secretly glanced at her profile. In the sunlight, the girl's face became clearer. The summer breeze blew the girl's hair and touched her fair cheeks. She casually tucked a lock of hair behind her ear and ran her white jade-like fingers through her black hair. This light movement inadvertently released a shocking charm. Her hair was longer than Su Xiaoxiao's and was tied into a braid and draped behind her. To be honest, although I didn't get her in my previous life, I still have good vision. Under Qin Yu's gaze, Jiang Xiaoxue still maintained a faint smile, stretched out her white and tender fingers, and pointed at a small forest. "Come with me." "Oh, okay." Qin Yu was stunned for a moment, somewhat confused about the situation. Why did Jiang Xiaoxue pull him into the grove? After entering the grove, the smile on Jiang Xiaoxue's face disappeared instantly. Her beautiful face flickered in the shade of the trees, as cold as an iceberg. Qin Yu was a little dazed. This was the Jiang Xiaoxue he had in mind. She was indeed the girl he had liked for several years. Not to mention the innocent boy Gao, even Qin Yu couldn't control himself even if he was reborn. After all, he was a very loyal man and would always like 18-year-old girls. Now that I think about it, the fact that I became a scumbag back then was partly due to her. Qin Zhigan's death dealt him a huge blow. Coupled with Jiang Xiaoxue's unreachability, Qin Yu began to give up on himself and completely gave up on love. Later, when I got together with a Nan, it couldn't be said to be love at all, it was more like satisfying a need. If Jiang Xiaoxue was not so perfect, would I not be able to muster up the courage to confess my feelings and then lose hope in love? Jiang Xiaoxue, you have done so many bad things. His brain was like a mess, and before he could sort it out, he saw her take off the red school bag behind her, rummaging around in it, and then she took out a shiny kitchen knife. The kitchen knife flashed a faint cold light in the sunlight, which was extremely creepy. Fuck. Qin Yu's face changed drastically and he was shocked. There's something wrong with this painting style. Where's the perfect goddess who is quiet, polite and good at studying? His face was filled with horror. What are you going to do? Jiang Xiaoxue sneered as she approached him step by step. Did you do this on purpose? What? Short message. Jiang Xiaoxue gritted her teeth and spat out 2 words, her pretty face looking terrifyingly gloomy. Qin Yu swallowed hard. It was just a text message confessing his love. At most he could just reject it. Was it really necessary to use a kitchen knife? It's okay for Cheng Ji to get stabbed, at least he has already enjoyed it. But he hasn't done anything yet, and he has been stabbed directly. He knew it was useless to quibble, so he said stubbornly, "It was indeed sent to you. Thanks to you, my parents questioned me for the entire afternoon." Jiang Xiaoxue raised the kitchen knife and shouted angrily, "Prepare to die," etc. Qin Yu quickly stopped her. "Misunderstanding, it must be a misunderstanding. Were you interrogated by your parents for the whole afternoon? How did her parents know?" Since entering the 3rd year of high school and entering graduation season, Jiang Xiaoxue has been confessed to many people. The rejection process has become very smooth. She uses the nice guy card, don't want to fall in love card, and college entrance examination focused cards, which are all sent out quite smoothly. The confession, the smile, the handing over of a card, all in one go. Why did she tell her parents? Seeing him confused, Jiang Xiaoxue narrowed her eyes and said coldly, "I don't have a mobile phone at all. That phone number is my mother's." "You knew it, but you deliberately sent that kind of text message." She paused, gritted her teeth and said, "Misunderstanding? What do you mean you didn't mean it? Chapter 9 Where's your card? Send it out." In the sunlight, Qin Yu stared at the girl in front of him in a daze, and some long-forgotten memories came back to him again. Jiang Xiaoxue is an only child from a wealthy family. Her father is currently a powerful deputy section chief and her mother is an employee of the Electricity Bureau. She has strict family education. She once complained to him that her parents did not allow her to use a mobile phone during high school, and the number saved in his address book is her mother's. This would be a huge problem. Didn't the text message get sent to her mother? Qin Yu felt like the word danger was written on his forehead. He quickly coughed and explained, "Well, I said I forgot, do you believe me? What do you think?" Jiang Xiaoxue's pretty face was terrifyingly gloomy. She took another step closer, and the sharp blade of the kitchen knife flashed with a faint cold light. Qin Yu was frightened and slowly backed away, only to lean against a big poplar tree after a few steps. It's too tragic to get stabbed just after being reborn, right? Jiang Xiaoxue approached step by step, and soon the distance between them was less than 1 meter. Apart from the kitchen knife, Qin Yu could already see the delicate skin on her face. Puff! After a few seconds of stalemate, she suddenly burst into a bell-like laughter, holding her slender waist with her left hand and laughing non-stop. "Be careful with the knife." Qin Yu's eyelids twitched and he quickly snatched the kitchen knife from her hand. He was not afraid when she approached him with a kitchen knife before, because he knew she was just joking, but now Qin Yu was afraid. Isn't this girl a little silly? Are you being careless or stupid to dare to play with a kitchen knife like this? If she got a few scratches on her face, she would have nowhere to cry. After his reminder, Jiang Xiaoxue was a little scared. She didn't resist and handed over the kitchen knife obediently. But she kept laughing until tears appeared in the corners of her eyes. Then she said, "Qin Yu, you are 1.85 meters tall, but I didn't expect you to be so timid." Qin Yu's mouth twitched. Who wouldn't panic when being pointed at by a knife? Besides, where is the quiet goddess you were supposed to be? Your image is not right. Sure enough, sometimes there is only one word difference between a goddess and a crazy woman. He asked speechlessly, "Where did you get this knife?" "The blade of my kitchen knife broke, so I was asked to buy a new one after finishing my lessons. I'll use it to teach you a lesson." Jiang Xiaoxue rummaged through her school bag and pulled out a brand new kitchen knife storage bag, carefully took the knife and put it back. Qin Yu watched her put the knife away. He remembered that she always had extra lessons on weekends, all year round. The world of good students is so competitive. He looked at her delicate smile like a flower, waited for her to stop laughing, and asked, "Are you calm now?" "No." Jiang Xiaoxue put on her school bag again and immediately put away her smile. Her eyes were still full of anger. "You've gone too far. We can't just let this go. What should we do?" "As expected, you should let me cut it." Seeing her little hand about to take out the kitchen knife again, Qin Yu quickly stopped her. No, let's think of another way." Jiang Xiaoxue had a cold face and waited for his words. Qin Yu thought about it and asked tentatively, "How about, you step on me?" Jiang Xiaoxue didn't say anything. She was obviously a person of action. She suddenly raised her little foot and stepped down heavily. Hiss! Qin Yu took a breath of cold air. Damn, she really stepped on it. It hurts, stop stepping on it. It is early summer now. Jiang Xiaoxue was wearing white sneakers. When she stepped on them, a clear shoe print appeared on Qin Yu's shoes. After stepping hard on him, Jiang Xiaoxue calmed down. Seeing Qin Yu grimacing in pain, her expression suddenly became a little nervous. Sometimes she would be impulsive and do unexpected things when her head was hot. If she stepped on someone's feet, she didn't think she had to use much strength, but if she stepped on a nail, it would still be easy to get hurt. She asked nervously, "Qin Yu, does it hurt?" Qin Yu glanced at her. Jiang Xiaoxue had a very good figure and was estimated to be over 1.7 meters tall, a few centimeters taller than Su Xiaoxiao. In later times, she would have had a typical goddess figure. Of course, you must weigh at least 120 pounds. I am too small to handle it. You only weigh 120 pounds. Jiang Xiaoxue's face was full of anger and she was about to step on him again. Hey, what are you doing? Qin Yu quickly jumped away, landed on one foot, and held onto the tree beside him. Jiang Xiaoxue saw his funny look and knew that she had really hurt him, so she quickly asked, "Qin Yu, are you okay? It hurts a little." Qin Yu looked at the shoe prints on his shoes and sighed, "We have been deskmates for 3 years after all. Mina Step, a famous brand. How could you be so cruel? Let's go to the hospital." Jiang Xiaoxue's face turned pale. She didn't talk nonsense with him about whether it was a famous brand or not. She was obviously a little scared. No, it's not necessary. Qin Yu blinked and asked, how about you rub it for me? Maybe it will be better if you rub it. Who wants to rub your stinky feet? Jiang Xiaoxue looked disgusted. Qin Yu glanced at her little feet. Then you can let me rub yours. Question mark. Question mark. There was an awkward silence for a few seconds. In the setting sun, Jiang Xiaoxue's ears slowly turned red, and 2 blushes suddenly appeared on her delicate cheeks. She said angrily, okay, Qin Yu, you dare to act like a hooligan with me. Qin Yu's eyelids jumped and he quickly dodged her little JIO. Qin Yu, don't run. Filled with shame and anger, Jiang Xiaoxue completely went berserk, chasing Qin Yu through the grove. 10 minutes later. Jiang Xiaoxue was already running out of breath, her forehead was covered with beads of sweat. She held onto the tree with one hand, staring at Qin Yu with her beautiful eyes. Qin Yu was laughing as if nothing had happened, not even breathing, and even yawned. 10 minutes of exercise was just a warm-up for him. He is very persistent. Jiang Xiaoxue was immediately furious. Why was she out of breath like that? But he was fine. She always felt that her physical strength was quite good. She could complete all the physical education classes satisfactorily and never panted when running exercises every day. She felt like she had suffered a big blow and said angrily, you, wait until I have enough strength, I will definitely trample you to death. Qin Yu blinked and indicated that it was not impossible, but it depended on where he stepped. He shrugged his shoulders and said, okay, don't be angry. Where is your goddess image? Jiang Xiaoxue continued to kill Qin Yu with her eyes. Ever since she got hot-headed and took out the kitchen knife, she knew that her image in his mind had completely collapsed. Let it collapse, it's actually quite tiring to maintain my goddess image every day. The air became quiet, the breeze blew on the smiling willow branches, the scent of a young girl diffused in the evening breeze, and the faint fragrance was refreshing. Qin Yu looked at her with a smile. Jiang Xiaoxue held the tree with one hand. The early summer sunshine shone through the gaps in the leaves, and rays of light were reflected on the girl's cheeks, making her look incredibly beautiful. He really didn't expect that Jiang Xiaoxue had such a side to her. This is indeed good news. When you get in touch with the unknown side of a girl, you are one step closer to her heart. In the silence, Qin Yu suddenly said, actually, I'm not making fun of you. What? Jiang Xiaoxue raised her head and stared at Qin Yu. The girl's eyes reflected bright autumn waves. She vaguely sensed something and her heart began to beat faster. I actually accidentally sent that text message to a lot of people. Liu Qianhao, Zhang Gang, and Wang Yeye all received it. But, the target of my message was indeed you. Qin Yu stared at her extremely delicate face and said slowly and seriously, I like you, Jiang Xiaoxue. As soon as the words came out, Qin Yu felt his heart suddenly became countless times more relaxed. These words, which were spoken more than 10 years late, were finally spoken. The previous text message confession. I can only say that it was a bit funny. Who would confess their love through text messages? But now it has been made up. Jiang Xiaoxue was stunned, her bright eyes filled with disbelief, staring at Qin Yu in a daze. Qin Yu's mouth twitched. This confession was a complete failure. At least we should give him a card, right? The air became quiet again. Under Qin Yu's gaze, Jiang Xiaoxue's fair cheeks turned red visibly. There was a hint of confusion and imperceptible shyness in her eyes when she looked at Qin Yu. Her long eyelashes drooped, covering her bright eyes. Now it was his turn to be confused. No, Jiang Xiaoxue, the number of cards you have issued must be at least dozens, right? Why are you shy? As a classmate, Qin Yu had witnessed too many people being given cards by Jiang Xiaoxue. He could figure out the frequency. The card she used most often was the study-focused card, followed by the card that she didn't want to fall in love. In his previous life, he was too cautious and didn't muster up the courage to confess to her, so he didn't get any cards. This is something that will cause you lifelong regret. After rebirth, Qin Yu also wanted to experience the feeling of being given a card. But, something seems to be wrong. Jiang Xiaoxue, where is your card? You should send it. Chapter 10 Super, really super. In the setting sun, Jiang Xiaoxue's cheeks were white with a hint of rosy red, almost as red as blood. She did not give an answer immediately. Instead, she lowered her cheeks, her long eyelashes trembling, as if she was thinking. It was several seconds later that she raised her head, and there was still some confusion in her bright and beautiful eyes. After a long while, she opened her red lips and said, "Qin Yu, you know, I have other things I want to do, so I won't fall in love for the time being." The girl's light voice came with the breeze. "Very good, this is the 'I don't want to be in a relationship for now' card." Qin Yu was not at all surprised when he was rejected. Instead, he felt that this was the normal Jiang Xiaoxue. To describe it in 3 words, comfortable. He smiled and nodded. "I know, you want to make money, right?" Jiang Xiaoxue is extremely obsessed with making money. In her previous life, she was either making money or on her way to make money. In high school, as Qin Yu's deskmate, she once told him about her plans. She vowed that she would be completely independent in college and would not ask her family for a penny. At that time, her beautiful eyes were always as bright as stars. To this end, she distributed flyers and worked at KFC, and with the money she saved, she opened her first store in her senior year. Later, he successfully took advantage of the live streaming e-commerce platform and soared to success. Anyway, by the time Qin Yu was reborn, her net worth had reached 9 figures. Of course, she has always remained single. Shaking his head, Qin Yu returned to reality and stopped thinking about it. Judging from the current situation, I have been rejected, right? Although I had expected it, I still felt disappointed in the end. He was a little unwilling. Jiang Xiaoxue nodded slightly, her bright eyes shone with a complex luster that Qin Yu could not see through. It seems to be curious, and also seems to be surprised. I just said it casually at that time, but he actually remembered it. The gentle breeze blew the girl's soft hair. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yu's brain was working at high speed. He keenly realized that he had reached a crossroads of fate. If he didn't seize the opportunity, the two of them might become strangers just like in their previous life. The opportunity was fleeting. His brain simulated the movements of Pleasant Goat when he was thinking of an idea. His CPU was about to burn out. After a few seconds, his eyes finally lit up. "I also want to make money. If the monitor doesn't mind, how about we be partners?" He looked at her beautiful face and smiled. "Partner?" Jiang Xiaoxue blinked in confusion. "Well, it's hard to make money alone. Let's just be friends, right? Many hands make light work. We can start a business together and find ways to make money together." Qin Yu said this calmly, touching his head and smiling like a shy teenager. The action is quite accurate. Pretending to be innocent is a basic skill of a scumbag, and he has already mastered it to perfection. Is there pure friendship between men and women? Qin Yu didn't believe it anyway. In his previous life, he had dated a female doctor, with whom he got along very well. The two of them talked about everything from Qin Shi Huang to the founding of Sichuan province, and walked more than 100,000 steps a day as they chatted. In the end, the conversation ended up in bed. Qin Yu looked at Jiang Xiaoxue quietly. There was some hesitation on her pretty face, and she was thinking. Can. The breeze blew Jiang Xiaoxue's hair, and Qin Yu couldn't see her face clearly for a moment. But there was no way he could have mistaken her clear and pleasant voice. Qin Yu was a little surprised. Agree? He has been in love with Jiang Xiaoxue for several years and knows her quite well. After she went to college in her previous life, there were countless rich second-generation men pursuing her, but she would rather hand out flyers in the sun at over 30 degrees, and her fair skin was tanned. She also never had any ambiguous messages with any boy. There is no way she would become a partner with a boy just for money. So she has a crush on him, right? After reaching this conclusion, Qin Yu was confused for a moment. Is it because he is so charming and so popular? Up to now, among the love confession text messages sent, no one has rejected them, except those from relatives and men, and they have all been accepted. Why didn't he notice it in his previous life? Alas, there is nothing you can do about being handsome. Seeing that Qin Yu didn't say anything and was smiling strangely, the thin-skinned girl couldn't help but stare at him. What are you laughing at? Qin Yu had a meaningful smile on his face. Based on his experience, it seemed that Jiang Xiaoxue had a bit of a tsundere nature. Our relationship is now more than just classmates, right? The knot in his heart that had been knotting him for years was finally untied, and he couldn't help but speak more casually. Jiang Xiaoxue felt guilty when she was looked at and her face turned red. She scolded, "What do you mean by relationship beyond classmates? Don't think too much. I just happen to have insufficient capital, so I'm just asking you to make money together." Qin Yu didn't say anything, but just kept smiling, with the corners of his mouth almost curled up to the sky, turning him into a crooked-mouthed dragon king. "I regret it." She stamped her feet in shame and shouted angrily. Qin Yu was startled and quickly put away his smile. Squad leader, people should have a spirit of contract. Seeing his expression change instantly, Jiang Xiaoxue looked better, but still a little angry. Then she felt that Qin Yu was a little strange today. She glared at him and said, "Although I agreed, it also has conditions. Before college, we must earn enough. 10,000 yuan. If you can't do it, I will end my relationship with you immediately." Qin Yu smiled and nodded. 10,000 yuan? Wasn't that a bit too much of an underestimation of him as a reborn person? If I earn 10,000 yuan, I can surpass my classmates, right? Question mark. Jiang Xiaoxue felt that there was something wrong with Qin Yu's words, but she didn't know exactly what it was, so she continued to stare at him with wide eyes. Qin Yu was not afraid of this at all, and even thought that Jiang Xiaoxue looked a little cute when she was angry. Of course, beautiful women are cute no matter what they do, and ugly women are scary no matter what they do. After staring at her flawless face for a few seconds, Qin Yu was afraid that she would go berserk again, so he looked away and asked curiously, "Why are you so obsessed with money?" He had wanted to ask this question for a long time. In his previous life, he thought that if he had money he had everything, so he worked very hard to make money. When he had more money than he could spend in a lifetime, he did get things that he had never had before. Beautiful women, luxury cars, mansions. He indulged in these sensual pleasures for a while, but in the end all he got was a deeper sense of emptiness. After being reborn, everything can start all over again, and Qin Yu doesn't care so much about money anymore. There are many things that cannot be bought with money. I have agreed with my parents that I will live completely independently after college, and they will no longer interfere with anything I do. When talking about this, Jiang Xiaoxue looked a little unhappy. From childhood to adulthood, her parents had made very detailed plans for her life trajectory, including which high school she should attend, which university she should attend, and even which civil service exam she should take in the future and what kind of partner she should find. She said nothing on the surface, but she was actually very resistant inside. Qin Yu nodded to show that he understood. If parents interfere too much with their children, it will only stimulate their children's rebelliousness. Talking back means, "I'm doing this for your own good, you're still young, you don't understand, I'm your mother, how can I hurt you?" They are just using moral kidnapping to carry out PUA. Blood pressure soars. He thought, maybe there is a seed of rebellion in every good girl's heart. "You're okay with the college entrance exam. My grades have reached a bottleneck, and I just need to make sure I can consolidate my grades every day." Qin Yu didn't understand the world of good students, but he knew that in addition to hard work, talent and IQ were the most important in the college entrance examination. He has seen people who get up early and go to bed late every day, and study late into the night, but just can't get into an undergraduate program. He has also seen people who slept in class every day, hung out in internet cafes, and dated, and finally easily got into a 985 university. The gap between people is sometimes even bigger than that between people and dogs. Of course, most people are ordinary people, and they still have to work hard for the college entrance examination. But for top students like Jiang Xiaoxue, there may really be a bottleneck. The air fell silent again. Jiang Xiaoxue's face was calm, and her eyes were staring at the slender willow branches beside her. Qin Yu suddenly realized that the two of them had little to talk about, so he asked again, "What are you going to do?" Jiang Xiaoxue reached out and stroked the note, breaking it with a snap. She played with it with her fingers and sighed softly, "I haven't thought about it yet. There is very little that high school students can do now, especially in a small county like Maixian. In a few years, it will become a famous national poverty-stricken county with almost no emerging industries. If high school students want to make money, they can work as waiters in restaurants or go to factories. Jiang Xiaoxue is a good student and might be able to be a tutor, but she hasn't graduated yet and doesn't have that much time." But Qin Yu had too many ideas of making money in his mind. Now it was 2009, and the internet had already emerged and had great potential. The easiest way is to open an online store. Currently, most people have backward thinking and not many people have tried new things, but it is easy to start one with some capital. If the capital is sufficient, you can also invest in a Dianshongdian milk tea shop. All in all, there are a lot of plans. But he was not stupid enough to say it directly. Fishing should be done slowly, especially when it comes to a white moonlight like Jiang Xiaoxue. He winked at her and said jokingly, then we should keep in touch more often, think of more ways to make money, and keep talking on the phone for at least 25 hours a day. What a mess. Jiang Xiaoxue's pretty face flushed slightly, and she proudly raised her snow-white neck, humming noncommittally, what good ideas can you have? In the past few years of high school, what else have you done except fighting? Qin Yu smiled awkwardly and did not refute. As the sky gradually darkened and the sun set, the afterglow of the sunset painted the small county town with a layer of golden light. The kitchen knife was waiting for her at home, so Jiang Xiaoxue tidied her clothes and left with her school bag. In the setting sun, the shadow behind the girl was infinitely extended. Qin Yu stared at her back for a long time and was silent for a while. In their previous life, the two drifted apart after graduation. Although they occasionally kept in touch, they could not be said to be friends. It shouldn't happen in this life, right? Chapter 11 Online Store and the Code in Code Project. As soon as I got home, Jiang Xiaoxue couldn't wait to greet me. How about it? Qin Yu was a little speechless and said, she has already fallen under my charm. Jiang Xiaoxue opened her mouth, a little shocked, but when she looked at the two shoe prints on Qin Yu's shoes, she couldn't help laughing out loud. Har har, son, stop having unrealistic fantasies. Jiang Xiaoxue laughed wantonly for a few times, then turned to be disappointed with her. Xiaoxiao is such a good girl, why don't you try your best? If you can get into college, Mom will propose marriage to you right now. Qin Yu blinked. Mom, didn't you tell me not to fall in love too early? Yes, but you can first establish a relationship with Xiaoxiao, and then fall in love after the college entrance examination. Don't you think about it? When you go to college, Xiaoxiao will be surrounded by outstanding boys. Do you still have a chance? Jiang Xiaoxue's expression was serious, and she didn't seem to be joking. Qin Yu. Qin Yu was certain that this was his biological mother. He was too lazy to think about what image he had in his mother's mind. He silently wiped off the two small shoe prints and found that Qin Zhigang was not in the room. He asked, where's my dad? Jiang Xiaoxue's face suddenly darkened. I don't know which leader she went to socialize with. Qin Yu frowned slightly. Qin Zhigang had been socializing at the drinking table for many years, and his blood pressure must have been high for a long time, which is why he suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage when he was in his sophomore year. It has to be corrected quickly, at least it has to attract the attention of his parents and let Qin Zhigang take antihypertensive drugs. Long-acting antihypertensive drugs have few side effects and stable effects. If they really don't work, dual or triple therapy can be used. Qin Yu had the leftovers from lunch for dinner. He ate it with gusto, but only realized his stomach was a little bloated after eating. You will never get tired of Mom's taste. After eating, he helped Jiang Xiaoxue clean up and chose not to go out. As a small county in the 18th tier, the school structure in Maixian is very simple. Number 1 middle school is a public high school in the county, and number 2 and number 3 middle schools are public junior high schools. Their high school entrance examination is approaching, and Qian Litong will live in the number 2 middle school dormitory on weekdays. Su Xiaoxiao is alone at home, so he decided to go find her then. He went to the bathroom and took a shower, and found that his body had become much stronger. Although he often went to internet cafes, his physical fitness was still pretty good. He didn't have abdominal muscles, but his muscles were very firm. He is ready to take his health seriously. In my previous life, when I was in my 30s, I started to have all kinds of health problems. I couldn't die, but I couldn't live well either. It was really torturous. After putting on his clothes, Qin Yu came to the mirror and wiped his hair. In the mirror was a fresh young man. In fact, his face shape was very handsome, but he had a 3mm bangs, which seriously affected his appearance. Qin Yu decided to grow his hair. In his previous life, with the help of a nan, he transformed himself into a handsome young man. He was often approached by young ladies on the street. Now of course he had to pay attention to it. I've been reborn, and I don't want to become a male god, but I have to change my image, right? Jiang Xiaoxue was watching TV in the living room. Qin Yu took a quick glance and it seemed to be a family ethics drama. He had no interest and went back to the bedroom. He lay flat on his bed, stretched out like a big letter Z, looking like a salted fish. After taking a nap in the afternoon, the alcohol had worn off and his mind was extremely clear. I have to admit that things are a bit mysterious, but he also accepted this setting. What should I do next? Now that I'm reborn, I might as well enjoy life. In my previous life, I gave up many things in order to make money and to get ahead in life. Of course, you have to make money in this life, otherwise you won't be able to support the girls around you. But it's enough to spend, there is no need to sacrifice too much time for money. It turns out that you should have more romance and try to make up for the regrets of your past life, right? Su Xiaoxue, this childhood sweetheart who is as vulnerable as a rabbit, will never let her get hurt again. Jiang Xiaoxue, the white moonlight of my previous life, is still heartwarming to meet again. She is no longer out of reach in this life. Besides, her fate in her previous life was so tragic. Can I rewrite her ending? And Nan, cherish life and stay away from being a yander. Just as he was thinking about it, Qin Yu suddenly thought of the shiny kitchen knife in Jiang Xiaoxue's hand, and he couldn't help but shudder. He didn't make excuses for himself, such as protection or rewriting the ending. To put it bluntly, he just wanted to be a scumbag. But then I thought, I have been reborn, and I am the child of destiny, so I should not be stabbed, right? Oh, QQ love. Just as I was daydreaming, the cell phone rang out of the blue. He took out his Nokia and looked carefully, and the words, Cousin Qin Zheng, appeared on the screen. Qin Zheng, the son of Uncle Qin Yu. The two are 8 years apart in age. He is already married and has a big fat boy. Of course, he also received Qin Yu's confession text message. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? He's lying down at home. Xiaoyu, are you graduating soon? I have a batch of e-books here. Can you promote them to your classmates? Alumni directory. Qin Yu remembered that his uncle Qin Jiyuan's family ran a stationery store and the business was pretty good. All the stationery he used on a daily basis came from his uncle's house, and he would occasionally sell some stationery to his classmates. He thought for a moment and asked, Cousin, how much do you sell your e-book for? Qin Zheng replied, there are several types, 10 yuan, 15 yuan, 20 yuan, and the best one is 31 yuan. The workmanship is very exquisite. You can give it to a girl to express your love for her. The success rate will definitely be high. Depend on. Qin Zheng had been a soldier and had a straightforward personality. Qin Yu thought he would not mention this matter again, but he did not expect Qin Zheng with thick eyebrows and big eyes to mock him. He chose to ignore the last sentence and said, how about this, cousin, it's almost the end of the semester and everyone is in great demand for stationery. Not only e-books, but also other stationery. You tell me a price, and I'll help you sell it and make the difference. Okay, so you're thinking about making money now. Qin Zheng smiled and said, if you really want to do it, please take some time to come to the store to discuss it. Okay, I'll go over after class tomorrow. No problem, I'll wait for you in the store. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yu's thoughts were wandering. Does this mean money? He is still very optimistic about online stores. As a backward region, most people in the coal mining provinces had not yet witnessed the power of Taobao in 2009. It was relatively easy to run an online store at that time, and with some marketing methods in later generations, it was still easy to earn some pocket money every month. Fulfilling Jiang Xiaoxue's promise is no problem. He remembered that in his previous life, something happened to his uncle's family and the store was eventually closed. His cousin, who was already in his 30s, was forced to go to the city to work in a factory. After being reborn, I will help if I can. It's a win-win situation after all. But to open an online store, you also need startup capital. Speaking of money, he suddenly remembered something, jumped out of bed and lifted up the old bedboard. With a creaking sound and a pungent smell of dust, the bedboard was lifted up. There is a red envelope underneath. The red envelope had faded, so Qin Yu quickly took it out and checked it. There were many $100 bills in it. I counted them and there were 10 in total. This is all his belongings. He started saving it in the first year of high school and has continued to save until now. All of his New Year's money from the past few years is here. He thought he had hidden it very secretly until he asked his parents for money to buy a computer after graduation. Jiang Xiaoxue said, you have saved a lot of money under your bed. Calculate how much you still need. Qin Yu was completely dumbfounded at that time. Only then did he realize that he had no secrets at all from his parents. I still remember that when I was a child, I stole my mother's money to buy black spiders to blow up the toilet. She looked at her wallet and didn't say anything. He thought he had kept it a secret, but in fact the parents knew everything and were just trying to save face for their child. Qin Yu smiled as he took out 10 bills and put them in his trouser pocket. It's also a huge sum of money. He was about to close the bed when he suddenly found a novel under it. The paper quality was extremely poor. This kind of novel cost 10 yuan a copy and was very thick. Qin Yu remembered that he and Zhongdang often bought them together, and each took half a copy after tearing it open. At that time, there was no question of plot coherence, so it was just for fun. Especially when going to the toilet, take half of the book with you. When your legs feel numb from squatting, just tear off a few pages to wipe your butt. It feels so good. Of course, the quality of the book was not satisfactory. Missing pages, double images, and missed prints were all minor problems. What Qin Yu found most difficult to accept was the mistakes made halfway through printing. It was a good romance novel, and the hero and heroine were supposed to kiss, but suddenly they were fighting in the Soul Palace, which left him stunned. But no matter what, this is his youth. Qin Yu picked it up with great interest, opened the first page and started reading. XX's high school grades were not ideal. When he saw the first sentence, he decided to live in Bengbu and couldn't help but look at it a few more times. I have to say, it's a classic. I don't know how long he had been looking at it, but Qin Yu's phone suddenly vibrated. He opened it and found that it was sent by Su Xiaoxiao. I had chicken soup and rice tonight. It was delicious. Thank you. Her soft voice seemed to ring in his ears, and Qin Yu smiled and replied, I will cook with you at noon tomorrow, remember to wait for me. Chapter 12, Class Monitor, Did you reward yourself? The small county town is a bit lonely at night, with not many lights. Occasionally, a vendor pushes a cart and shouts a few words. A young girl was leaning against the head of the bed, hugging a panda pillow, sniffing her nose, her eyes frighteningly red and swollen. On her left-hand side was an exquisitely coded diary. Nan has been crying for the entire afternoon since she finished her phone call with Qin Yu. Crunch. The door slowly opened, and a middle-aged woman gently pushed the door open and walked in with dinner. Her name was Liuxian, and she was Nan's mother. Liuxian sat down beside the bed and looked at her daughter with great distress. Nan, stop crying. Tell Mom, who bullied you. No. Nan stretched out her little hand and wiped her face, leaving several scratches on her tearful cheek, making her look like a tabby cat. She sniffed, Mom, I'm fine. Liuxian shook her head. She was an experienced person and naturally knew that her daughter was emotionally hurt. In fact, no one knows a daughter better than her mother. She had already noticed that her daughter had someone she liked. Nan always smiles foolishly at the air from time to time. She also has her own code book, which she treasures very much. I take time to write in my diary every day, and every time I write, the expression on my face is focused and sweet. The girl's look when she is in love is exactly the same as when she was in love. Nan, was your confession rejected? She fed her porridge with a spoon, and was furious. I really don't know who would reject our Nan. They are so blind. In Liuxian's eyes, Nan's appearance is absolutely perfect. From childhood to adulthood, who wouldn't praise their own daughter for her good looks? In the end, their confession was rejected. No. Nan shook her head bitterly. She didn't even have the chance to confess her feelings. Her first love ended before it even began. She drank a mouthful of porridge and frowned. Mom, this porridge is so sour. Liuxian was stunned, then shook his head with a wry smile. Although people in coal-producing provinces love vinegar, this is sweet a treasure porridge, and no vinegar is added at all. Nan stopped drinking and sniffed hard, feeling the air was sour. Etc. The next moment, Nan's expression suddenly froze and he stared at Liuxian in a daze. Liuxian was shocked by her expression. Was her daughter stupid? She quickly asked, Nan, what's wrong? Nan seemed not to have heard what she said. He was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly burst into laughter. A beautiful smile appeared on his chubby cheeks, and his two dimples were extremely cute. Yes, confessing is not a big deal. Jiang Xiaoxue is a well-known beauty in No. 1 middle school. She is good at studying, has a good family background, and a good personality. She has many suitors, including rich second generations, academic masters, and handsome men. Although Anand felt that Qin Yu was good enough, no, the best. But there was also a chance that he would be rejected by Jiang Xiaoxue, this hateful, conceited, and arrogant woman, right? As her thoughts flowed, she suddenly felt that the whole world was bright again. The human world is saved, and the porridge in my mouth becomes sweet. It's nothing, Mom, I'm really fine. She wiped away a few tears and was full of energy again. Liuxian looked puzzled, but felt that Anand was not pretending, so he had to put down the porridge in his hand. I left your dinner here, remember to eat it. Aha! Anand nodded heavily. After Liuxian left, she quickly picked up the diary that she had thrown on the bed, held it in her arms, then got out of bed and ran to the desk. The so-called password diary is actually crudely made and easier to crack than a suitcase. In fact, it can be opened with just a slight pull of brute force. Anand entered the password skillfully, and with a click, the diary opened. The delicate small characters were densely written, filling up nearly half of the notebook. 2009, February 3rd, light snow, winter vacation. Today is New Year's Eve, light snow, people are setting off firecrackers, it's a bit noisy, I waited for a long time, but the senior didn't wish me a happy new year. Hee, the senior must be embarrassed, so I'll send a text message, Happy New Year Senior. 2009, February 18th, sunny, school started today. I finally got to see my senior. I haven't seen him for a whole winter vacation. I wonder how he is doing. Has his hair grown longer? I think he would be very handsome if he didn't have short hair, but I don't dare to tell him. I was so excited that I didn't sleep all night. I went to the school gate to wait for him at 6 in the morning. My legs were frozen, but my senior's attitude towards me was so cold. But I was very satisfied to be able to meet him. 2009, February 25th, cloudy, senior's birthday finally arrived. The courier of the gift was a little slow, it only arrived a few days ago, almost delayed it. The gift is a watch I have been eyeing for a long time, senior must look very handsome wearing it, but, senior actually refused, I have saved up pocket money for half a year. I wanted to cry, but then I thought, senior said thank you to me, he must have me in his heart, he was just afraid that I would spend money, senior you are so considerate. 2009, April 8th, sunny, my senior sent me a text message confessing his love for me today. I was so happy that I was going crazy. I dialed the wrong number when I called 1111, but he ignored me all morning. At noon, he even said that he sent the message to the wrong person. My senior is such a fool, I can't stand it anymore. The 4 words, I can't stand it anymore, in the last sentence were written a little distorted, and there were traces of tears on the surrounding paper. She quickly scribbled with a pen and changed it into the 3 words, I endured it. Then she continued writing. I already knew that the senior likes Jiang Xiaoxue. Anand, how can you waver in your love for the senior just because of such a small matter? Jiang Xiaoxue will definitely not agree. I still have a chance. Even if she agrees, I can snatch her away. After finishing writing, Anand felt her mind much more relaxed. She carefully took out a photo from the card slot on the back page of the diary. In the photo, Qin Yu is looking up at the clouds in the sky. The boy has a focused expression and clear facial contours. He cannot be said to be very handsome, but he has a sunny and youthful look. A sweet and strange smile appeared on Anand's face. Hee, senior, I really like you, you must be mine. A dreamless night. Qin Yu opened his eyes and stared at the Naruto poster on the wall. After a few minutes, he confirmed that he had indeed returned to 2009. It was just past 6 o'clock, but the sky was already bright. He didn't plan to sleep anymore, so he opened the curtains. The blue sky was very clear. It was another good day today. He took a breath, and the fresh air flowed into his lungs, making him feel refreshed. The quality of sleep during adolescence is still very good. No matter how tired you are, you will be fully restored after a good night's sleep. It's not like when I was in my 30s, when I had trouble falling asleep and even after sleeping I still felt sleepy, as if I hadn't slept at all. His parents were still fast asleep. He opened the closet, changed into a black tight sportswear, washed up quickly, tiptoed downstairs, and headed towards the school. In his previous life, Qin Yu became a typical otaku after going to college. As long as he was not starving to death, he would never go downstairs. Naturally, my physical condition is not very good. I have lumbar muscle strain, cervical spondylosis, chronic gastritis, and almost no good part of my body. Later, I consulted an old Chinese doctor for treatment for a long time and finally I recovered. By the way, the time was also adjusted to be a little longer. After his rebirth, Qin Yu planned to exercise his body in advance. My county is just a small county town in the 18th tier. The county's parks and gymnasium are still under construction. If you want to run, only the school has a playground and a 400-meter track. Qin Yu's physical condition is actually not bad. He is 1.85 meters tall and weighs 75 kilograms. Unfortunately, he has been hanging out in internet cafes all day since he entered high school, and his physical fitness has declined a lot. However, his explosive power is still there, and he is not inferior to anyone in a fight. The muddy cement road extended all their way into the campus. Qin Yu looked at the familiar buildings, feeling a little dazed. The doorman has already started cleaning. The education in Cole County is relatively relaxed, with morning and evening self-study sessions only 1 month before the college entrance examination. When the principal is replaced next year, it will be implemented throughout the entire school and the study time will be greatly extended. Of course, that has nothing to do with Qin Yu anymore. He doesn't care even if he has to study 25 hours a day, and he even agrees with it. After all, he has graduated, it's none of his business. There were not many people on the playground, no students at all, but there were a few old men from the surrounding area exercising there. He took a deep breath and ran around the playground. He felt his steps were extremely light and his body was full of energy, which was not comparable to that of later generations. Ha! Qin Yu had just run a few steps when he suddenly saw a familiar figure. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he was dazzled, but when he looked carefully, it was indeed Jiang Xiaoxue. She was wearing a pink and white sportswear, and the same white sneakers as yesterday. Her long hair was tied into a braid and draped softly behind her back, rising and falling with her movements. At this time, she didn't know how long she had been running, and there seemed to be some sweat on her forehead. She once again regained her appearance as a cool goddess, with an elegant temperament and perfect cheeks that were slightly rosy but without any expression. As she ran, a few thin strands of hair stuck to her face. Morning, monitor. Qin Yu. Jiang Xiaoxue was startled and frightened by Qin Yu. She lost her pace and almost fell. When he got closer, Qin Yu saw that her eyes were no longer as bright as usual, but were full of bloodshot and had some dark circles under them. Damn, what did you do? Did you reward yourself too much? Qin Yu was shocked. Seeing her look so haggard, he guessed that she hadn't slept all night. What to reward yourself? Jiang Xiaoxue blinked her eyes blankly, feeling puzzled, and shook her head. I'm fine. Qin Yu ran side by side with her and asked, why are you jogging in the morning all of a sudden? Jiang Xiaoxue's home is not very close to the school. It takes 15 minutes to walk there. He searched his entire brain, but could not remember any memory of her liking sports. Hearing this, her face turned red and she glared at Qin Yu fiercely with her starry eyes. None of your business. After saying that, she gritted her teeth and suddenly started to speed up. She suddenly came over to run laps for 2 reasons. The first was that she was hit hard by Qin Yu yesterday, and she didn't believe that the physical gap between her and Qin Yu would be so big. Another reason was, she felt a little regretful. First of all, my image has completely collapsed. Apart from her best friend, she is the second person who knows her underside. Secondly, although she rejected Qin Yu, she actually agreed to become a partner with him. Impulse is the devil. To sum up, after returning home yesterday, she felt so ashamed and angry when she thought about it that she couldn't sleep at all. She was numb with shame and rolled around on the bed with her teddy bear. As a result, she rolled around until dawn. It's such a simple thing, can't this man think about it? Also, why can he be as calm as usual after just confessing his love? Jiang Xiaoxue became angrier the more she thought about it. She glared at him again, her bright eyes filled with anger. Question mark. Qin Yu blinked in confusion. Even he sometimes couldn't understand a woman's train of thought. Maybe, this is what Sunder is. Sure enough, she rewarded herself yesterday, right? The early morning summer breeze blew into the flowers and plants, emitting a faint fragrance of flowers and plants. Qin Yu followed Jiang Xiaoxue slowly, watching her braids swaying with her movements. Maixian No. 1 Middle School has a rule that students cannot have long hair, and the Academic Affairs Office usually turns a blind eye to it. Female students think of various ways to avoid it, and the best way is to tie their hair into braids so that it won't be too conspicuous. As it turned out, Jiang Xiaoxue's physical strength was really not that good. After accelerating for less than a few minutes, she was panting and a little overwhelmed. On the other hand, Qin Yu ran a few laps without feeling out of breath at all. Young people have strong physical strength, especially aerobic exercise, which is very long-lasting. Half an hour later. Hoo-hoo! The girl was already running out of breath, her face red, her hands on her knees, bent over, and stared at Qin Yu unwillingly. Qin Yu was speechless. Why are you glaring at me? I know you have beautiful eyes. But he was a little dazed. The girl's eyes were as charming as stars, especially when she glared at people. The corners of her eyes would be slightly raised, which was somewhat captivating. Qin Yu was not angry at all, he was even a little fascinated. When she regained some strength, he asked with a smile, "Class monitor, where is your goddess image?" I am like this, what's wrong?" Jiang Xiaoxue scolded tenderly, and completely gave up on maintaining her image in front of Qin Yu. "This stinky man, can't he run slower?" Looking at her angry face, Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh and said, "If you can't run, just stop early. I know you are competitive, but why are you competing? Aren't boys stronger than girls?" Jiang Xiaoxue snorted lightly and pouted her lips in dissatisfaction, indicating that she had accepted the fact. Sure enough, boys are still awesome. Qin Yu took out his cell phone and checked the time. It was past 7 o'clock and students had already started arriving at school. I have to say that Jiang Xiaoxue is really beautiful, especially when her face is rosy and attractive after exercise. Her beautiful appearance makes many boys cast vague glances at her. They pretended to be looking at the scenery, or curiously looked at the old men doing morning exercises in the playground, but in fact they were coming for her. These people think they are disguising themselves very well, but in fact, girls are very sensitive to gazes. Jiang Xiaoxue frowned slightly, smoothed her hair that was stuck to her forehead by sweat, pouted her lips, and planned to go home. Qin Yu walked out of the school with her. "Have you had breakfast?" "No." "Let's eat together." "No." Jiang Xiaoxue shook her head and refused. Having breakfast alone with a boy is already a very intimate act in that simple little county town. "I'm just inviting you to drink some soy milk, as a token of my wish for a pleasant cooperation between us." Qin Yu's face once again showed a simple and hearty smile, with a bit of shyness that only teenagers have. "Good." Jiang Xiaoxue nodded slowly, feeling very shy and embarrassed as she was about to deduct a 3-bedroom apartment. Why did I go crazy yesterday? I promised him something like partnership. It's so embarrassing. Chapter 13 Soy Milk Uncle. Number 1 Middle School is located in the center of the coal county town. There are many mobile vendors in front of the school, selling all kinds of breakfast. Many office workers come here specifically for breakfast. Qin Yu has been preparing his own breakfast since he entered junior high school. Qin Yu sat down with Jiang Xiaoxue in front of a soy milk stall and shouted to a man, "Uncle, give me 2 cups of soy milk and 2 fried dough sticks." The soy milk uncle nodded, "Okay." Breakfast is still very cheap nowadays. Soy milk and fried dough sticks are both 50 cents, which adds up to only $1, and the portion is quite large. There were many people around, and Jiang Xiaoxue instantly turned back into her goddess look, with a cold expression, a straight back, and an elegant and dignified posture. The boss quickly served breakfast, and she said politely with an impeccable smile, "Thank you." Qin Yu was surprised at her transformation speed. It would be a waste of talent if he didn't learn face changing from Sichuan province. He pointed at the dough sticks and said, "It's a little thick, eat slowly." Jiang Xiaoxue maintained her goddess look and glared at him quietly with her bright eyes. Qin Yu exclaimed in his heart, could it be that she understood? Annan's face suddenly appeared in front of him. In front of a female hooligan, boys are all scum. In fact, girls no more than boys. He quickly shook his head and took a sip of soy milk. It still tasted the same as before. The soy milk from this stall was not that delicious, but he had eaten there for 5 or 6 years in his previous life, so he missed it a little now. By the time he went to college, the word breakfast disappeared from his dictionary. When he returned to Meijian County a few years later, the soy milk stall was gone. Qin Yu finished a fried dough stick in a few bites. Jiang Xiaoxue had only eaten half of the fried dough stick when he wiped his mouth and stared at her without blinking. Once Jiang Xiaoxue gets herself ready, she is definitely a perfect goddess. Gently open her rosy little mouth, put the fried dough stick in, then bite her silver teeth lightly to make a small hole in the fried dough stick, and then start to chew it slowly. What is elegance? This is elegance. Jiang Xiaoxue took a few small bites and found that Qin Yu was staring at her, and her face turned red. What are you looking at? She asked, a little annoyed. It depends on you. Qin Yu's answer was very simple. Jiang Xiaoxue's face turned completely red, even her fair ears were red. The people in my county are simple and honest, and their thinking is generally very conservative. Qin Yu's words are equivalent to a confession. She nervously pinched the chopsticks in her hand and quickly looked away. Why does Qin Yu seem like a different person? Although Qin Yu had fought and hung out in internet cafes in the past, he was still relatively honest. He was even more reserved in front of her and didn't dare to say a few words to her. In the years that they had been desk mates, he had blushed more often than she had. When did he become so aggressive? She suppressed her pounding heart, deliberately put on a straight face, and said in a low voice, Qin Yu, we are just classmates. If you say this again, I will be angry. Looking at her somewhat shy face, Qin Yu smiled indifferently. Sunder's words should be interpreted in the opposite way. She said she was going to be angry because she wanted to hear more. We are not just classmates, we are desk mates and partners. Anyway, we are much closer than classmates. Qin Yu did not admit what she said about classmates. Didn't she even admit what she said? They were just slightly close classmates, and they were still classmates. Anyway, you can't do anything out of the ordinary. Jiang Xiaoxue's face flushed. She had never seen anyone so shameless, but she could do nothing about it. If she wanted to blame someone, she could only blame herself for being too impulsive yesterday. Okay, we're just a little intimate. Qin Yu showed a smug smile that made her unhappy, and then asked curiously, aren't you tired of being so polite every day? None of your business. Jiang Xiaoxue scolded tenderly, and her voice was a little high. Several students in the uniform of number 1 middle school looked over, and she quickly put away the expression on her pretty face. When the sight disappeared, she continued to glare at Qin Yu fiercely, you are not allowed to tell others, and you are not allowed to say such misleading words again, otherwise I will ignore you. The girl's threat had no deterrent effect at all. Qin Yu squinted his eyes and said, okay, I certainly won't tell anyone. Who would have known that the class monitor who appears to be dignified and quiet has such a dark side behind him? Bang! Jiang Xiaoxue kicked her little feet directly from under the table and glared at Qin Yu. Although she didn't understand, these words sounded strange and were definitely not good words. Qin Yu was kicked in the knee, but the force was light. She was probably frightened by what happened yesterday and didn't dare to use more force. She just rubbed it with the tip of her shoe. Don't worry, I'm the only one who knows this unknown side of you. Ouch! Qin Yu took a deep breath and looked down at the shoe prints on her undershoes. This time she was using more force. Jiang Xiaoxue snorted softly, as if she had won, and raised her delicate chin proudly. The next moment, she suddenly came to her senses and her face blushed with shame. The way she looks now, isn't she just flirting with Qin Yu? No, this will definitely be misunderstood by others. She put down the chopsticks in her hand and said seriously, Qin Yu, I want to make 3 rules with you. You are not allowed to mention us in school. We are partners. When she heard the word partner, she felt like her shame was about to explode. No problem. Seeing her serious expression, Qin Yu agreed. He is a veteran in the love field. Jiang Xiaoxue obviously has some feelings for him, but it is obviously not enough to go further. She is thin-skinned and a bit arrogant. If other people say a few words to her at this time, she will easily turn their relationship back to that of ordinary classmates out of shame and anger. Anyway, the college entrance examination is coming soon, so I might as well experience the ignorance of youth. After breakfast, Jiang Xiaoxue wiped her mouth with a tissue, tilted her neck, glared at Qin Yu again, and then went home proudly, her braids swinging behind her, and gradually disappeared in the crowd. Qin Yu shook his head and laughed, and also walked towards home. After taking a few steps, he saw a familiar figure. Su Xiaoxia was pushing a women's bicycle. She was wearing a black and white school uniform. Her thin body could not support it and it was loose. The school uniform of experimental middle school is obviously different from that of number 1 middle school, and her figure is particularly conspicuous among the students of number 1 middle school. Xiaoxiao. Hearing their voice, Su Xiaoxiao looked over and her peach blossom eyes brightened. Breakfast. Su Xiaoxiao nodded her head. People in the staff quarters of number 1 middle school generally eat breakfast outside, and few people cook it themselves. Breakfast stalls are cheap and delicious. It's so hard to cook at home. What is the point? Qin Yu asked, what do you want to eat? Su Xiaoxiao said weakly, soy milk. Qin Yu was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, okay, let's eat together. In front of the soy milk stall. Qin Yu took Su Xiaoxiao to sit down in the same seat as before. The stool was still warm. He called out, Uncle, give me 2 cups of soy milk and 2 fried dough sticks. Okay. The soy milk uncle responded subconsciously, then looked at Qin Yu in a daze, rubbed his eyes, and then made sure that he had not recognized the wrong person. Moreover, it seems that the girl next to this boy has changed. Qin Yu, however, remained calm and expressionless. It's a small scene, no big problem. A few minutes later, the uncle brought the fried dough sticks and soy milk with an expressionless face. It's a little hot, let me blow it for you. Qin Yu blew on the soy milk and handed it to her when it was no longer hot. Su Xiaoxiao blushed, lowered her head, and ate obediently. Her eating posture was not as elegant as Jiang Xiaoxue's, but she also ate in small bites, leaving small marks, just like a little rabbit gnawing on vegetables. A minute later, Qin Yu finished another breakfast without any pressure. As for soy milk and fried dough sticks, 1 serving 1 tea make you feel hungry and can sustain you until noon, and 2 servings will just make you feel full and not too stressful. He did the same thing as before, staring at the girl in front of him. Su Xiaoxiao obviously wouldn't glare back like Jiang Xiaoxue did, but her pretty face was getting redder and redder, and her little head was getting lower and lower, almost buried in her school uniform. Qin Yu was satisfied with the sight and grinned, give me the key, I will prepare lunch in advance at noon. No, I can do it myself. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. She didn't like causing trouble for others. Her attitude was very firm, which gave Qin Yu a headache. Su Xiaoxiao looked soft and sticky, but it was really hard to convince her. His brain worked at the speed of light, and his eyes lit up. Then I want to eat the dishes you cook, is that okay? I heard that you are a good cook, and I have wanted to try it for a long time. Give me the key first, and I will help you wash some dishes in advance. This time, Su Xiaoxiao nodded without any hesitation, and took out a security door key from her pocket. Her decisive action surprised Qin Yu a little. He took the key and put it in his trouser pocket. Then he couldn't help thinking about it. If Tian Litong knew, she would probably go crazy, right? Sorry, your little cotton jacket is leaking. He gave up the bad idea of showing off in front of Tian Litong. After accompanying Su Xiaoxiao to finish breakfast, she had to hurry to school. The experimental middle school and the staff quarters of the number 1 middle school were far apart, and it would take 20 minutes to ride a bike. See you at noon. Qin Yu looked at her back and began to look forward to today's lunch. He remembered that Su Xiaoxiao liked sweet food, so what should he cook for lunch? He was about to turn around and go home when suddenly, a cold female voice sounded behind him. Xenia, who was that girl just now? Chapter 14. She is not pretending at all. The voice was too familiar. Qin Yu seemed to have triggered a muscle reaction. His body trembled violently and he stood still. Without hesitation or looking back, he walked straight towards home. Xenia. A young girl trotted a few steps, and with a wave of movement, she quickly came in front of Qin Yu. The girl's face has a little bit of baby fat, but her skin is fair and rosy, and her long black hair is tied into unique twin ponytails, adding a bit of liveliness and cuteness. Of course, the most noteworthy thing about the girl is her 2 big bodies. Even the school uniform jacket that conceal 90% of the girls has its outline propped up, which is somewhat surprising. Several times more terrifying than Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Xiaoxue. Qin Yu looked at the familiar mountains, oh no, it was this extremely familiar childish face, and felt a little dazed. It was this girl who had been deeply hurt by him in his previous life, causing her to completely become a yandere. It was the girl whom he had just called and made cry in Nan. She is still a little immature now and has not fully grown up. In another 1 or 2 years, her beauty will reach its peak. By then, I might be able to fight against Jiang Xiaoxue. And Nan's eyes were big and clear like a deer's, always with a lively and cunning look in them. But now they were a little red and swollen, and full of bloodshot. I'm afraid she cried for a long time yesterday. Qin Yu took a deep breath and pretended to be surprised. Oh, Nan? Why are you here? What a coincidence. Senior, you clearly saw me. Nan pouted in dissatisfaction, his eyes were quite resentful, and his tone was a little angry. The soy milk man standing by opened his mouth, expressing his shock. Is this how young people play nowadays? How could 3 good girls like this fall for a scumbag? Qin Yu shifted his gaze from a certain part of her body and said, It's getting late. I'm going home to change into my school uniform. Nan looked at Qin Yu and asked, Senior, did you go running? You are worthy of being my senior. You come out to exercise so early, much better than other boys. Nan blinked her big eyes, her face slightly red. Well, senior, how about I wash your clothes for you? Need not. Qin Yu glanced at her. Har har, the fox's tail is exposed, he still doesn't know her? If I really gave her the clothes, who knows what she would do? He didn't bother to pay attention to her and walked straight home. Nan let out a regretful sound and felt a little lost, but he soon cheered up and hurriedly jogged to catch up. Senior, the girl just now was wearing the school uniform of experimental middle school. Is she Su Xiaoxue? Did you send your confession text message to her? You should like Jiang Xiaoxue more, right? Qin Yu ignored her, but Nan was in high spirits and chattered non-stop. He felt a headache and said speechlessly, It's not for you anyway. I know. Nan did not become depressed as Qin Yu expected. Instead, she smiled slyly. Jiang Xiaoxue didn't agree to you, did she, senior? Qin Yu did not comment and said, Nan, you will affect my studies and ruin my life. Nan blinked innocently. You found out all this. You really deserve to be my senior. It's over. She's not pretending anymore. Qin Yu frowned slightly. Although Nan's personality was a bit yander, she would not really attack other people. After the two broke up in their previous life, Qin Yu would bring different girls back to his room to wash his feet every few days. Although she hated him to death, she never targeted those girls. Could it be that what I said yesterday was too harsh and triggered a butterfly effect, causing her personality to change? Seeing Qin Yu's frown and serious expression, Nan quickly stuck out her tongue and shook his arm. I was just joking, don't be angry, senior. The two of them were very close, her little face was within reach. Qin Yu instantly smelled a familiar fragrance at the tip of his nose, his brain was a little dazed, as if he had returned to the night she left. At that time, Nan also had red and swollen eyes from crying, but she did not yell or scream. She just left silently on a rainy night. He felt a little annoyed, patted her head gently with his hand, and said in a deep voice, Nan, you're going to be late, go to school. Oh. Nan sensed that Qin Yu was in a bad mood and responded pitifully. The girl stood there stupidly, moving her little feet a few times, but ultimately did not dare to follow. A few minutes later, until Qin Yu entered the community and could no longer be seen, he slowly turned around and walked towards the school. After returning home, Qin Yu sighed lightly and stopped thinking about Nan. Now that you have made a decision, carry it through to the end. In order to avoid surgery for myself and to give the girl a better future. It was getting late, Qin Jigang had already gone out, and Jiang Xiaoxue had changed her clothes and prepared to go to number 2 middle school. Number 2 middle school is not far from number 1 middle school, and it only takes 10 minutes to get there by electric bike. Mom, I'm going to have lunch with Xiaoxiao at noon and won't be back. Okay. Jiang Xiaoxue's eyes lit up. Although she was a little surprised, she quite agreed. Has your son come to his senses? I don't know why we stopped being close to such a nice girl after we entered high school. But it's not too late now. She took out 50 yuan from her wallet and said, You can't cook, so don't let a girl do it alone. Go pack some delicious food for Xiaoxiao to eat together. Xiaoxiao likes sweets, so buy more sweets. Qin Yu was stunned for a moment. I really didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain. His craftsmanship is actually very good. He learned a lot from teacher Wen Gang in later life, and should be much better than Su Xiaoxiao. But since his mother was so generous, he certainly didn't explain and accepted all the money. He simply took a shower. Nowadays, boys don't wash their hair for a week or two. Just for this reason, he won a lot. Then he took out a classic novel from the bedroom. He decided to give it to Zhang Gang to prevent it from being discovered by Jiang Xiaoxue. After changing into the school uniform, Qin Yu suddenly found that there were many indelible handwriting on it, and he didn't know how they were drawn. Maybe that's what school uniforms are like. If they were clean, it would feel wrong. Before going out, he found a lot of comic books and novels from the bookshelf, put on his backpack, and went downstairs. Annan's figure has disappeared, probably he has gone to school. Many students were jogging towards the school in a hurry as the bell was about to ring. If they were late, they would be caught by the people from the political education department. After Qin Yu entered the school gate, he happened to meet Zhang Gang, who was walking out of the carport. They both rang the bell for class, so the probability of meeting by chance was very high. Brother Yu, good morning. Brother Yu, how is the situation? What? Your confession. Zhang Gang patted Qin Yu on the shoulder, and Qin Yu sent a confession text message to the group, which spread throughout the class. Qin Yu is usually low-key and a little introverted. He only relaxes in front of a few close friends. Who could have thought that his first move would be so earth-shattering? He is definitely the focus of the class today. Hearing this, Qin Yu's expression was a little complicated, and he didn't know how to answer for a moment. How to say it? It was going so smoothly that even he didn't expect that he would be so popular. He sighed and replied, "Things are a little complicated." Zhang Gang thought he was being rejected, so he consoled him, "It's okay, brother Yu. You still have me as your brother. We can get by together. Get out." Qin Yu cursed. Zhang Gang shook his head and said, "Hey, brother Yu, you can learn from me. It's better to have a secret crush. The other party will never refuse. If you think it's not suitable, just let it go. You can also like several people at the same time." Qin Yu. It seems to make sense. However, even if he is not secretly in love with someone, he still likes several people. Walking into the familiar corridor, Qin Yu followed Zhang Gang to his classroom, class 278. The class numbers of number 1 middle school will continue to be extended since the school was founded, and the class number of each class is unique. The classroom of class 278 was not much different from what I remembered. The old-fashioned black blackboard had turned slightly white and could not be wiped clean no matter how hard you tried. There were fancy slogans to encourage motivation written on the blackboard at the back, and in the upper right corner it said, 58 days, countdown to the college entrance examination. There were several pots of green ivy on the windowsill. Qin Yu remembered that they were full of cigarette butts thrown in by Liu Qianhao and others. As soon as they appeared, all the classmates' attention was focused on them, their eyes full of gossip, and Liu Qianhao and others were frowning frantically. Qin Yu's mouth twitched. As expected, social death was inevitable. Chapter 15: The first time being copied. Bite. The preparatory bell rang on time and the students hurried back to their seats. Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. For the first time, he felt the bell for class was so wonderful. He looked around the classroom and remembered that his seat was in the third row, a seat reserved for good students. The warm morning light shone into the classroom through the window. Jiang Xiaoxue had already changed into a blue and white school uniform. The uniform was enough to captivate 99% of the girls, but it could not conceal the girl's charm. She was still dazzlingly beautiful. Qin Yu's heart trembled again. Whether it was yesterday or this morning, Jiang Xiaoxue did not wear a school uniform, which was far less shocking to him than now. Her dark and smooth hair was tied into a braid and hung down behind her head, shining in the scattered sunlight. The girl sat upright, with her straight nose and delicate facial features forming a flawless profile. Many years later, Qin Yu still always dreams of this scene. This girl is always in school uniform, always standing clean in his memories. Jiang Xiaoxue seemed to realize something and slowly raised her little head. The two looked at each other. Anger appeared in her dark starry eyes. She glared at him, then lowered her head to look at the book on the table. Zhang Gang's seat was behind Qin Yu. Both of them were poor students in academics, but their seats were very good. They were people who had some connections, but they were of no use. Qin Yu and Zhang Gang slowly came to their seats. He put down his school bag, took out a classic novel and threw it on Zhang Gang's desk. Zhang Gang was stunned, and rolled his eyes a few times. His eyes widened instantly. "What the hell? Brother Yu, you are my real father." What? An ordinary-looking, slightly plump girl quickly looked over. Her name is Wang Yeye. She is Zhang Gang's deskmate and Jiang Xiaoxue's best friend. She has a lively personality. Zhang Gang was startled and quickly hid the book. What are you looking at? This is a boy's secret. TSK, so stingy. Huang Ye snorted softly and rolled her eyes at him. She only saw something about the main story and didn't read the first 2 words clearly. She was going to go back and search it on the computer. She then looked at Qin Yu again. Qin Yu, you are so brave, you actually sent a love message to the group. Qin Yu's mouth twitched. Stop talking. Looking at Qin Yu's miserable expression, Huang Ye laughed wildly a few times. She was laughing so hard that her body was shaking, but Qin Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Huang Ye was carefree and didn't take the confession text message seriously, otherwise they would have lost their friendship. She gave Qin Yu a look that said you understand, and patted Jiang Xiaoxue's shoulders. Xiaoxue, did you receive it too? Jiang Xiaoxue's body froze. She raised her head slightly, her expression did not change at all, and she said calmly, I don't have a cell phone. Qin Yu glanced at her. It turned out that women are born to lie. However, what Jiang Xiaoxue said was not a lie. She didn't have a cell phone. Qin Yu's text message was sent to her mother. TSK. This is the art of language. Jiang Xiaoxue glared at him again, and he read a warning in her eyes. If you dare to say that, you're dead. Qin Yu read out these words. Huang Ye sighed regretfully and gave Qin Yu a helpless look. She was considered a traitor to Jiang Xiaoxue. She was bribed by Qin Yu with a bowl of jelly. All the information he knew about Jiang Xiaoxue came from her. After the preparatory bell, the teacher will be here soon. The class becomes quiet, with only students occasionally talking in low voices. Qin Yu's social death time was delayed a little. He looked at his desk, where several books were piled messily. He casually opened a notebook. Death vs. Naruto. Ishigo Kurosaki. 1.kj plus Ku. 2. JJ plus WJ plus WU, disconnection. 3.jj plus WJ plus WI. The notebook was densely filled with martial arts secrets. Qin Yu suddenly felt a pain in his liver, but he felt okay. This was all my youth. He continued to turn to the next page. Website. 1.www.com. 2.www.com. Okay, I found the reason why I am a poor student. Now that I think about it, it was truly a miracle that he was able to get into a second-tier university. But I have to say, the teachers are really nice. Jiang Xiaoxue glanced at the notebook in Qin Yu's hand, seemed a little unhappy, and asked in a low voice, where is your homework? What homework? Qin Yu lowered his head and looked at the space between the two of them. Students still had quite a lot of books, so they would wrap milk cartons with tape and fix them up to use as book boxes. In addition to being the class monitor, Jiang Xiaoxue is also the math class representative, so collecting homework is naturally her responsibility. At this time, there was a stack of neatly arranged exercise books on the bookcase. Judging from the quantity, their homework has almost been collected. He thought about it and realized that their homework should be handed in before the first class, and Jiang Xiaoxue rarely handed in homework late. Of course, it's not a big problem to send it there after the first class. He thought of something and asked with a smile, are you waiting for me? Huh? Who would wait for you? Jiang Xiaoxue was instantly confused. This man is being too sentimental. She felt uncomfortable when Qin Yu looked at her, and said angrily, you didn't do it, did you? Qin Yu scratched his head. He had just been reborn, so what homework was there to do? He spread his hands, I'm too lazy to do it. Jiang Xiaoxue opened her mouth slightly, showing her shock. No, has Qin Yu given up on treatment? Although Qin Yu was a poor student in the past, he would always hand in his homework on time. She immediately put on a stern face and showed her dignity as the class monitor. No, Teacher Zhang will be angry. The teacher Zhang she was talking about was Qin Yu's math teacher and class teacher, Zhang Xiaolan, a middle-aged woman in her late 40s with an extremely hot temper. Of course, she also received Qin Yu's confession text message. But he was not afraid of her at all now. The college entrance examination papers are prepared 2 months in advance. No matter how big the butterfly effect is, it will not affect the possibility of college entrance examination questions. It's over after giving up. He casually took out a copy of Death Note from his school bag and started reading. The advantage of Death Note is that it does not have many main plots, so you can just pick any episode to read. But the episode in Qin Yu's hand happened to be the main storyline, the one where Xiaoxue grows up. Slurp. I am as sad and beautiful as a painting. He was admiring Ari-chan's stunning beauty when suddenly a workbook was thrown onto his desk. He blinked in confusion and looked at the girl next to him. Her face was slightly red, and she looked down at the book. Her light pink lips moved slightly, and a word floated over. Just this once. I'll hand in the homework after the first period. Hurry up. Qin Yu scratched his face. He was just too lazy to do it. Now he could recall the answer after thinking about it for a while. But Jiang Xiaoxue, as the class monitor, actually let others copy her homework, but the sun rose from the west. Is this the first time she let someone copy her work? Then he accepted it without hesitation. He casually opened her exercise book. It was completely different from Qin Yu's brand new exercise book. It was densely covered with various beautiful notes, and the important parts were marked with red pen and highlighter. This is the exercise book for good students. Qin Yu suddenly felt guilty. He was bored anyway, so he took out his exercise book and started copying. Sure enough, when students do not copy homework, it is bound to be incomplete. The first class was Chinese. The Chinese class on the eve of the college entrance examination was not as tense as other subjects. After all, everyone's grades were almost fixed. For science students, Chinese is the subject that relies most on daily effort, and cramming will not have much effect. Unless you are lucky enough to guess the topic of the essay. The Chinese teacher is a very bookish female teacher who is about to retire and has half white hair. Poor students like Qin Yu and Zhonggang have a high opinion of her, because she has given up on poor students like Qin Yu and lets them do whatever they want. Lili was explaining the test paper. When she came to a piece of classical Chinese, Qin Yu suddenly stopped writing and poked Jiang Xiaoxue beside him. Jiang Xiaoxue shuddered, raised her eyebrows, and gave him an ashamed and angry look. What is this guy doing? Her voice almost leaked out. Forehead. Qin Yu was stunned, as if he had accidentally poked her slender waist. He coughed dryly and whispered, "You got this question wrong." Question mark. Jiang Xiaoxue was stunned, and her little hand, which was about to pinch his thigh, stopped. Qin Yu pointed at a question and said, "You overlooked an array in this question." After the explanation, Jiang Xiaoxue showed an expression of sudden enlightenment, and then looked at Qin Yu with surprise. This question doesn't look difficult, but it is a trap question that can easily lead to loss of marks. It is even more annoying than a difficult question. If you can't solve difficult problems, then don't solve them. You can admit that you are bad at this kind of problem. But when you get this kind of problem wrong, you always want to slap yourself in the face. What surprised her was that Qin Yu scored 80 points in math, which was quite good, and he could actually see the hidden trap. She looked at Qin Yu suspiciously, took the exercise book, made some changes, and then returned it. After a few minutes, Qin Yu poked again. Same touch, firm and soft, pretty good anyway. Why didn't you do this question? Qin Yu pointed at a big question that was covered in white. No way. Jiang Xiaoxue glared at him, thinking that he was deliberately finding an excuse just to poke her waist. Generally speaking, there are always a few difficult questions in the college entrance examination mathematics test, which are concentrated in the function area, which is commonly known as the final question. Even Jiang Xiaoxue could not figure out many situations. Qin Yu smiled brightly. This question is not difficult, I will explain it to you. Chapter 16 Xiaoqiu is here. The sunlight from outside the window shone in, and the boy's smile was bright and clean. A few minutes later, Jiang Xiaoxue looked at Qin Yu with her starry eyes without blinking, her mouth slightly open, her pretty face full of shock. So, the final answer to this question is the square root of 2. Qin Yu casually wrote down the final answer to the final question on the paper, only to find that the girl was staring at him in a daze. It must be said that her expression made him, a poor student, very satisfied. Did you understand? Jiang Xiaoxue had a dazed look on her face and nodded her head slowly. In fact, this type of question only has a few difficult points. After seeing the answer, I felt like, so that's how it is, and I felt that it was not that difficult. Then the answer is lost, and I won't be able to do it the next time I see it. She understood what Qin Yu said halfway through. It's just that Qin Yu's voice was deep, rich, magnetic and fascinating. She was a little fascinated by it, so she didn't interrupt and subconsciously wanted to continue listening. She was startled by her own little thoughts, took back the exercise book, was silent for a few seconds, and asked, Qin Yu, did you secretly take extra classes? Makeup lessons. As a child from a teacher's family, Qin Yu had to take a lot of extra classes. Of course, there were no beautiful teachers, most of them were middle-aged women in their 40s or 50s. Later, his grades dropped instead of improving, so Jiang Xiaoxue gave up. In fact, he felt that if he replaced a few young female teachers, it might still be effective. He grinned, is it possible that I was originally this smart? You are so conceited. Jiang Xiaoxue snorted lightly, then thought, Qin Yu went to Liu Qianhao's house this weekend, and he drank like a dead pig, so he didn't have time to make up for his lessons. Then why did Qin Yu suddenly become so good at math? She had complicated feelings in her heart. She felt a little dissatisfied at being surpassed by Qin Yu, but she also felt a little secretly happy. She pondered for a moment, and as expected, Qin Yu had good grades, and she was happy. In this case, as long as Qin Yu works hard, can the two of them go to the same city, or even be admitted to the same university? Her eyes became brighter. As long as you study hard, you can obviously get into a good university. I'm studying hard. Qin Yu answered casually. He had finished writing the answers while talking. He put the exercise book into the thick pile and continued to admire Aijian's figure. Jiang Xiaoxue looked at the comic book in his hand with an unhappy look on her face, and couldn't help but want to reach out and snatch it away. Qin Yu looked at her eager little hands with amusement and asked, Class monitor, are you looking forward to it? Jiang Xiaoxue was shocked, what am I expecting? I hope that after I study well, I can go to the same university with you. Qin Yu's dark jade eyes were full of confidence, as if he had seen through the girl's mind. Har. Jiang Xiaoxue felt a little guilty when he looked at her. Her face turned red and she said angrily, stop dreaming. How could I have such an idea? Really? Qin Yu looked at her pink cheeks and transformed into the crooked-mouthed Dragon King again. Sure enough, you are looking forward to it, right? Jiang Xiaoxue pouted, her little face puffed up like a pufferfish, and the look she gave Qin Yu was murderous. This man is so abominable. Just know it, why should you say it out loud? Moreover, he keeps saying that he likes me, but in the end he is not willing to give even a little bit in return. 2E, scumbag. No responsibility. Qin Yu smiled foolishly. He found that he seemed to like her shy look. It would be perfect if she could add a humph to it. When a Sunder is being Sunder and suddenly attacks him, the reaction will definitely be very interesting. Of course, the favorability is far from enough now, and if you rush in with A, you will only get GG. In order to achieve this goal as soon as possible, he planned to imagine college life with her to avoid a drop in favorability. Qin Yu looked at the comic book and said nonchalantly, don't worry, I will go to the same university as you. I will fill in whatever you fill in. With your grades, you still want to go to the same university with me? Jiang Xiaoxue snorted, her face full of indignation when she thought of Qin Yu's grades. This man was clearly just trying to be perfunctory with her. Qin Yu's grades are usually around 300 and it's hard for him to get into college. How can he compare with her? You can fill in the same university, after all, it is the candidate's freedom to choose which university to fill in. No one cared if he applied to Peking University or Tsinghua University. But whether you can pass the exam is another matter. In fact, this is also the reason why Qin Yu didn't dare to confess his feelings. The gap between good students and poor students is for more than a few hundred points. The poor students also know that in the future, these hundreds of points will gradually evolve into class gaps. The mock exam is coming up soon, you'll know then. He looked up at her eyes and whispered, don't worry, I will always be with you. We will go to class together, eat together, sleep together, study together, grow together, start a business together, and together. Just shut up. Hearing him talking endlessly, Jiang Xiaoxue couldn't help but let out a tender rebuke. A blush spread all the way behind her ears, and even her neck turned red. She glared at Qin Yu. This guy was so arrogant. What kind of shameful words did he say in class? Fortunately, his voice was not loud, otherwise if others heard it, she really didn't know how embarrassed she would be. Qin Yu chuckled foolishly, not caring at all about the anger on her face. He didn't know if what he said was from the heart, but he was very sure of one thing: he was indeed looking forward to going to college with her. It will be extremely colorful. Jiang Xiaoxue was eventually affected by Qin Yu's studies. In the first class, she was so shy and arguing that she didn't listen to anything. After class, she looked at the blank test paper without any notes, feeling full of guilt. She felt ashamed and angry, and felt like she was becoming a bad kid. She had always thought of herself as a good kid, and not paying attention in class was extremely bad in her eyes. She glared at Qin Yu fiercely. "We clearly agreed that you are not allowed to talk to me like this again." Qin Yu smiled and said, "What did I say?" "You." Jiang Xiaoxue was furious. "This guy is so shameless." She was about to say something when a boy suddenly came over. He was about 1.75 meters tall, holding a stack of test papers in his arms, wearing glasses, and had an exquisite Longines watch on his wrist. He looked at Jiang Xiaoxue and was stunned. A few red clouds appeared on Jiang Xiaoxue's fair cheeks, and her shy look was very pretty. She always looks like a goddess, so why would she show such a girlish attitude? His face was somewhat gloomy and he glared at Qin Yu. "Har har, a poor student who can't even get into college will definitely be an inferior person in the future and can only work in a factory. What about him? If you are in the top 20 in the school, you will definitely be able to get into a first-tier university, and you will definitely be able to go to a good university in the future, and then earn over 10,000 yuan a month. He wins too much." Thinking of this, he quickly gave a warm smile, feeling that he had completely trampled Qin Yu under his feet. He looked at Jiang Xiaoxue. "Xiaoxue, let's go and deliver the homework together." "Good." Jiang Xiaoxue retracted her expression, instantly transformed into a goddess, secretly glanced at Qin Yu, then picked up the exercise book and left the classroom. The classroom suddenly became quiet. Monday mornings are the most sleepy, and everyone temporarily lost interest in gossip. Many people just lay down on the table and became the dead fish. Zhonggang, however, was very energetic. He was playing with his mobile phone and seemed to be reading a novel. He glanced at the direction where Xiaoqiu left and said unhappily, "Brother Yu, this Xiaoqiu is so annoying." Huang Yeye on the side also echoed, "He is your biggest rival, Qin Yu." Qin Yu smiled indifferently and thought about it carefully. This Xiaoqiu's family was very rich. He was definitely a rich second generation and served as the study committee member and English class representative in the class. He is a student who is consistently among the top 5 in the class in terms of academic performance. He often mocks the poor performing students and doesn't get along with people like them. In addition, he is also one of Jiang Xiaoxue's suitors. It was already common knowledge in the class that he liked Jiang Xiaoxue. The last time Jiang Xiaoxue had her birthday, he bought her an extremely valuable necklace and gave it to her in front of all her classmates. She had to work very hard to refuse it. Qin Yu shook his head and laughed. Xiaoqiu obviously had the mindset of a student. He linked good study with success, and even equated them. Very childish. He is just a rich second generation with some money and is very naive. If you think that money can move Jiang Xiaoxue, you are underestimating her. Huang Yeye looked at Qin Yu unmoved and asked curiously, "What were you talking about with Xiaoxue in class?" "Studying math problems." Qin Yu replied. Huang Yeye rolled her eyes and sighed deeply. It will take a long time for Qin Yu, this straight man, to become a little aggressive. She looked mysterious and whispered, "I'll tell you in secret, Xiaoxue likes spicy food." Qin Yu's eye sparkled, as if he was thinking about something. He really didn't know that Jiang Xiaoxue liked spicy food. This was useful information. "Okay, I'll remember that. I'll treat you to jelly later." "How many bowls?" "1 bowl, half a bowl each." "TSK, so stingy." Huang Yeye snorted, yawned, and also lay on the table like a salted fish. A few minutes later, Jiang Xiaoxue and Xiaoqiu returned to the classroom. Xiaoqiu's seat was on the right side of the classroom, against the wall. But he did not return to his seat. Instead, he followed Jiang Xiaoxue to the window and walked straight to Qin Yu. "Qin Yu, I didn't expect you to send text messages to harass female classmates." "Oh?" Qin Yu, who had just finished reading a comic, looked up at Xiaoqiu in front of him, then looked at Jiang Xiaoxue who had her brows slightly wrinkled, and the words, "Beautiful women are a disaster," emerged in his mind. There was no way. Jiang Xiaoxue's face was too ugly. If you wanted to stand next to her, all kinds of clowns would inevitably appear. Xiaoqiu's voice was quite loud, and it was obvious that he did it on purpose so that people around him could hear it. The classmates sat up in shock from their dying illness in an instant. None of them were sleepy anymore. They all looked over with expressions as if they were watching a show. In fact, there were only a few people who received Qin Yu's text messages, and most of them were boys, so they could guess that he was sending it to a group of people. But Xiaoxue insisted that he was harassing female classmates, obviously trying to put an accusation on him. And it happened in front of Jiang Xiaoxue, so his intention couldn't be more obvious. Several people who had a good relationship with Qin Yu were about to stand up and curse, but Qin Yu waved his hands and looked at Xiaoxue indifferently. He said, "I accidentally sent a group message." Xiaoxue was obviously prepared. He sneered and asked, "You said that mass messaging is mass messaging? Where is the evidence?" Qin Yu felt amused. "I have to say that the 18-year-old boy is still naive. Does he think that this can affect his image in Jiang Xiaoxue's heart?" He said calmly, "I also sent it to my class teacher and director Jiang." As soon as the words came out, the whole classroom became quiet. All the students looked as if they had seen a ghost, with extremely exaggerated expressions. "Fuck. Brother Yu is awesome. Brother Yu, you are so awesome. I will never submit to anyone else in my life except you. Har har, you actually sent it to the teacher, that's awesome. But with the teacher's personality, I'm afraid he'll get retaliated against." The students were really excited. Whether they were sighing or waiting to see a good show, everyone believed that he accidentally sent the message to a group of people. Who would send a blank text message to the class teacher for no reason? It would be fine if she was young, but she was also a 40-year-old old woman. So, the question is, who did Qin Yu send the message to, and why did he accidentally send it to the wrong person? They all looked at Jiang Xiaoxue. It could only be her. Xiaochue's expression changed again, and he said, "You even harassed the teacher. Xiaoxue, are you done yet?" Qin Yu obviously sent the message to a group of people by accident. "Are you going to stop talking?" Wang Yi slammed the table and stood up. "At least she has the courage to confess. If you have the guts, confess too." "You?" Xiaochue's face flushed, and she secretly glanced at Jiang Xiaoxue. She found that there was also some contempt in the girl's eyes. She opened her mouth and went back in shame. Qin Yu clicked his lips. No, it turns out his high school life was so exciting. Why didn't I discover it in my previous life? Chapter 17. Is this how you test your carders? After graduating from university, Qin Yu worked in a small company. There were not many people, just over 10 in total including the boss, but every day was a brainstorming session in the workplace, and various small groups emerged one after another. At that time, every day seemed like I was watching a workplace drama. Unexpectedly, after my rebirth, I would have the opportunity to experience a spring campus drama. After the fast was over, the students yawned again and hurried to catch up on their sleep. Jiang Xiaoxue sighed lightly and gave Wang Yi an appreciative look. As a best friend, Wang Yi plays the role of a flower protector to a certain extent. If Jiang Xiaoxue's card herring technique doesn't work, she will immediately turn into a troublemaker, throwing a tantrum and rolling around, easily making the other person feel sick. As for Xiaoxue, Jiang Xiaoxue was really annoyed. If he confessed his feelings, she could just hand him a card and reject him. But the problem is, he doesn't confess. For several years, he had been approaching her with various high-sounding reasons, and Jiang Xiaoxue didn't know what to say. In a way, she really hoped that he would confess his feelings to him. She shook her head, stopped thinking about Xiaoxue, and asked quietly, "Did you really send it to Teacher Zhang and Director Wang?" "Yeah." Qin Yu nodded. "No wonder Teacher Zhang looks so bad. You'd better be careful that she might target you." Jiang Xiaoxue's mouth corners suddenly rose slightly, and the words, gloating, were written on her face. Her eyes curved into thin crescents, and she looked very arrogant. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. "You are not on her side anymore. Teachers usually have nicknames. Zhang Qialan's nickname is Old Class Teacher, which is the most normal one. The physics teacher is a little bald, with only a few strands of hair stubbornly covering his head. His nickname is Sanmao. The biology teacher was a young female teacher. Her surname was Liu and her nickname was Microwave Oven, which was extremely insulting. After she found out about this, her face was gloomy for several days. Of course, as a model student, Jiang Xiaoxue would not call any teacher by a nickname. At least not on the surface. At the same time, As a math class representative, she has a good and harmonious relationship with Jiang Xiaoxue. Jiang Xiaoxue puffed up her face. Qin Yu had to not argue with her, right? Her little hand was about to reach Qin Yu's waist again, but a girl in the front row suddenly turned around. In the row in front of them were two girls, the good type. Jiang Xiaoxue was startled and quickly pulled her hand back, an awkward but polite smile appearing on her pretty face. Qin Yu was surprised at how quickly her expression changed and almost laughed out loud. The girl who turned around was named Wang Hong. She was later admitted to the Seoul Province Normal College. After graduation, she returned to number 1 middle school to become a teacher. Her life trajectory was quite good. Wang Hong blinked in confusion, feeling that something was wrong between the two of them. Without thinking too much, she asked, "Monitor, how do you do the last question yesterday?" Jiang Xiaoxue was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Well, it's actually not difficult. If you explain it this way." A few minutes later, Wang Hong's eyes widened slightly, and she suddenly realized, as expected of you, you are the monitor. You can even think of this. She looked at Jiang Xiaoxue, who had an impeccable smile like a goddess, and her eyes were almost full of stars. No, it was Qin Yu who thought of it. Jiang Xiaoxue shook her head slightly and glanced at Qin Yu indifferently. Huh. Wang Hong looked at Qin Yu in confusion, with bewilderment on her face. Qin Yu was a little unhappy. "What's that look in your eyes?" "Nothing." Wang Hong quickly waved her hands and turned away, still with a look of disbelief on her face. Can Qin Yu answer the final question? She would rather believe that she is Qin Shi. Jiang Xiaoxue giggled a few times, turned to look at Qin Yu with provocation in her eyes. Only now did she realize how happy it was to see Qin Yu suffer a defeat. Qin Yu rolled his eyes at her, but looking at her flower-like smile, he couldn't help but smile gently. In the past, this dreamlike scene only appeared in dreams and was out of reach, but now it is so clear and so within reach. The second class is still a Chinese class. There are not many teachers in number 1 middle school, and many of them have two classes connected together. Qin Yu was still reading the comic book. Jiang Xiaoxue seemed to want to say something but stopped herself. Finally, she snorted and turned her little face away. Anyway, the mock exam is coming soon, so she wants to see where Qin Yu gets the confidence to go to the same university with her. In the blink of an eye, it was time for physical exercise. The students walked towards the playground one after another. Jiang Xiaoxue found a small English dictionary and walked away with Wang Yeye. "Brother Yu, let's go." Zhang Gang winked at Qin Yu. Qin Yu was stunned for a moment, and then he realized what Liu Qianhao meant by winking at him. The wind is strong and the wind is blowing. The physical exercises during recess at number 1 middle school are called physical exercises, but in fact they are just running around the playground, about 2.5 laps. Qin Yu and others are not afraid of running in circles, but they prefer to squat in the toilet and chat and brag. Liu Qianhao and his friends went there to smoke, but Qin Yu and Zhang Gang didn't. They were internet cafe gangs and had spent all their money on internet. They had recently been drained of their money by a woman named Celia, so they had no money for cigarettes. He was about to follow the others and leave. Just after taking a few steps, he heard a female voice shouting, "Qin Yu, there's a sophomore girl looking for you." Qin Yu looked over and saw a Nan stretching his little head and trying to look into the classroom. He was a little surprised. Why did a Nan come? In his impression, a Nan was actually very timid. In her previous life, she didn't dare to come to the classroom to find him, for fear that Qin Yu would hate her. It seems that the butterfly effect has begun. Senior. After seeing Qin Yu, a Nan's eyes lit up instantly, and her slender arms swung like an electric fan. Hearing this name, everyone in the class was stunned. Senior. Wow, what a cute girl, call her Senior. Qin Yu, when did you meet such a cute school girl? A few girls acted like female hooligans and started teasing each other. You guys go first. Qin Yu sighed speechlessly, said something to Zhang Gang and the others, and walked out of the classroom. Many students in the corridor were hurrying towards school, occasionally casting unexpected glances. Like Jiang Xiaoxue, a Nan always attracts a lot of attention. Jiang Xiaoxue attracts a lot of attention because of her face, while she attracts a lot of attention because of a certain part of her body. Qin Yu stared at a Nan's face with a sweet smile and asked calmly, "What's the matter?" "Senior, I'm not feeling well. Please accompany me to the school infirmary." Nan pulled his arm and puffed up her little face pitifully. Her cheeks, which were already chubby, became as chubby as a puffer fish. Qin Yu gently opened her little hand, took a step back, and kept a certain distance. Are you feeling unwell? I see you are feeling quite well. Besides, if you really feel uncomfortable, go with your best friend. Nan is popular and has many friends, so why ask him to come? He is not a doctor, and apart from giving injections to girls occasionally, he can't do anything else. He asked unhappily, where do you feel uncomfortable? Nan blushed slightly and said shyly, Senior, I'm so annoying. I'm a girl. Qin Yu said calmly, your menstrual period still has 10 days left. Not to mention the menstrual period, he knew everything about Nan's love for hot pot, her allergy to seafood, all her interests and hobbies, and even how often she comforted herself. But as soon as the words came out, Qin Yu regretted it. Sure enough, Nan's lie was exposed, but she didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, her big, lively eyes became even brighter and more moist, and she looked at Qin Yu without blinking. The tone of her voice changed, and she said in a disgusted voice, Senior, you actually even remember this, Wu, you really have me in your heart, right? No. Qin Yu took another step back with a look of disgust. Nan pouted and looked at Qin Yu with dissatisfaction. She gently pulled his hand, I really don't feel well. Qin Yu frowned slightly. Nan's physical fitness should not be bad. Anyway, there will be no big problems until he is reborn. Occasionally I have a minor cold, which will go away in a few days. Where? Heartbroken. Nan smiled slyly, Senior, how about you give me a rub? Qin Yu. He looked at a certain part of her and swallowed hard. Is this how you test your carters? Fortunately, he and Nan have been in bed together for many years, so he has some immunity, otherwise who could withstand it? Qin Yu looked away with great perseverance and said, girls should love themselves, Nan. Nan grumbled aggrievedly, I only treat you like this. Qin Yu deliberately frowned and didn't say anything. Nan seemed to be afraid and pulled his hand, Senior, I don't want to run. The little hand in his hand was soft and warm. Qin Yu knew that Nan really didn't like running exercises, mainly because it was too strenuous for her body to run. Men can't imagine it. Qin Yu noticed that he had become soft-hearted and took a deep breath. No, he had to keep his distance from her. In her previous life, she was deeply hurt by herself, and her distraught look is still vivid in my mind. In this life, he didn't want to hurt her anymore. He was a scumbag and was destined to be unable to respond to her deep feelings. He deliberately shook off her little hand with a cold face. I'm going to run exercises. You can hide in the school clinic. After saying that, Qin Yu didn't give her a chance to pester her and turned around and walked away. In the corridor, Nan stood there in a daze, looking lonely, staring at his receding back without blinking. Until it completely disappeared, a crystal pearl streak ran across the cheek. Chapter 18 Report to the Squad Leader. In the playground, on the old rubber track, the running lines are clearly visible. Outdated music was playing on the loudspeaker, and the students were already standing in formation. There were not many classes in number 1 middle school, but one playground obviously could not accommodate 3 grades. Each grade had a different route. Only the third-year students ran around the playground. He remembered that the second-year students ran around the teaching building, and the first-year students ran around the dormitory building. A tall boy in front was holding a flag with the words, Class 278, printed on it. The running exercises at number 1 middle school are quite impressive. It is said that it is a tradition of several decades. Qin Yu's father's generation also ran in this way. His appearance surprised the classmates. Qin Yu was a well-known toilet party and he had hardly ever done morning exercises since he was in his senior year of high school. Jiang Xiaoxue was holding a small English dictionary and memoizing English words silently. She was not in the formation, but on the left side of the entire formation. There is a flag bearer in the front, and the physical education teacher and the class monitor on the left. This is the formation of number 1 middle school. Of course, she won't shout slogans, that's the job of the sports committee. When she saw Qin Yu, she also gave him a puzzled look, and Xiaochu's expression seemed a little unnatural. Qin Yu looked at his strange yet familiar classmates, stood there in a daze, scratched his face, and really couldn't remember where he was. Jiang Xiaoxue frowned slightly, put away the dictionary, walked over, and asked in a low voice, "Why are you here for exercise?" I just felt like running for a while. Qin Yu has gone through a period of feeling overwhelmed, but now he doesn't hate exercise so much. The body is the capital of revolution, at least, to be a scumbag, your body must be good enough, right? Don't let the time come when no one can be satisfied, that would be funny. Jiang Xiaoxue didn't think much about it. She looked at the formation of class 278 with her beautiful eyes, her brows furrowed, and she searched the little head carefully. Unfortunately, Qin Yu hadn't done exercises for a long time, and she couldn't remember where he was. She pointed to the back and said, "Go to the last row." Qin Yu nodded and stood in the last row on the left. After standing still, he looked slightly to the left and front and could see Jiang Xiaoxue's back. Looking from the back, you can see that her braids almost reach her waist. Suddenly, a boy next to him came over and asked, "Brother Yu, did your confession go well?" At this question, the noisy voices of the boys around quieted down and they all pricked up their ears. Qin Yu's mouth twitched, knowing that he could not escape social death. What? I was just drunk and sent it by mistake. He looked innocent and was ready to play dumb to the end. The boy laughed, "TSK, don't think we don't know, your text message is sent to the class monitor, right? Everyone knows that Qin Yu likes Jiang Xiaoxue. In other words, 90% of the boys in the class like Jiang Xiaoxue, and the remaining 10% have already been rejected by her. Young men don't care about all that, they just like whoever is good looking." Qin Yu looked at him dimly and said, "How can you be sure that I didn't send it to the teacher?" The boy's mouth twitched. "Damn, brother Yu, you have such a strong taste. You know nothing. Only older people have more charm. A girl 3 years older than you brings gold bricks. A girl 30 years older than you gives you the kingdom." A boy in the front row suddenly turned around excitedly, as if he had found a confidant, his eyes shining. "Brother Yu, I didn't expect you to be a fellow traveler." Qin Yu. He felt a chill and leaned back subconsciously. I didn't expect that such a small county town in the 18th tier is so full of hidden talents. Following the order from the physical education teacher, more than a dozen classes began to run slowly. In each class, girls are in the front row and boys are in the back row. The girls control the rhythm and speed, so they don't run very fast. 1 2 3 4. The sports teacher gave a shout, and the students in the class weakly followed suit and shouted slogans. After running for a few years, everyone has lost their passion and just wants to finish the job quickly and then lie back on the table. Qin Yu ran a lap without any pressure, and realized why he didn't like running exercises before. His speed was indeed too slow. It took him more than 5 minutes to run a lap. God knows how he managed it. He glanced at Jiang Xiaoxue's slender back and his eyelids suddenly twitched. Her body was shaking a little, she was breathing heavily, her steps were unsteady, and her braids were swaying from side to side. Report. When Qin Yu shouted, the whole class was startled, and Jiang Xiaoxue almost jumped up. She turned around and glared at Qin Yu, then leaned over and asked, "What's wrong?" Qin Yu covered his chest and said, "Squad leader, I'm not feeling well. Please accompany me to rest for a while." The classmates blinked, and after a brief moment of confusion, they looked like you know what I mean. Xiaoqiu got even angrier when he heard this. He asked, "You didn't even take a breath. Are you not feeling well? Are you kidding me?" It's obvious that he wants to be alone with Jiang Xiaoxue. Shame on you. Jiang Xiaoxue looked at him deeply with an embarrassed expression. After some hesitation, she nodded her head. "Okay, I'll take a break with you. Sports commissioner, you can lead the class yourself." "No problem." The physical education teacher responded sourly. The two naturally left the team and came to the shade of the trees outside the runway. Jiang Xiaoxue no longer cared about her goddess image. She sat down on the steps, and a few strands of hair stuck to her smooth forehead due to sweat. Qin Yu was a little speechless. If you can't run away, then don't run. But then he thought, if Jiang Xiaoxue didn't act so stubbornly, she wouldn't be Jiang Xiaoxue. She was so proud and never gave up. During her 3 years of high school, she worked hard to be the first in every aspect. If you can't run, don't run anymore. Why are you trying to be brave? He sat down next to the girl. The distance was very close. If they were closer, they could feel each other's body temperature. This distance would not disgust the girl. She was sweating a little, and the faint fragrance seemed a little stronger. She panted and said angrily, Who said I can't run anymore?" Qin Yu shrugged and said, yes, I am too weak, the monitor is here to take care of me. Jiang Xiaoxue opened her beautiful eyes and glared at Qin Yu. She was too lazy to speak and just killed him with her eyes. If he hadn't said some strange things yesterday, would I have stayed up all night and run laps in the morning? I was being chased by him in the morning and accidentally ran for half an hour. I didn't feel anything when I just finished running, but now when I run again, my legs feel a little weak. However, she felt a little complicated. Even Wang Yeye didn't notice anything unusual, but he could find that he was exhausted. Could it be that he is watching me all the time? Thinking of this, Jiang Xiaoxue's face suddenly turned red. Your physical strength is too poor. I really don't know how you got full marks in physical education in the high school entrance examination. Qin Yu said this deliberately. In fact, Jiang Xiaoxue's physical strength was not particularly poor among girls, but it could not be compared with boys. He suggested, let's exercise together in the future. Jiang Xiaoxue couldn't help but be a little arrogant. Dream on, I will never train with you again. Qin Yu's expression changed, that won't work, you can only train with me alone. Jiang Xiaoxue realized something was wrong and blushed. This guy was too shameless to say such rude words so openly. She wanted to step on him, but she was too lazy to move and couldn't lift her little feet, so she continued to stare at him. Qin Yu smiled and stopped arguing with her. He just stared at the girl's delicate face like a flower. Jiang Xiaoxue snorted, rolled her eyes at him, and also said nothing more. The boy and the girl looked at each other silently. The early summer breeze blew past, and the girl's hair was blown up by the wind, lifting not only her hair but also some faint inexplicable feelings. A few minutes later, the team from class 278 ran a circle and came over again. Jiang Xiaoxue stood up and said, okay, let's go back to the team. Qin Yu blinked, there is dirt on your butt, shall I pat it for you? The two of them joined the line again, and no one noticed that there was a small shoe print on Qin Yu's left foot. There was only half a lap left at this time, and Jiang Xiaoxue gritted her teeth and finished the run. The temperature in early summer should not be underestimated. Everyone was sweating and said they couldn't stand it anymore. They dispersed on the spot after the run. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman in a black dress came over, and the students' faces changed drastically. Fuck! Why is the old class teacher here? The class teacher is here to check on us. He hasn't checked on us during the break in a few months. Never mind, just stand up straight. Everyone stood up quickly. The person who came was Zhang Xiaolan, an ordinary middle-aged woman, but her eyes were too sharp, her cheekbones were too high, her cheeks were too thin, and she had no expression, but she was angry without knowing it. She glanced at the entire class, her face becoming increasingly gloomy. She could tell something was wrong with the number of people in the formation just by a glance. After seeing Qin Yu, she seemed surprised, but then became full of anger. Qin Yu was a little confused. What the hell, is this such a coincidence? He silently mourned for Zhang Gang and the others for a few seconds, but it was too late to call them now. As expected, if you skip class, you will be called out. This is an eternal theorem. Zhang Xiaolan shouted angrily, class monitor, sports committee member, call the roll immediately. Yes. The physical education committee member and Jiang Xiaoxue began to call the roll. After a few minutes, the number of people came out and 9 people were absent. Let these 9 people come to my office. Zhang Xiaolan wrote down the list and left angrily. The students then dispersed with a look of relief on their faces. Qin Yu did not go back, but made a phone call. After a while, Zhang Gang, Liu Qinhao and others came over. There are many toilets in number 1 middle school. They usually hide in the toilets next to the playground so they can run out immediately if something goes wrong. Who could have thought that Zhang Xiaolan would launch a surprise attack? The faces of several people were extremely gloomy. Zhang Gang said angrily, fuck it, why did the teacher suddenly check on people? Liu Qinhao sneered, there is a traitor. The eyes of several people lit up, and they obviously agreed with this statement. No one suspected Qin Yu, after all, he had no motive. Qin Yu had already guessed who it was and said, it's not Jiang Xiaoxue. Although Jiang Xiaoxue is at Sunder, if she knew that Zhang Xiaolan was coming, she would definitely inform Qin Yu. It was because of this traitor that they had never been caught. Liu Qinhao spat and said, that must be Xiao Chou. It must be this bee. I saw him acting sneaky just now, turns out he told the teacher. Several people walked towards the teaching building while cursing, thinking about how to deal with the situation. A boy suggested, "How about we just say Gangzi's leg is broken and we carry him away?" Zhonggang? Zhonggan was confused and looked at his leg, feeling that he could not save it. Qin Yu smiled and shook his head, too lazy to join in the discussion. From his point of view, it was no big deal, just a scolding. Everyone is taking the college entrance examination, so who would bring up the physical exercises during breaks? Jiang Xiaoxue made such a fuss. I'm afraid it has something to do with his love confession text message. She is very stingy, and I'm afraid there will be revenge next. When going upstairs, Zhonggang suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, brother Yu. How? I saw a sophomore girl fainted before. She was helped to the school clinic by several female classmates. She looked a bit like the one who just came to see you." Qin Yu's eyelids jumped. "Did you admit your mistake?" Zhonggan was silent for a moment, then he remembered something and shook his head. "Yes, I admit it." Chapter 19. She started talking dirty. The second-year high school students do their morning exercise by running around the teaching building. When they pass the playground, they will have a brief chance to meet the third-year high school students. Qin Yu and Jiang Xiaoxue hid under the tree for a few minutes and did not notice the movements of the sophomores. The school clinic of number 1 middle school is on the second floor of the teaching building. There is only one school doctor in the whole school. She used to be a nurse in the county hospital and was hired after retirement. "My usual role is to sell medicine. If there is an emergency, there is not much I can do. The most useful thing is to call 120. Qin Yu panted and ran up to the second floor. When he arrived, he found that there were many people in the school clinic. Several girls in school uniforms gathered around the bed. One of them was crying with tears on her face. A nun was lying on the bed, her face pale and her expression very weak. The school doctor was slowly sorting out various medicines, and Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw her leisurely look. "It seems that Annan is fine." Hearing the noise, Annan weakly raised his little head. After seeing Qin Yu, his dark eyes lit up and became lively again. "Senior." The surprise in her voice was undisguised, as if the boy's appearance had brought her enough joy and sweetness. Several girls immediately looked over and sized Qin Yu up and down. "Is this the senior that Annan talks about every day? It looks a little scary." Of course, it's not that there is something wrong with Qin Yu's appearance, but his face is a little gloomy and his expression is not friendly. Qin Yu took a breath and said to the girls, "You guys go back to class first." A few girls were a little hesitant. Wouldn't it be bad to let Annan be alone with the boys? They looked at Annan, seeking her advice, only to find that Annan was pouting at them, and her mouth was forming two words, "Go." They were immediately filled with black lines on their heads. "You are such a fierce girl who forgets her friends when she sees a beautiful woman." Some of them were so scared that they cried. They finally sent her to the school infirmary, but when they saw their seniors, they were told to get lost. But for the happiness of their sisters, they swallowed their anger, prepared to settle the score later, and left obediently. Several girls slowly left the school infirmary. Qin Yu sat down beside the bed. The girl's originally rosy cheeks became as pale as paper, and her lips seemed to have lost their color, but her big eyes were still smart and sparkling. He asked with a straight face, "What's going on?" "I got hypoglycemia halfway through the run." Annan said weakly, and quietly reached out to pull his fingers. She pulled one first, and carefully looked at his expression with her big eyes. When she saw that there was no resistance, she took his entire hand. When their hands were completely overlapped, she suddenly smiled foolishly. Qin Yu felt uncomfortable seeing her like this, and let her do whatever she wanted. He was a little speechless. Didn't he ask her to hide in the school infirmary? Besides, if you can't run, then don't run. He really can't understand the train of thought of these girls. How come something goes wrong just while doing exercise? The environment in number 1 middle school is still very relaxed. As long as you tell the teacher that you are not feeling well, especially for girls, the teachers will not make things difficult for you. Qin Yu said unhappily, "Didn't I tell you not to run away? I have to run today." "Why? If you run, I will run too." Annan looked at Qin Yu stubbornly, muttering softly, "This way we will have a chance to meet by chance. Every time we meet by chance, I will be so happy and hope you can turn around and look at me, but you have never noticed me." Qin Yu opened his mouth and his heart trembled violently, as if the softest part of his heart was touched. Nan never told him about this matter. The second and third year students of high school will only meet for a moment, and with so many classes, the probability of meeting by chance is extremely low. So every time during the break, Nan was looking forward to something like this. The atmosphere between the two was a little subtle. The female school doctor's hands were so messy while arranging the medicine shelf that she almost dropped a bottle of medicine on the ground. No, are students nowadays so bold? You didn't have breakfast. After a moment of silence, Qin Yu let out a long breath, forced himself to suppress the throbbing in his heart, and chose to change the subject. No. Nan puffed up her face and shook her head slowly. She originally wanted to go and have a bowl of soy milk and see if she could run into Qin Yu by chance. She knew that Qin Yu would most likely have breakfast outside and she had run into him several times before. But who knew he would say something so cruel? Qin Yu also guessed that it was his fault, and continued to ask, "Where was dinner yesterday?" "I ate it." Nan's voice was a little weak. "Really?" Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and stared at her. Based on his understanding of Nan, she probably couldn't eat last night. Nan felt a little guilty when being stared at, but then she thought, she drank 2 mouthfuls of porridge last night, so that counted as eating, right? "I'm so angry. Can't porridge be dinner?" Nan suddenly felt that he was righteous. He held his head high with pride and looked at Qin Yu with his big eyes. She successfully hypnotized herself, and Qin Yu really couldn't see any flaws. It shouldn't be. If he hadn't eaten breakfast, he wouldn't have fainted after running a few steps. Of course, Nan's body was different from that of an ordinary person, so maybe the burden was too heavy. He looked at the female school doctor. "Teacher, please prescribe some medicine." The female school doctor smiled and took out 2 glucose sticks. "Just take these 2 glucose sticks, $1. Nan hurriedly shook Qin Yu's arm and urged, "Senior, give me the money quickly." Qin Yu frowned slightly. "Why do I have to pay?" The smile on the female school doctor's face froze. "Is it so difficult for you, a boy, to pay $1? What's wrong with boys nowadays? Are they unwilling to spend money on girls?" Of course Qin Yu didn't care about this dollar. After all, he had a huge sum of 1,000 yuan in his pocket. Based on his understanding of Nan, she definitely had other reasons. "It's not that I don't have money." Nan's eyes were full of cunning, and he smiled brightly, "because the ones my senior bought are sweeter." Female school doctor. The female school doctor had a puzzled look on her face and said that this job was really difficult and she still had to eat dog food at her old age. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. Okay, so she wanted to say something naughty. I have to say, it is quite hurtful for a cute girl to say such words. Fortunately, Qin Yu has a certain immunity to her, but his heart still can't help but be moved. Bang! He knocked her on the head casually, and she held her head in pain. Then she took out $1 and bought 2 bottles of glucose oral solution. Students are all familiar with this thing, commonly known as high sugar. They will prepare some during the physical examination of the junior high school entrance examination to prevent hypoglycemia. The glucose was packaged in a glass bottle. He scratched it a few times with a coin and then broke it with a bang. He put the glass bottle to her mouth. "Drink from the air, be careful of the glass cutting your mouth, eat quickly and go to class." "Okay." Nan responded sweetly, her eyebrows curved, drinking happily, with a sweet smile on her little face. "It's really sweet." After swallowing 2 glasses of glucose, she felt a little unsatisfied. Seeing Qin Yu was about to leave, she held his hand and refused to let him leave, and asked, "Senior, I'll treat you to lunch at noon." Qin Yu refused. "No, I have an appointment at noon." Nan was unwilling to give up, and then asked, "What about tonight?" Qin Yu continued to refuse. "Yes, I have." Nan pouted in dissatisfaction and looked at him pitifully. Is he that busy? Based on her more than a year of tracking, oh no, observation, there is none at all, okay? Qin Yu always goes home for lunch. In the evening, he will most likely go to a snack bar with Zhang Gang and then go to an internet cafe. There is a small chance that he will go straight home. According to her speculation, Qin Yu is probably out of money now, so there is a greater chance that he will go home. As a reborn person, Qin Yu certainly knew that she was following him, but he did not expose her. "Don't come to the classroom to find me anymore." He pulled his hand away, his expression serious, and gave the girl a warning. Although he is not in that kind of relationship with Jiang Xiaoxue and Annan now, out of the survival instinct of a scumbag, he still thinks it is better for them not to meet. Oh. Annan's tone was low. As her biggest rival in love, she had actually seen Jiang Xiaoxue a long time ago, and was shocked at the time. It turned out that there was such a beautiful girl around. She saw her again today and found that she was really beautiful, especially her goddess temperament. She was a little tempted, and it was not something that high school boys could resist. Snort. Jiang Xiaoxue is not necessarily perfect, and her Annan may not be bad in some aspects. Annan suddenly became motivated and straightened his back. Qin Yu had a strange look on his face. He knew she was older and there was no need for her to stand up. But seeing that she was so energetic, he knew that she was fine, so he got up and went back to the classroom. The sound of reading aloud came from the corridor. Qin Yu sighed deeply and felt a little confused. He wanted to stay away from Annan because he had cheated on her in his previous life, causing her irreparable harm and causing her to turn into a yander. Now that he thought about it, he was playing chess with his female secretary in the office to exercise before his rebirth. After a post-event drink, he was reborn. In this life, he still wants to be a philanthropic person. Annan's favorability is undoubtedly at its maximum value. If you want to dump her, you can do it at any time. But her sickly look was really frightening. After finally being reborn, he just wanted to have more romances and make more money. Anyway, he didn't want to take ceftriaxone with alcohol anymore. However, Annan's life seems to be getting worse. Is his choice really the right one? Qin Yu became more and more upset. He scratched his face and couldn't think of an accurate answer for a while. He would think about it when the time comes. Maybe there will be a way out when the car reaches the mountain? Of course, by then it is possible that he will become Makoto and get stabbed. When Qin Yu returned to the classroom, half of the class had passed. This class was an English class. The teacher was also a woman, in her 30s, with curly hair, and was much more fashionable than other teachers. Someone seemed to be discussing the test papers in the classroom. Qin Yu knocked on the door. Report. The English teacher frowned and asked, "What have you been doing?" "My stomach aches and I have diarrhea." Only 5 words, but very flavorful. The students burst into laughter, and the English teacher looked disgusted and said, "Sit back." After returning to his seat, Jiang Xiaoxue looked at him suspiciously and asked in a low voice, "Do you have a stomachache?" She felt something was wrong. Why did she suddenly have a stomachache? Qin Yu smiled and stretched out his hand in front of her, saying, "Yes, if you don't believe me, smell it." "Are you going to die?" "It stinks." Jiang Xiaoxue gave a delicate scolding and quickly slapped Qin Yu's hand away. But the next second, she frowned slightly. Qin Yu's hands were not smelly at all. Instead, they had a faint fragrance that was hard to describe, but smelled good. What is it? Chapter 20. I just want to stick together. What's wrong with that? The morning classes were boring and uninteresting, and time flew by and it was noon. The results of the treatment of Zhonggang and others have also been announced. They are required to write a self-criticism and run 2 more laps during the daily physical exercise breaks. Jiang Xiaoxue and Wang Yeye left together. They lived in the same community and were childhood friends. Before she left, she still did not forget to glare at Qin Yu. In her bright eyes, besides the anger that she showed when she was arrogant, there was also a hint of suspicion. It's a pity that there was no humph, which made Qin Yu a little disappointed. He hummed a little tune and threw the comic book back into his school bag. He had read most of it in the morning and it was not enough. He would find some novels to read later. There were a lot of online novels to read in 2009, many of which were classics. After leaving the school gate, Qin Yu came to the vegetable store outside the staff quarters of No. 1 Middle School. The county town is not big. The vegetable market is just a few steps away. The vegetables there are cheaper and fresher, but Qin Yu was in a hurry, so he just bought some here. He came to Su Xiaoxia's house with ease, took out the key, and opened the door with a click. Qin Yu brought the vegetables into the kitchen, and when he opened the refrigerator, he saw that there were quite a few vegetables in it, all the vegetables he needed. Well, another wave of money was wasted, and the grandson of the vegetable store owner made another 100 million. The time was already 12:10, and he no longer hesitated. He simply boiled the pot, poured water, and prepared to start. His cooking skills are quite good. Annan has a bad stomach and is a bit lazy. She can only cook one kind of food, hot pot. Qin Yu has learned his cooking skills from teacher Wang Gang. No, she might even eat instant noodles. Qin Yu planned to keep it simple, with home-cooked dishes like shredded pork with fish flavor, deep-fried pork and rice. The lunchtime is too short. If it is a weekday, Su Xiaoxue probably has the habit of taking a lunch break, otherwise she could make a more sumptuous meal. About 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Qin Yu put down the pot and went to open the door. The door opened and Su Xiaoxue stood outside. She looked thin in the black and white school uniform, her cheeks were slightly red and there was some sweat on her forehead. The weather was quite hot now and she had to ride for nearly 20 minutes, so she sweated a lot. Is it hot? A little. She went into their house, changed her shoes, and sniffed with her little nose. Are you cooking? She asked in surprise, a little confused. Didn't she agree to cook for Qin Yu? Well, you have to wait for a while. You should take a rest first and wipe the sweat off your face. She looked so cute that Qin Yu couldn't help but rub her head. Then he turned and went into the kitchen. The dish was almost done and it was time to collect the juice. Su Xiaoxue stared at Qin Yu in the kitchen in a daze. When she was a child, her father would occasionally cook in the kitchen when he was still at home. The two tall figures overlapped slightly and were not exactly the same, but the girl still felt some warmth in her heart. However, she was also a little confused. When would Qin Yu learn to cook? With doubts, she quietly followed him into the kitchen, only to be surprised and open her mouth wide. Qin Yu's technique seemed extremely skilled. His stir-frying and tossing were extremely smooth, and he used many moves that had only been seen on TV. He was obviously a master, countless times better than her. Why, are you hungry? Qin Yu smiled, picked up a piece of shredded meat and handed it to her lips. Try it, it's a little hot, be careful not to burn yourself. Thanks. Su Xiaoxue opened her rosy lips, bit it carefully, and her eyes suddenly lit up. So sweet. Qin Yu also tasted it and frowned slightly. Well, just play normally. But seeing the enjoyment smile on her little face, his mood couldn't help but improve. Is it tasty? Su Xiaoxue nodded her head vigorously. Qin Yu smiled and said, then remember to eat more later, you are still growing. Su Xiaoxue blinked. She was already 167 centimeters tall, which was considered tall for a girl. What else could she grow? Qin Yu smiled without saying anything, and glanced at a certain part of her body. It should be similar to Jiang Xiaoxue's, just slightly smaller, but far worse than a nan. Try to work towards C, and he will make fried papaya for her later. A few minutes later, all the dishes were officially out of the pot. At the dinner table, Su Xiaoxue looked at her bowl full of rice with a little distress. Before I knew it, Qin Yu had filled it up. How can she eat? Qin Yu took a few bites of rice and was attracted by the way she ate. She ate in small bites, and every time she opened her rosy lips, her white and neat teeth were exposed, but they disappeared when she chewed. Her pretty appearance was lovable. For some reason, he felt that the girl's figure was a little lonely. He asked, Xiaoxiao, do you have friends at school? Su Xiaoxue's peach blossom eyes dimmed a little, and she shook her head slowly. Qin Yu frowned slightly. It seemed that something happened to her at the experimental middle school. High school is the time when young boys and girls are thriving, and it is the most memorable period. 3 years without friends. It's heartbreaking just thinking about it. Her introverted personality must be related to these 3 years. He sighed softly and reached out to rub her little head. Don't worry, I will be your friend, your best friend. Don't be embarrassed if there is anything. Call me first, understand? Okay, got it. The girl replied with a nasal voice, then nodded obediently, her big eyes sparkling. 10 minutes later, the two had almost finished eating. Su Xiaoxue put down her chopsticks, feeling a little embarrassed and blushing. I ate a lot accidentally and my stomach is so full. I'll wash the dishes. She stood up to clean up the dishes. Qin Yu did not object. He wanted to let her feel involved. This is the difference between Su Xiaoxiao and a nan. A nan is only responsible for eating, being cute, and looking beautiful, and she doesn't do anything else. He and Su Xiaoxiao washed the dishes together, and when they finished cleaning up, it was already 12:50. For a moment, the room became quiet again except for the ticking of the clock. She didn't know where to put her little hands, so she lowered her head and pinched the corner of her clothes. Qin Yu stared at her shy appearance and asked with a smile, "Do you want to take a nap?" She nodded quickly and breathed a sigh of relief. "So Qin Yu should go back, right?" Qin Yu grinned and said, "I'm also sleepy, let's sleep together." Question mark. Su Xiaoxiao's face turned red. She looked up at Qin Yu timidly, then quickly lowered her head. Sleep together. Woo, this bad guy really came to bully her. She pinched the corner of her clothes nervously, but she couldn't say no because she was too grateful. She said, You sleep in mom's bedroom. Su Xiaoxiao's house is the same as Qin Yu's, with 2 bedrooms and a living room, and she and her daughter each have a room. Qin Yu's eyelids twitched. This was not possible. How could one sleep casually in a single mother's bedroom? What if she found some flowing water wand? He said seriously, "No, that would be an invasion of Aunt Tian's privacy." Su Xiaoxiao thought about it and felt that it was not a good idea, so she said, "Then I will sleep in my mother's bedroom." Qin Yu still had a straight face. "No, even you have to respect your mother's privacy. She's dizzy, isn't she? But she sleeps with her mom sometimes, that's normal, right? Then I'll sleep on the sofa." She thought of the last possibility. Qin Yu shook his head. "It's even worse. The sofa is too small. It's not comfortable to sleep on. What if I get a stiff neck? I still have to go to school in the afternoon." Su Xiaoxiao pursed her lips, looked up and glared at Qin Yu, her eyes full of anger. This bad guy clearly wants to sleep in the same bed with her. Qin Yu chuckled, "Your bed is so big that 2 people can sleep in it." Su Xiaoxiao was about to cry. Her bed was not big at all. Although it is larger than a single bed, it is only about 1.5 meters wide, while Tian Latong's double bed is 1.8 meters wide. What are you afraid of? Didn't we often sleep together when we were kids? Qin Yu tried to calm the girl. "You know, it was when I was a kid." Su Xiaoxiao wanted to cry but had no tears. She felt like her heart was about to jump out. Like a puppet, she was pulled into the room by Qin Yu. Today the bed sheets turned pink and were embroidered with some cartoon patterns. They were different from yesterday, so they must have been changed. He asked, "Do you sleep inside or outside?" "Outside." Su Xiaoxiao spoke faster because of nervousness. Qin Yu smiled, "Okay, you sleep inside." Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks puffed up. This bad guy just wanted to bully her. She said weakly, You are not allowed to do anything bad. Rest assured." Qin Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wasn't that hungry. Besides, it was already 1 o'clock, and if the summer time hadn't been changed, he would have to get up at 2 o'clock at the latest. There isn't enough time. He just wanted to stick around. What's wrong with that? Su Xiaoxiao kicked off her slippers and quickly huddled into the quilt, almost sticking to the wall. Qin Yu was speechless and lifted the quilt. "It's summer, do you want to get a heat stroke?" In early summer, young people don't need to cover themselves with blankets at all. They just need to cover their stomachs to avoid catching a cold. Qin Yu also took off his slippers and was about to go to bed, only to find that he had no pillow. He just found a doll to lean on and made do with it for the whole afternoon. After getting on the bed, he could faintly smell the fragrance of flower stamens from his nose. The smell of the girl was so fascinating. Qin Yu leaned gently inside, and their bodies touched immediately, feeling a soft touch. "Ar!" Su Xiaoxiao's body trembled, she cried softly, and shrank back. What are you doing? Your bed is so small. If I don't squeeze in, I'll fall out." Qin Yu shamelessly squeezed in. Woo! Su Xiaoxiao's face turned red as if it was on fire. Qin Yu had just said that the bed was very big, but now he complained that her bed was too small. It was obvious that he wanted to do something bad. She quickly shrank inside, trembling like a frightened little white rabbit, but soon she was pressed against the wall. Fortunately, Qin Yu did not come closer to her, and their bodies were no longer touching. Qin Yu knew that the girl could not accept their hug yet, so he did not scare her. He turned sideways and looked at her little face. The girl's eyes were closed, her clean little face was rosy as if she was drunk, her body was tense, and she was obviously very nervous. His face was filled with a gentle smile, and he gently grasped her little hand, which was long and warm, as if he was grasping the softest marshmallow in his heart. Su Xiaoxiao's body trembled nervously and her palms were sweaty. "Xiaoxiao." Qin Yu called out softly, and her long eyelashes trembled. After a few seconds, she slowly opened her eyes, turned her head slightly, and saw Qin Yu's eyes full of tenderness. I'm here for everything. I'll always be by your side. We're going to go to college together, go to the amusement park together, watch movies together. We still have a lot of things to do, so don't have any negative thoughts, okay? Qin Yu greedily sniffed the scent of the girl, as if he was intoxicated in a bright field of flowers, and said softly. Su Xiaoxue responded in an inaudible voice. The girl was very shy, but her heart was warm and her body gradually relaxed. In a daze, she recalled their childhood. That day Qin Yu took her to a cornfield. Qin Yu pulled up a lot of corn seedlings and made a small bed. The two of them accidentally fell asleep on it. The afternoon sun is warm, just like it is now, warm and reassuring. Chapter 21 The Consequences of Confessing to the Class Teacher. The girl's breathing gradually became even and steady, like the lightest feather, barely audible. Qin Yu looked at the girl's delicate cheek tenderly, and the same thing came to his mind. He remembered that the two of them slept well until night. The two families were terrified, and relatives and friends searched for them for a long time, but they were found by a big yellow dog. Looking back now, it can be summed up in 4 words: young and promising. He was only in a few grades in elementary school and he dared to sleep with a girl. Could it be that he had the potential to be a scumbag since he was a child? Perhaps it was because the smell of Su Xiaoxue was too warm. While Qin Yu was daydreaming, his eyelids gradually became heavy and he fell asleep unknowingly. Ding-ling-ling. The two were awakened by the sound of the alarm clock. Su Xiaoxue tried hard to keep her eyes open, feeling a little dazed. It felt like she hadn't slept so soundly in a long time. She wanted to rub her eyes, but found that her little hand was still held by Qin Yu. Woo! She was suddenly startled, her beautiful eyes widened, and then she remembered that she and Qin Yu had taken a nap together. Still in the same bed. Her mother's teachings rang in her ears. Xiaoxiao, you have grown up. You should keep a distance from boys, especially Qin Yu. It's okay to be intimate with them when you are young, but you must never do that when you grow up. At most you can talk to them, but holding hands is not allowed. She looked at Qin Yu's arms that were tightly around her, feeling a little aggrieved. Have I become a bad boy? Qin Yu also woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Su Xiaoxue's blushing little face, which was white and rosy, as beautiful as a flower. Only then did he realize that he had been reborn. Seeing that she was a little absent-minded, Qin Yu asked curiously, "What are you thinking about?" "No, nothing. It's time to go to school. You should get up quickly." Su Xiaoxue was startled and quickly shrank her head. The girl's coy look made him salivate. Her white neck and delicate skin must have felt very good to the touch. He resisted the urge to pinch her and said with a smile, "I won't come over tonight. See you tomorrow." Su Xiaoxue didn't dare to look into Qin Yu's eyes and nodded her head gently. "Do you have a spare key at home?" Qin Yu got out of bed and suddenly remembered the key. It would be too troublesome to return it now and come back tomorrow. Su Xiaoxue didn't think much about it. She ran out of bed and quickly found a spare key from a drawer in the living room. Qin Yu chuckled when he got the key. If Tian Litong knew this, would she be so angry that she would die? In the spring, classes start at 2:30 p.m. and end at 6 p.m. Experimental Middle School has evening self-study classes in the 3rd year of high school, which is why many parents call on number 1 middle school to do the same. For dinner, Su Xiaoxue would have a simple meal around the school. The experimental middle school has only been established for 5 years, but its performance has been steadily improving every year and can already compete with number 1 middle school. Especially the liberal arts class, which has already firmly taken the lead. Su Xiaoxue was recruited by them at a high price. Her tuition was waived and she was also given 10,000 yuan at the beginning. Qin Yu remembered that number 1 middle school did not perform very well in the entrance exam this year, and only 2 students were admitted to 985 universities. Under the huge pressure of public opinion, the principal will be replaced next year, and evening self-study will be fully implemented. And Nan complained to him about this countless times. After thinking about it for a while, he went home, changed his clothes, and threw the clothes he took off into the washing machine. I slept with Su Xiaoxue in my arms for the whole afternoon, and the bed was full of her scent, so it was better to be cautious. When he entered class 278 again, he found that Jiang Xiaoxue looked much better. Her watery eyes became bright again, and the bloodshot eyes disappeared. She must have had a good rest at noon. The first few classes in the afternoon were still the hardest hit by dozing off. The classroom was very quiet and many students dozed off on their desks. He casually took out his cell phone and pulled out the memory card. Today's mobile phones also have a high-end technology that will blow up future generations' SD cards. Gangzi. Some novels. Okay. Jiang Gang put the memory card into his mobile phone and started copying. A few minutes later, Jiang Gang returned the memory card. Brother Yu, don't forget to make an appointment for a fight tonight. What battle? Qin Yu was stunned. Quan San's wife came out now? Fuck, did you forget? Last week, we made an appointment with Zhao Qian from the next class to play War 3. It was a one-match game, and each person got 50 yuan. Jiang Gang looked hopeless. It was all over. He was afraid that the 50 yuan was gone. I am too embarrassed to see my wife Celia. Qin Yu searched his brain and it seemed to be the case. At this time, War 3 and Dota were no longer popular in the internet cafe. The most popular ones were CF and DNF. There were not many people in the small county who still insisted on playing War 3, and they basically knew each other. Zhao Qian is an expert, with a very high score in Haofang. He likes to use night elves the most and is known as the best expert in number 1 middle school. Qin Yu and Jiang Gang are naturally dissatisfied, so this so-called battle took place. He asked, "What time is it?" Jiang Gang had already given up hope, and said with strength but no breath, 7:30, don't forget it. Qin Yu nodded, opened the catalogue and started reading. XXX. Gold XXXXXX. Asleep XXX. No, what is this? He flipped through the pages and finally found a relatively normal one, house servant. Woo woo woo, my dear Yu, your wife, here I come. Seeing his perverted look, Jiang Xiaoxue beside him looked unhappy for some reason and tapped Qin Yu's desk lightly with the back of her hand. The first class is math, so you better behave yourself. She displayed the authority of a class monitor, her delicate face expressionless, like a ruthless female leader. Qin Yu was amazed at her showing a different kind of charm again, and nodded, yes, thank you for your concern, monitor. Ha! Stop being so conceited. Who would care about you? With just one sentence, Jiang Xiaoxue's dignity disappeared instantly, and she blushed proudly. She felt annoyed and glared at Qin Yu. Whether you want to learn or not, it doesn't matter. Qin Yu was puzzled. If she wasn't concerned about him, why was she reminding him? Maybe this is what Sunder is. He shook his head and continued to look down at the novel. Dadater. The sound of high heels came from far away. The students who were originally lying on the table stood up instantly and turned on their computers in less than a second. Zhang Xiaolan is here. A few seconds later, she pushed the door open and walked in. All the students in the classroom had already stood up and were working on their homework with their heads down. Some of them even had sad faces, as if they had encountered difficult problems. She nodded secretly, stood on the podium, looked around at everyone, her gaze finally stopped on Qin Yu, and her eyes narrowed slightly. The students around him felt their scalps tingling. What a terrifying murderous aura. My teacher hasn't been this angry in a long time. Yesterday's homework has been distributed. Let me emphasize again that the college entrance examination is coming soon. What's the point of copying homework now? Zhang Xiaolan spoke slowly, her voice was not loud, but all the students heard it very clearly, and no one dared to breathe. Could it be that someone copied the wrong line again? Jiang Gang was so frightened by Zhang Xiaolan's extremely sharp gaze that his face turned pale. The last time when he copied the physics homework, he changed the ball's rotation from 1 week to 7 days, which made the physics teacher very angry and Zhang Xiaolan called her parents. Did I copy it wrong again this time? At this time, Qin Yu yawned secretly. Zhang Xiaolan was stunned and instantly enraged. She felt that her authority was challenged and angrily said, Qin Yu, I'm talking about you. She was so angry that she had originally planned not to mention the man's name for Zhang Yushi's sake, but who would have thought he would be so arrogant? Question mark. Qin Yu had a face full of question marks. He had deep suspicions that Zhang Xiaolan was targeting him. Isn't it just a text message confessing my love to her? Is that a big deal? Seeing his confused expression, Zhang Xiaolan sneered, thinking that he was pretending to be innocent and trying to get away with it. The final question of this test is very difficult. How did you answer it? She was halfway through her words when she said that the overall difficulty of this set of papers was not high, but there were only 2 people in the entire class who got full marks. Jiang Xiaoxue and Qin Yu. Isn't this copied? She didn't know why Jiang Xiaoxue, who was both good in character and academic performance, would let someone copy her homework. It had never happened before. But she knew that she was shy and didn't want to affect her mentality. Many classmates cast gloating glances, and some people who copied homework even breathed a sigh of relief. Generally speaking, now that the college entrance examination is approaching, even if students really do cheat on their homework, the teachers are too lazy to care. But who asked Qin Yu to send a love confession text message to Jiang Xiaoxue? Qin Yu also knew that she was deliberately taking revenge on him. Just as he was thinking about how to respond, Jiang Xiaoxue beside him suddenly said, "Teacher, I can guarantee that Qin Yu did this question himself. He just explained it to me before class today. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do it." The clear and crisp voice made the whole class as silent as death. Qin Yu also looked at the girl beside him with some surprise. He did not expect that she would speak for him. Jiang Xiaoxue is a girl with principles, which is one of the reasons why she is so popular. She does not allow anyone to slander or defame others in front of her. Yeah. Zhang Qialan's expression changed again and again. Jiang Xiaoxue was her most trusted student, and she already believed it almost completely in her heart. But it was impossible to ask her to admit her mistake, so she snorted coldly, "In that case, Qin Yu, can you explain this question to everyone?" "All right." Qin Yu was a little helpless. He didn't want to be in the spotlight, but the people around him forced him to show himself, so he had to walk to the podium. Zhang Qialan glanced at him, walked down from the podium and made way for him. He looked around the classroom. In the past, when he went to the podium, the teacher would call him up to do the exercises. He could only do it very rarely, and he almost failed every time. Thinking about it, he felt a little nostalgic. When he glanced at Xiao Chou's position, he found that his face was full of gloating smile, as if he was waiting for him to make a fool of himself. Jiang Xiaoxue was also looking at him, and her light pink lips moved, as if to say, "Come on." Qin Yu responded with a hearty smile. The girl glared at him angrily. She didn't expect him to be so bold as to do such a trick in front of so many people. She blushed and lowered her head. Fortunately, Zhang Gang had some good eyesight. After the classmates looked over in confusion, they found that he was waving at Qin Yu. They were immediately speechless, thinking that these 2 idiots were playing tricks. Qin Yu secretly gave his buddy a thumbs up, then opened the test paper and found an extra line of beautiful small characters at the beginning. "A prodigal son who returns is worth more than gold." He opened his mouth and looked at Jiang Xiaoxue, who seemed a little shy, with some surprise. Their homework was handed out by her, and he was definitely able to recognize the beautiful handwriting. Jiang Xiaoxue pursed her lips, lowered her eyes, her fair cheeks flushed as if she was drunk, knowing that the words she secretly left behind were seen by him. "Do you know how to do it?" At this time, Zhang Qialan's face turned dark and she became impatient. Qin Yu took a deep breath, moved his eyes away from Jiang Xiaoxue, and then said, "I'm a bit introverted, so I may not be able to speak well, please forgive me." Classmates. Is this something an introvert would say? The corner of Zhang Qialan's mouth twitched, and she vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Qin Yu was too lazy to talk nonsense and started writing the answer on the blackboard. After writing a few lines, he stopped. This question is actually not difficult. The difficult part is that the knowledge point tested is a bit biased, and everyone can't think of a solution. The boy's voice was clear and full of vigor. Qin Yu spoke eloquently and at a slow pace, without any sense of nervousness at all. After all, he was a small boss in his previous life. How could he be nervous when facing a group of young boys and girls? Halfway through his speech, he suddenly stopped and tapped the blackboard with his chalk. "Student counselor, what should we do next?" When Qin Yu said this, everyone was stunned. "No, do you really think of yourself as a teacher?" The classmates looked at him in amazement. They had seen students giving lectures on the stage, but they had never seen him asking questions to others. But seeing that Zhang Qialan had no intention of stopping it, the classmates all looked at Xiao Chou. His face turned red instantly. He had been waiting to see Qin Yu make a fool of himself. Especially after he discovered the little tricks between him and Jiang Xiaoxue, his face turned green with anger. How could he concentrate on listening to the questions? He hesitated for a long time and couldn't say anything. Alas, it seems that some people don't listen carefully in class. Qin Yu sighed regretfully twice, while Xiaochue's face turned visibly red. All the classmates covered their mouths and laughed. Xiaochue was the study committee member, and he often mocked those students who were worse at studying than him. Seeing him being humiliated, everyone applauded. Qin Yu sneered. Do you really think he is easy to bully? He looked at Jiang Xiaoxue again. Squad leader, please answer this question. The corners of Jiang Xiaoxue's delicate mouth twitched. She was afraid that he would be nervous, so she cheered him on. Are you still introverted and socially anxious? She rolled her eyes at Qin Yu and stood up. The next step is to list the equations and convert them into inequalities, and the answer to this problem will be solved. Qin Yu nodded pretentiously and said, Okay, the answer is correct. Everyone applauded. Bang, bang, bang. Loud applause broke out and the students clapped with smiles on their faces. It's been a stressful senior year of high school, and it feels like there's a wolf chasing everyone. But I haven't been this happy in a long time. Zhang Gang, Liu Qianhao and others clapped their hands so loudly that they almost broke them. As expected, he is Brother Yu, killing two birds with one stone. The applause was not only for Jiang Xiaoxue, but also for Xiaochue. It was like a big slap hit him directly in the face, burning hot. Jiang Xiaoxue's face turned slightly red, and she rolled her eyes at him again, but she couldn't hide her smile, and her pair of bright eyes curved into beautiful crescents. Chapter 22, How to Break into Jiang Xiaoxue's Life. Next, Qin Yu finished explaining the topic very smoothly. He looked down at the entire classroom, feeling a little unsatisfied. No wonder those successful people like to be teachers. Standing on this small podium, he felt like he had everything under control. He looked at the question and said, Actually, this question can be extended a little bit, for example, using L'Hopital's rule. Stop. Seeing her classmates' confused faces, Jiang Xiaolan spoke up in time and stopped Qin Yu, who was eager to try. Wow, how did this guy become so talkative? L'Hopital's rule has come out. If he is given enough time, can he finish teaching advanced mathematics? She looked unhappy. Qin Yu didn't explain very clearly. The students only understood half of what he said, but they could see that he had mastered it. So they had no choice but to say, Come down. All right. Qin Yu nodded, walked down the podium and returned to his seat. After sitting down, he winked at Jiang Xiaoxue, which was met with another shy eye roll from the girl. How about it? HMPH, it's just so-so. The two communicated silently, and just by looking at each other, Qin Yu came up with two sentences in his mind. Jiang Xiaolan did not notice the two people's little movements, and began to summarize the knowledge points tested in this question to the classmates. After all, Qin Yu was not a teacher. She could do it, but it was not certain that others could understand it. This is the role of a teacher. After finishing the final question, Jiang Xiaolan continued to talk about other questions. Surprisingly, she asked Qin Yu two more questions, namely the last multiple-choice question and the last fill-in-the-blank question, two questions with extremely high difficulty levels. For these two questions, not to mention a poor student like Qin Yu, even the top 3 students in the class may not be able to answer all of them. But what was even more surprising was that Qin Yu spoke it very calmly. Jiang Xiaolan's face was terribly gloomy. After asking 3 questions, even a fool could see that she was deliberately targeting Qin Yu, and he felt embarrassed to target him again. Qin Yu once again realized the horror of menopausal women. Bite. The bell for the end of Get Out of Class finally rang. We'll cover the rest of the questions later. Get out of class is dismissed. After saying this, Jiang Xiaolan left with a dark face, wearing high heels. The sound of high heels gradually faded away, and Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, but he knew that Jiang Xiaolan would not give up so easily, and the matter was probably not over yet. He didn't have any better solution, so he just had to wait for her to make a move. Brother Yu, that's awesome. I've never seen our teacher be humiliated like this. It feels so good. Zhang Gang came over immediately, looking excited. Liu Qianhao also came over to join in the fun. I am dying of laughter. It's obvious that she was confessing her love to you because of you, but she was too embarrassed to say it out loud, so she could only think of this method to target you. Who would have thought that you are so fierce? Their relationship with Jiang Xiaoxue was not good to begin with, and they were punished by her today. They will have to run more laps during physical exercises in the future, so naturally they will not say anything good about her. Qin Yu sighed and replied casually, "Don't mess with menopausal women, they are so scary." "Brother Yu, you're not secretly taking extra classes, are you?" Zhang Gang asked thoughtfully. He and Qin Yu were both students in the last examination room, and they had agreed to go to college together. "Is Qin Yu going to betray the revolution?" "Don't worry, there's no makeup class." Qin Yu patted his shoulder and added in his heart that he did not take extra classes, but he was reborn, so his test scores would only increase by a few hundred points. After chatting for a while, they left with a smile. Qin Yu turned around and poked Jiang Xiaoxue beside him. This time he didn't poke her slender waist, but her arm. "What?" Jiang Xiaoxue opened his hand and turned her head away unhappily, indicating that she didn't want to pay attention to him now. "Thank you for your concern, monitor." Qin Yu laughed and referred to the words on the paper. This line of small words had never appeared in the previous life. It not only means the girl's encouragement to him, but also means that the relationship between the two has become completely different from that in their previous life. "What are you talking about? How come I don't know?" Jiang Xiaoxue pretended to be confused, but her rosy cheeks revealed her mood. "This acting is terrible." Qin Yu didn't say anything more. He planned to carefully keep the test papers as a testimony to their beautiful memories. He leaned close to her ear mysteriously and said, "Didn't you tell me about ways to make money? I've thought of it." Speaking of making money, Jiang Xiaoxue finally became interested. "What?" "Open an online store." Qin Yu pointed at the pen in his hand and said, "My uncle's family runs a stationery store. Recently, the goods are not selling well. We can try to open an online store to help them sell some stationery." Jiang Xiaoxue's eyes lit up slightly. Qin Yu's uncle's family ran a stationery store. Everyone in the class knew about this, and he had promoted products to his classmates before. Maybe it is really possible. Online stores have been a hot topic in recent years. She has also studied it privately. After pondering for a while, she finally shook her head slowly. "It will cost a lot to open an online store, right? Besides, we are still studying and don't have time to run it." Qin Yu explained, "We opened an online store because we have no cost. My uncle has a lot of inventory at home that can't be sold. We don't need to spend money to buy inventory for the time being. As for time, we can just find a customer service representative. We are the boss and are only responsible for operations. It won't take us too long every day." Jiang Xiaoxue opened her mouth slightly, showing that she was shocked. If this was true, it seemed feasible. However, why does it feel like Qin Yu is trying to trick his uncle? "What about logistics? My cousin has an acquaintance, so I owe him the money first." Jiang Xiaoxue curled her lips. She was now certain that Qin Yu just wanted to get something for nothing. She sighed helplessly, thinking that the boy was trying to please her, and asked, "What if you lose money? You cheated your uncle, how are you going to get along with him in the future?" "No loss," Qin Yu said confidently. He also laughed. In 2009, the online store was growing rapidly. Coupled with his marketing methods, he didn't lose money at all. Jiang Xiaoxue's eyes sparkled, and she was obviously tempted. In the end, Qin Yu's words made her grit her teeth and make up her mind. "If we lose money, we can just work together to pay it back. Starting a business is always risky. If you are timid, you will never take the first step." "Good. Jingle." The girl's words and the class bell rang at the same time, and Qin Yu's mouth curled up slightly. He knew very well how much Jiang Xiaoxue valued making small money. Making money with her was the fastest way Qin Yu could think of to get into her life. The two agreed to go to Qin Yu's uncle's house together after school to find out the details. For the next 3 classes, Qin Yu chose to just give up and read novels for 3 classes. When he looked up again, the sun outside the window was about to set. The setting sun gradually retracted its dazzling light, dyeing the entire playground red. Students walked out of the campus in 2s and 3s, waving goodbye to their friends. The students in class 278 also went home after school one after another. Jiang Xiaoxue was also packing her little red school bag. There was no evening self-study at school, but the senior students had a lot of homework every day, and even she had to do it for several hours. After packing her school bag, Jiang Xiaoxue looked at Wang Yeye and said, Yeye, I have something to do. You go back first. Wang Yeye was stunned and asked curiously, what's the matter? Ahem, don't ask too many questions about certain things. Qin Yu coughed dryly. Oh tilde. Wang Yeye had an expression on her face that showed I understood, and she walked away with her schoolbag on her back. Jiang Xiaoxue's cheeks turned slightly red, and she glanced at the two of them suspiciously, always feeling that they were hiding something from her. It was a cool evening in early summer. Qin Yu led her to his uncle's stationery store along the old streets of the small county town. The road was very familiar and had not changed much after more than 10 years. It took about 20 minutes. The shop is located in front of a primary school, a very good location, but the rent is not cheap. There are quite a few customers in the store and business is good. There are not only elementary school students, but also many students wearing the uniforms of number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school. As graduation season approaches, the hottest selling item is the yearbook, which has attracted many students. Qin Yu looked into the store and saw a man wearing a white t-shirt and a cigarette in his mouth. It was his cousin Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng has tough facial lines and a strong physique. He joined the army at the age of 18. After retiring and returning home, he started several businesses and lost some money. Now he helps run his family's business. Xiao Yu. Qin Zheng's eyes fell on Jiang Xiaoxue, and his eyes lit up, girlfriend. Jiang Xiaoxue had already started acting like a goddess, but she was still startled by the sudden 3 words. She maintained a polite but courteous smile, and then, she didn't hear Qin Yu speak for a long time. She smiled and said, no. After saying that, she quietly pinched Qin Yu's waist hard. Shouldn't Qin Yu be the first one to help her clarify this kind of problem? Looking at Qin Yu's grinning face, Qin Zheng blinked, guessing that she should be the person Qin Yu was texting. He exhaled a puff of cigarette and said without further question, your cousin's wife is taking care of the kids, so there are not many people in the store. I'll go over there to take care of things. If you need anything, just pick it up yourself. After saying that, he went to greet a few more students. Qin Yu didn't bother to be polite with him and directly took out a box of 0.5 gel pen refills, an iron lump mechanical pencil, and several boxes of pencil refills. After stuffing them all into his pocket, he thought for a while, picked up 2 packs of wei long, gave one to Jiang Xiaoxue, and started to eat. It still tastes familiar. At that time, market rules were not so strict, and stationery stores would not specialize in stationery, otherwise they would not be able to make ends meet. So they would also sell some snacks and toys. While chewing spicy noodles, Qin Yu leaned over to look at the yearbook. It is still the same as I remember. No matter what the price range, the yearbook is loose leaf. You can take it out page by page and throw it to your classmates, forcing them to write something that will definitely lead to their social demise in the future. The higher the price, the more exquisite the paper and design will be. Qin Yu picked up a book of each price range and stuffed it into his bag. The sales of e-books have been pretty good recently, and I can make a small profit by selling them to classmates. Several female students nearby were stunned. Is this for purchasing goods? He really came here to purchase goods. At this time, Qin Zheng was almost done with his work and pulled Qin Yu aside. Xiao Yu, do you really have an idea? Well, I plan to open an online store. Online shop. Qin Zheng put out the cigarette in his hand. Brother, I don't understand these things. What should I prepare? In his opinion, the cost of opening a store is still very high, and it would cost at least tens of thousands of yuan. Qin Yu thought about it and realized that there was no need to hide anything between brothers, so he said, I don't have enough money, so I may not be able to pay for the goods in the early stage, but the online store will only delay the payment, and it will arrive in half a month at most. The more you advance, the more we earn. There are also express or logistics companies, and I need your help to contact them. He cut to the chase and briefly explained his plan. He treated Qin Zheng's family as suppliers and set a price with them in advance. How much he sold himself had nothing to do with them. Daobao's current model is similar to the future, where the goods will only be deposited into the seller's account after confirmation of receipt. Qin Yu seemed to be making money out of nothing, which was equivalent to making a profit from the price difference. But if he didn't come to make the profit from the price difference, Qin Zheng wouldn't be able to open an online store. We can't say he's black, we can only say it's a win-win situation. Qin Zheng looked at Qin Yu in confusion. Although he was not a smart man, he was not stupid either. He said it was an advance payment, but in fact the goods had already been sold. It would just take a few days for the payment to arrive in his account. Is there such a good thing? Seeing his doubts, Qin Yu said seriously, "Don't worry, I know my limits. Brother, the internet is the future. If you can't grasp it, you will be eliminated by the times. Okay, I happen to have a few friends in logistics, I'll say hello to them." Qin Jing exhaled a puff of smoke and nodded. His wife had just given birth to a baby and was very short of money. He hoped he could earn some money from milk powder. That's how it was settled. The two then briefly finalized the quantity and price of some stationery. Although online stores are gaining momentum now, there are still only a few people who can truly realize the trend and dare to try it. Even though the price Qin Yu got the goods was not cheap, he still made a profit. The manufacturer makes money, the supplier makes money, Qin Jing makes money, and Qin Yu still makes money. It's so easy to make money when you are on the cusp of the trend. Qin Yu said goodbye to Qin Zheng and looked at Jiang Xiaoxue. He saw that she was sticking out her pink tongue because of the spicy taste and fanning herself with her little hands. He was completely dumbfounded. AWSL. Jiang Xiaoxue, you are so cute. Noticing Qin Yu's gaze, Jiang Xiaoxue's pretty face turned red. She quickly retracted her tongue and resumed her cool and elegant demeanor, trying hard to maintain her goddess image. As a result, she couldn't bear it anymore after a few seconds. She stuck out her pink little tongue because of the spiciness and fanned herself with her little hands like an electric fan. Qin Yu laughed out loud. Jiang Xiaoxue usually looked like a goddess, as unattainable as a flower on a high mountain, but her current image was completely different. She looked like a funny person. But it did not lose points. On the contrary, the image of the girl became more realistic, which added a lot of points. Here. He casually grabbed a bottle of Coke, doubting whether the information Wang Yeye gave him was wrong. How could she still like spicy food? It's not easy to be spicy enough by Wei Long. Isn't this thing sweet? Thanks. Jiang Xiaoxue's face turned red. She took it, raised her snow-white neck and took a few sips. Gurgle gurgle. After drinking the cool happy water, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and then glared at Qin Yu. My embarrassing side was seen by this man again, how hateful. What are you looking at? Her beautiful eyes widened and her face looked fierce. Qin Yu still giggled, nothing, I just think you are quite cute. The blush on Jiang Xiaoxue's pretty face spread to her ears, almost smoking. It's not like she had never been praised like this before, but this was the first time she was said like this by a boy of the same age, especially in front of so many people. Qin Yu only thought that her shy look was so pleasing to the eye, and asked, what about me? I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Jiang Xiaoxue scolded tenderly. She originally wanted to say shameless, but as elegant as she was, she felt that such wording was not very good, so she changed her words. I didn't expect you to have such a lovely side. Qin Yu smiled proudly. He now knew her other unknown side. Jiang Xiaoxue felt crazy. Facing the shameless Qin Yu, she was no match at all. After a few seconds, Qin Yu's brilliant smile came to an abrupt end. Hiss, don't step on it. In the corner of the shop, looking at the boys and girls playing around, Qin Jing took a puff of cigarette, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but slightly rise. It's great to be young. Chapter 23, Female Fairy. Interrupt the spell. See you tomorrow. Under the setting sun, Qin Yu and Jiang Xiaoxue separated outside the store. He was going to the internet cafe next, so they went in different directions. We have a preliminary plan for the online store, but how to implement it needs further refinement. Jiang Xiaoxue's blushing cheeks blended with the glow of the setting sun. She still glared at Qin Yu, then slowly walked towards home. She has a computer at home and plans to collect some strategies and data for online store operations after returning home. Looking at her slender figure disappearing into the sunset, Qin Yu turned and walked along the street towards the internet cafe. His thoughts raced, and he realized that he really had to start making money, otherwise he wouldn't be able to support several girls. During the one day after his rebirth, Qin Yu thought a lot and it was clear what he was going to do: make games. He had worked on web games in his previous life and had some experience in game development. In 2009, the domestic gaming environment could not be said to be bad, it could only be said to be quite atrocious. Online games were already difficult to enter, and standalone games were a dead end. But in June this year, iPhone 3GS will be released. The mobile game market is like a tempting big cake, directly placed on the dining table, waiting for someone who is qualified to cut it. Qin Yu can completely replicate some phenomenal mobile games. With more than a decade of gaming experience that has led the world, and his terrifying hand speed that has satisfied countless young girls, it is not difficult for him to spend a few months to develop a mobile game. Just as he was thinking, Qin Yu's footsteps suddenly paused, and a familiar figure appeared in front of him. In the setting sun, Annan's slim and graceful figure cast a long shadow, and the twin ponytails behind her made her look like Mother of Ultra. With the setting sun behind her, she smiled brightly. What a coincidence, Senior! What a coincidence! Annan's home is in the completely opposite direction. Why would she run here for no reason? She must have followed him. However, she did not appear in front of Jiang Xiaoxue, which showed that she was somewhat sensible. Qin Yu sighed and looked at her cheek calmly. Now that he saw that he and Jiang Xiaoxue got along so well, he should back off when faced with a difficulty, right? He asked calmly, what are you going to do? Senior, you are lying. Jiang Xiaoxue didn't even have dinner with you. You obviously have time to be with me. Annan's eyes were burning, as if he had caught something on him. The lie was exposed, and Qin Yu chose not to respond to her words, saying, I'm going to eat seafood noodles. I can eat it too. Annan's face turned pale and she gritted her teeth. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. Annan had a very serious allergy to seafood. He would have to go to the emergency room if he ate any. What the hell was he doing? Annan puffed up her little face and came over to pull his hand. Senior, I'll treat you to hot pot. Qin Yu dodged without leaving a trace. I have to go to the internet cafe later, I'm in a hurry. Oh. Annan looked extremely depressed, and his face slowly sank. Looking at the pitiful appearance of the girl, Qin Yu sighed helplessly. Knowing her well, he was afraid that she would cry bitterly after returning home and would not be able to eat again. She just had hypoglycemia today, and if she doesn't eat dinner. Qin Yu couldn't help but worry about her health. Let's go and eat spicy hot pot. Good duck. In Annan's world, hot pot is a T0 level food, and the rest are either those who can eat it or those who don't. Malatang is the kind that is edible. The decoration style of the store is not exquisite, and the wooden tables and chairs are obviously old, but it is very popular, and many students in school uniforms are chattering enthusiastically. As soon as they sat down, Annan suddenly asked, Senior, your girlfriend won't be angry if you have dinner with me, right? Hey! Where did this female demon come from? Several students around looked at him in shock. Qin Yu's mouth twitched, and he slammed Annan with a bang. She immediately cried and held her head with both hands. She carefully observed Qin Yu's expression and found that he had no expression on his face. She couldn't tell what he was thinking, so she didn't dare to say anything naughty anymore. After a while, the steaming hot spicy hot pot was ready. Annan ate a few bites absent-mindedly, then rolled his eyes, a cunning light flashed across his face, and he said, Senior, I'm still young, and I'll be prettier than Jiang Xiaoxue in the future. Qin Yu glanced at her indifferently. The word little had nothing to do with her at all. But Annan's appearance has indeed not reached its peak yet. But if she wants to compare herself with Jiang Xiaoxue, I'm afraid she will never have the chance. There's no way. Jiang Xiaoxue's face is really too unfair. Of course, if a certain part is taken into account, the two people can be evenly matched. Qin Yu finally chose not to say anything and just ate the spicy hot pot quietly. Annan's eyes were filled with resentment and a little dissatisfaction. He took a deep breath and clenched his fists to encourage himself. Senior, I like. Qin Yu took a sip of noodles and said suddenly, there's food on your teeth. Annan screamed and quickly closed her lips, her cheeks puffing up as if she was searching between her pearly teeth with her tongue. 1 minute later. She said angrily, Senior, you are lying. Her spell casting was forcibly interrupted by Qin Yu. She pouted in dissatisfaction, and the courage she had finally built up dissipated a lot. Qin Yu smiled in his heart and successfully interrupted the spell. Annan wanted to say something, but Qin Yu put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with paper. Okay, I'm going to the internet cafe. You can go back after you finish eating. Annan's face was startled. Her mind was full of confession. There were tens of thousands of words of dialogue flashing through her mind, so she didn't eat much. She quickly put down her chopsticks. Wait, senior, I want to go too. Qin Yu frowned slightly and said, internet cafes are not places for girls to go. It would be fine if it was in the future, but now the public security in Cole County is still very chaotic. Internet cafes either smell like cigarettes or toilets, and are not good places. At the same time, girls are definitely a scarce species, and the risk factor is not low. Moreover, he knew that Annan had a computer at home with very high configuration. After being scolded, Annan didn't get angry. Instead, she felt sweet in her heart. As expected. Qin Yu still cared about her, right? She deliberately snorted, I don't care, if you don't take me, I'll go by myself. Seeing that Qin Yu still had a stern face, she was afraid that Qin Yu was really angry, so she quickly hugged his arm. Just this once, Senior Tilder. Her voice was very coquettish when she was acting coquettishly. Qin Yu cried out that he couldn't stand it and was about to nod subconsciously, but he immediately woke up again. Why did he become soft-hearted when she acted coquettishly? Shouldn't I reject her sternly and keep my distance from her at this time? Am I really a scumbag? He said angrily, you swear, this is the only time, if you keep pestering me in the future, I will make it one size bigger. What a vicious oath. Annan looked down, fear written all over her face. But then she thought, since she couldn't see her feet if she looked down, it didn't matter if they were big. She gritted her teeth, raised her white hands, and said piously, I swear, if I pester you to go to the internet cafe again, I will ouch. Before she finished speaking, Qin Yu hit her head again. She looked at Qin Yu in confusion and grievance. Qin Yu sighed speechlessly, eat slowly, and go after you finish eating. Good. Annan was extremely surprised and smiled brightly, with joy in her lively eyes. Although internet cafes in coal-fired provinces have business licenses and industry regulations, most students have very flexible ages and identities. It is normal for a 70-year-old man to kill alliance dogs all night long and a 40-year-old woman to visit teacher Kang late at night. Qin Yu and Zhonggang did not steal their family members' ID cards. In the past, they relied on temporary machines, which they would rush straight to the back door at the slightest sign of trouble. This year, both of them have grown up and no longer have to worry about it. Qin Yu brought Annan into Chang Jin's internet cafe. As soon as they entered, they attracted countless attention. It was smoky and dirty here, and few girls came in. Not to mention a cute girl like Annan who is the class beauty. Annan was also sensitive to being sighted. She shrank behind Qin Yu in fear, clutching his clothes tightly, with only her small head showing. Qin Yu frowned slightly and subconsciously grabbed her little hand. Suddenly, he felt a familiar soft touch in his hand. In such occasions, ownership must be declared, otherwise some people will always be like flies and be very annoying. Huh? No, why claim ownership of the shit? The corner of his mouth twitched. It was over. He started to get along with her as he did in his previous life. Annan's figure is too special. Even now, her school uniform can partially conceal her figure. But when she goes to college, her terrifying strength will no longer be concealed. Every time he went out on the street, he would attract countless attention, and that was how Qin Yu intimidated those people. He turned his head slightly to look at Annan and found that she was pursing her lips and smiling particularly sweetly, and the sweet feeling seemed to be overflowing from the corners of her lips. Chapter 24 Three Peasants TR shocked the internet cafe for a whole year. The lights in the internet cafe were dim and dark, but the girl's fair cheeks seemed to be glowing with a soft luster, and her cunning and smart eyes were like the bright stars in the sky, dazzlingly beautiful. Qin Yu was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly wanted to let go, but found that her little hand was holding it tightly and he couldn't pull it out at all. He said angrily, "Let go. It was clearly you who took the initiative to pull it over, but I won't let go." Annan hugged his arms with both arms, wrapped them around several times, with an expression that showed that he would never obey. Qin Yu had a headache. At this moment, Zhonggang noticed him and stood up, waving his hand, "Brother Yu, this way." Qin Yu had no choice but to pull her to the network administrator, 2 bottles of water, the machine next to Gangzi, the one against the wall. After turning on the machine, he pulled her inside. When they got inside, the smell of smoke became stronger, and Annan couldn't help but wrinkle her nose. The mist was lingering and a bit pungent. Some people's gazes were too dirty, totally different from the clear and gentle eyes of the senior, so annoying. Sure enough, my mother was right, internet cafes are too dangerous. If it weren't for Qin Yu's reassuring big hands, she would have run away long ago. She followed Qin Yu and came to Zhonggang. Zhonggang didn't expect Qin Yu to bring a cute girl with him. After taking a closer look, he realized that it was the schoolmate who came to see him during the break today. He looked at the two people holding hands tightly together and was shocked. Wasn't Qin Yu pursuing Jiang Xiaoxue? How come he was getting together with a schoolgirl? As a gay friend, he tactfully did not ask any more questions. Brother Yu, how are you going to fight? They agreed with Zhao Qian that the bet was 100 yuan, and the winner would be decided in one game, with each player putting in 50 yuan. Zhonggang is a typical RPG player with a terribly slow hand speed. To sum it up in one sentence, he is like Cao Pai's wife farming Zhenji pulling vegetables. It's okay to play around and protect Athena, but when it comes to a serious fight, even a simple human-machine fight is difficult. Qin Yu has to take part in this battle. Qin Yu casually pulled his chair over, asked Nan to sit next to him, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, we will win tonight." Nan sat down obediently, with stars almost popping out of her big eyes. The senior looks so handsome when he looks confident. Suddenly, a male voice came from the back, "Har har, you are so arrogant, you don't even know your own weight." Zhao Qian walked over with a swagger. He was not tall, about 1.7 meters, but he had a side parting and very fair skin, looking a bit like one of the handsome Korean guys of later generations. After seeing his face clearly, Qin Yu regained a lot of memories. This guy was a scumbag. He changed many girlfriends in 3 years of high school. He specifically targeted rich women and cheated them out of their money to buy gaming equipment. Qin Yu immediately displeased him. "Scumbag, prepare to die." Zhao Qian sat down at the machine opposite Zhonggang and said, "It's agreed. 100 yuan, one game to decide the winner." Qin Yu shook his head, "I think it's a bit boring." Zhao Qian's face darkened. "What do you mean? Do you want to regret it? What's the point of 100 yuan? 1,000 yuan, do you want to take it?" Qin Yu threw 1,000 yuan on the table. This. Both were obviously frightened. 50 yuan is something that a student can still squeeze out if he or she wants. At most it can be used to eat steamed buns for a few days. But 1,000 yuan is an astronomical figure. Zhao Qian's expression changed. He couldn't understand where Qin Yu got his confidence from. Looking at the 10 red bills on the table, he felt itchy and finally decided to eat them. 1,000 yuan is enough for him to squander for a long time. He took a deep breath and said, "Okay, 1,000 yuan, one round to decide the winner." Zhonggang quickly said, "Wait, include my 50. Okay, a total of 1050. Before he finished speaking, Nan suddenly waved her hand and said, "Wait, I'll bet 500 too." 5 more large bills suddenly appeared on the table, and Zhonggang and Zhao Qian were shocked again. No, what kind of people are these? Is it so easy for them to spend 500 yuan? Qin Yu frowned and glared over. Nan blinked her big eyes innocently and muttered softly, "Senior, it's only 500 yuan." Qin Yu rolled his eyes and let her go. Nan is a wealthy woman. Her home is a 300 square meter villa. This little money is really her pocket money. Qin Yu's sight fell on Zhao Qian. His expression darkened and changed several times. He gritted his teeth and accepted it. It didn't make much difference anyway. The final chips were determined to be 1,550 yuan. Many people in the internet cafe were shocked by this number. Many of them stopped playing games and rushed over to watch. The two entered the platform and the game began. In the loading interface, old lady Tirand is riding a white tiger, looking majestic. There were just a few pieces of cloth, which made Nan's face turn slightly red. Is this game serious? After a few seconds, I entered the game. Qin Yu smiled when he saw the small, turtle-shaped map in the lower right corner of the screen. This is a sure thing. He chose the human race, and calmly pulled 3 peasants, turned them into militia, and rushed towards the opponent's base. The eyes of the people watching the game widened. What is this tactic? Zhao Qian had obviously seen such a scene before. When he saw 3 militiamen rushing into his base, his eyes widened like bells. Is this guy crazy? As a result, 3 peasants started knocking down the tower at his base. Zhao Qian was in a panic. His hero had not appeared yet, but 3 towers had already been erected. He fired at his mine. In less than 10 minutes, the game was over and Zhao Qian's tree of life exploded magnificently. Senior is awesome. Annan didn't understand, but that didn't stop her from being very excited. She kept clapping her white little hands, with little stars in her big eyes. Qin Yu calmly closed the game. The onlookers were shocked and asked quickly, "Brother, what kind of tactic is this?" "Three farmers TR, you guys can look for it on Chiabar, there should be some strategies." The three peasant TR is a very classic extreme style of play, specifically designed to fight against the elf, and is also okay against the orcs. Later, it was brought into the competition by Mr. Dan, and it shined. In fact, some people had already used it on some battle platforms in 2009, but it was relatively niche. There are no top masters in a small county. Even if Qin Yu was reborn, no matter how bad his operation was, Zhao Qian would have no chance of turning the tables after being crushed tactically. He looked at Zhao Qian, "Where's the money?" Zhao Qian's face was dark and he said nothing. "You want to default on your debt?" Zhang Gang walked over and blocked the aisle. He was slightly shorter than Qin Yu, only 1.81 meters tall, but he was muscular and could beat up a pretty boy like Zhao Qian with a cast. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the internet cafe looked at Zhao Qian with contempt. Originally he was good at playing games and other people respected him, but who would have thought that he couldn't even admit defeat? Zhao Qianker couldn't stand it anymore. He was not afraid of being beaten. After all, there were many scumbag rich women, and it was bound to be a disaster. But teenagers of this age are most afraid of losing face, and what they can't stand the most is being looked down upon. He gritted his teeth and took out 16 red bills from his wallet. Qin Yu was a little surprised. Could Zhao Qian really take it out? He frowned and asked, "Where did you get the money?" "He doesn't want this money if it's not clean." Zhao Qian said in a deep voice, "I won the game." Qin Yu thought that what he called a competition was probably just a battle like today, so he took the money. He threw one to Zhang Gang, who was immediately excited. "Har har har, I'm going to buy resurrection coins and Remy's assistance now. I can definitely defeat the Sky City today." Qin Yu's mouth twitched. With this level of ability, how could he save Celia? He took out another 500 yuan and gave it to Annan. "Stop talking nonsense and take it." Annan said, "Oh," and swallowed the words of refusal before she could say them. She felt a little confused. Why was Qin Yu always predicting what she wanted to say? As she thought about it, she suddenly laughed. Doesn't this just prove that Qin Yu has her in his heart? Even Qin Yu couldn't fully understand what this girl was thinking. He said speechlessly, "Why are you grinning?" "I have some work to do next, and it might be boring." "It doesn't matter. I'm glad I can stay with my senior." Annan smiled sweetly. Qin Yu's heart trembled, and he opened a bottle of water for her, and found Zhang Gang standing there playing Sky City. "Gangzi, why are you standing there?" Zhang Gang glanced at the chair under Annan. "Nothing, I just like standing." Qin Yu was puzzled for a moment, but Annan's eyes lit up. She quickly stood up and gave up her chair. "Senior, this is someone else's chair, we can't snatch it away." She blinked her eyes, looking like a good girl. Qin Yu glanced at her and nodded. "Then you stand." "Annan." Annan's little face froze instantly, and she looked confused. "Can't Qin Yu be a little more considerate?" Zhang Gang's hand trembled, and the character died immediately. He said he was shocked, and he had never seen a boy talk to a girl like this, especially such a cute girl. Qin Yu glanced at her indifferently. "Har har, are you trying to trick him?" Qin Yu couldn't guess everything that was going on in her little head, but he could definitely see through 99% of it. Annan stood there feeling aggrieved, her eyes full of resentment, but Qin Yu ignored her, opened the website and entered a string of heartbreaking characters. Unity 3D. Chapter 25. Qin Yu, it's over, I'm not clean anymore. Unity is a relatively comprehensive game development software that is simple and easy to use. It will become the first choice for countless independent game makers in the future. He took a quick look and found that the current version was version 2.5. He didn't know whether the knowledge from later generations would still work. Since the software was just released, it was not easy to find. He finally found it in a niche forum, and started downloading it in the background. Then he opened Taobao and started registering a store. The name of the shop is Lao Qin Stationery, which is the name of my uncle's stationery store. He submitted a lot of information and then waited for review. Just then, the thunder rang, and Unity was downloaded. He started to install it casually. Unity just supported Windows in March this year. If he was reborn earlier, he would have to use other software. The progress bar of the installation was growing slowly. Qin Yu looked at Annan standing there pitifully and said speechlessly, "Go find a chair. The space is so small, 2 chairs are so crowded." Annan glanced at the chair under Qin Yu, sniffed, and said aggrievedly, "Senior, it's okay. No one wants me anyway, so I can just stand." Several people around immediately cast indignant glances at him. Qin Yu actually made such a cute girl stand. Qin Yu. He knew Annan too well. She bent her waist, and he knew what position she wanted. He sighed softly, thinking that he owed her something in his previous life. He sat back and said, "Come and sit here, but don't move." "Good." Annan's eyes were surprisingly bright. A gust of fragrant wind passed by quickly, and she went into Qin Yu's arms in a flash. At this speed, even the Flash would have to admit defeat. Gaming chairs are not popular yet, and internet cafes only have ordinary wooden chairs with backrests. Although Annan's appearance is a bit too evil, her overall figure is very slim and well-proportioned, so sitting in front of Qin Yu, she doesn't feel crowded. When Qin Yu played games with her in his previous life, she always liked this posture. He also seems to like being in the front when doing exercise. Before he could think more, his thoughts were interrupted by Annan. She kept squeezing into his arms, and their bodies were instantly pressed together. Qin Yu's nose was filled with the extremely familiar smell again, and he felt a little restless. He deliberately said in a cold voice, "If you move again, get out." Annan uttered, "Oh," softly and dared not move at all. "You're all sweaty, and you still have the nerve to squeeze on me." Qin Yu pushed her forward with disgust, and their bodies were no longer pressed against each other. Annan blushed a little. The weather was getting hotter in early summer. She was sweating a little, but not to the point of smelling bad, right? She raised her slender arms and argued, "It doesn't stink. If you don't believe me, smell it." Qin Yu curled his lips, ignored her, and opened Unity 3D. The computer in the internet cafe was a little slow, and after a few minutes it finally loaded the familiar yet unfamiliar interface. It was a long time ago that he learned Unity, but when I saw him again today, it felt like a lifetime ago. "Senior, what are you going to do?" Annan asked curiously, staring at the screen with big eyes, confusion written all over his little face. "Prepare to play a game." Qin Yu replied casually without further explanation. He knew that Annan was a computer idiot, the kind who could install 10 security guards at the same time to raise poisonous insects. "Wow, you really are worthy of being my senior." Annan didn't understand, but she took the opportunity to squeeze into Qin Yu's arms. Bang! Qin Yu raised his hand and gave her a slap. Annan held his little head and finally behaved himself. He looked at the familiar interface, created a project, then threw a camera on it and created a new script in the camera's program library. After finishing everything, he began to write the program. The programming languages used by Unity are C# and JS. The latter is easier, but Qin Yu doesn't know it. The former can only be described as somewhat odd. Qin Yu studied C++ in a training institution in his previous life. Fortunately, he learned a lot of different things and also knew a little C#, so he had no problem writing a small script. He wants to write a basic movement program and use WASD to control the movement of objects. The keyboard is typing very fast. With the help of the golden finger, he could remember clearly all the programs he had written in his previous life. A few minutes later. Finish. As long as the procedure is passed, you can hang it on the object. Qin Yu smiled with satisfaction and pressed the compile button confidently. Error, 128, warning, 59. Qin Yu. My mentality collapsed. He wrote less than 30 lines in total, but reported more than 100 errors. The program can't even compile, let alone run. Annan tilted her head. Senior, what do you mean? It's normal. I still recognize error. Qin Yu's mouth twitched. If you say anything more, get out. Annan chuckled, his eyes curved, and obediently said no more. It's just that his expression looks a bit annoying. Qin Yu was too lazy to pay attention to her. He followed the error instructions and looked at them for a while. It turned out that his code was too new. Programming languages are also constantly evolving. In 2009, both the syntax and the referenced functions were very different from later generations. He suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. It seemed that he had to learn the current programming language. Sure enough, I should start with an online store and earn some pocket money. The game needs to be considered carefully. Qin Yu opened some websites that explained C#, took out a notebook and started studying. The people around you were speechless. No, there's a cute girl sitting in your arms, and you actually took out your notebook and started studying? Even Liu Xiaoxue is not as good as you. Qin Yu is not Liu Xiaoxue, but he has done the same thing as today countless times. In his previous life, he lived with a nun for several years. Sometimes she would stick to him 24 hours a day and even hold his hand when going to the toilet. Although he was not a good student, he was always forced to burst out with learning ability comparable to that of his senior year in high school at the end of the semester. Annan's favorite thing to do was to snuggle in his arms and look at his focused face when he was studying. Even if Annan's charm is at its highest, you will become immune to it after spending time with him. Qin Yu is a very focused person. Once he starts doing something, he can easily get into the state. He was a little obsessed with his studies, writing line after line of notes in his notebook. When taking notes, his body would involuntarily lean forward. Annan was quite tall, and her twin ponytails were a bit of a hindrance, so when he wanted to take notes, he had to lean his face forward, almost touching her smooth face, so that he could see the notebook clearly. Annan narrowed her eyes slightly and felt like she was about to faint from happiness. Her little face was full of obsession, and the corners of her delicate mouth were raised wantonly, revealing a weird and somewhat morbid smile. Senior is so close, I am so happy, senior smells so good. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Yu let out a long breath and closed the web page. Only then did he realize that, without him noticing, Annan had been leaning against him with a flushed face and moist and blurry eyes. In early summer, Qin Yu suddenly woke up. Finished. I accidentally followed the way we got along in my previous life. He wanted to cry but had no tears. He slowly closed the notebook and tapped her little head. Annan suddenly woke up, holding her little head, and pouted in dissatisfaction. Senior, what are you doing? He said unhappily, are you still not getting up? I don't have the strength anymore. Annan didn't move, looking shameless. Senior, you've been holding me for more than an hour anyway, hold me for a while longer. Qin Yu. He felt like crying and just felt unclean. He decided to use his trump card, putting two fingers together and gently pushing against her slender waist. Arr! Annan screamed, her body trembled, and she sat up straight in an instant. Ready to go home. Oh. Annan stood up reluctantly, feeling confused. How did Qin Yu know that her waist was her weak point? Chapter 26 Qin Yu vs Qin Jiang. After leaving the internet cafe, the air suddenly became countless times fresher. Annan opened her arms, tilted her little face slightly, faced the night sky, and took a deep breath. Qin Yu frowned slightly. This is the smell in the internet cafe. Staying there for a long time is not good for your health. If you can't stand it, don't follow me. It's okay, I can bear it. Annan stared at Qin Yu and smiled brightly. As long as I can be with you, even if it's. Stop. Qin Yu waved his hand to interrupt her flirting and said, take a taxi back. The public security in my county was not very good. He remembered that a junior high school girl would get into trouble a few years later, and the situation improved only after a period of severe crackdown. At 9 o'clock in the evening, he really didn't dare let Annan walk back alone. But if you take a regular taxi, it won't be a big problem. Annan's bright eyes turned and said, it's okay. I'll walk back. It's too expensive to take a taxi. ? Don't you have $1,000 in your pocket? Qin Yu sighed helplessly. Forget it. He had done so many things that he shouldn't have done tonight. Let's just send him off to the west. He turned back and went into the internet cafe, only to find that Jiang Xiaoxue's screen had gone black again. There was only one resurrection coin left, and he didn't know how long it would last. Gangzi, lend me your car today. Jiang Xiaoxue was confused. What should I do? Qin Yu asked, you don't have long legs. I? Jiang Xiaoxue opened his mouth to show that he couldn't refute, and handed over the car keys with a look of despair. His bike was an old-fashioned big bar bicycle with a very long bar in the middle. Qin Yu and Jiang Xiaoxue called it their egg-happy bike, and countless heart-wrenching tragedies had occurred there. He walked over, unlocked the car, threw the school bag into the basket, and said, get in the car. The back seat of the car didn't look good, it was bumpy and covered in rust, but Annan didn't hesitate at all and sat down on it. The car started off wobbly. Qin Yu hadn't ridden a bike for a long time, but he had good balance and quickly mastered the rhythm. Nan hugged Qin Yu's waist tightly with both hands and said, "Senior, your girlfriend won't be angry if someone rides in your car, right?" "Die, shut up you witch." Qin Yu's hand shook and he almost fell over. Nan is quite heavy. She is 166 centimeters tall and very thin, with a slender waist that can be grasped with one hand. But the problem is, a certain part of her body is too heavy. But Qin Yu didn't feel any effort, his legs were stretched like Hot Wheels. "Hold on tight, I'm going to speed up." "Senior, slow down." Nan was very dissatisfied. Her home was not far away, and Qin Yu sped up. At this rate, they would arrive in just a few minutes. Nan's home is in a community called Xinghermingfu, which was newly built in recent years. It is a two-story European-style building and a high-end community. There are no high-rise buildings in Cole County now, and this is clearly the best real estate project in the entire county. When the property was first sold, Jiang Xiaoxue and Qin Jigang learned about the price, and then tacitly agreed not to mention it again. Just as she expected, the original 20-minute journey was compressed into 10 minutes by Qin Yu. Nan got out of the car reluctantly. Before getting out, her little hand suddenly reached into Qin Yu's clothes and wiped his abdomen fiercely. Her face suddenly turned red and she smiled foolishly. "Senior, as expected, he has abdominal muscles." Qin Yu wanted to cry but had no tears. It was over. This little devil had succeeded again. It's hard to guard against. Nan jumped happily a few meters away, turned around and put his hands behind his back. Under the moonlight, the girl's eyes were full of dreams, and her clean cheeks seemed covered with a watery veil. She took a deep breath and moved her red lips slightly. "Senior, Qin Yu said suddenly, "Your mother is out." Nan was startled and turned around to look. The community was very quiet. There was not even an old man taking a walk. Only the swarm of mosquitoes were whirling around under the street lights. She quickly turned around and found that Qin Yu had already ridden his bike a long way away. "Senior." Nan's face was puffed up and she stomped her feet in anger. A few minutes later, Qin Yu completely disappeared from her sight, and she suddenly burst out laughing. "Senior seems to have changed a lot, but she likes him even more." Nan skipped back home. As soon as she entered the house, she found that Liuxian had been waiting for a long time. Liuxian breathed a sigh of relief and asked, Nan, why are you back so late?" Nan changed his shoes, feeling a little guilty. "I went to a classmate's house to play." Liuxian was full of confusion. How could he be so happy when visiting a classmate's house? "Anyway, my daughter was in a better mood. She didn't plan to ask more questions and said, 'Go wash up and have a rest early. You have classes tomorrow.'" Nan said, "Oh," and went back to the bedroom humming a little tune. Liuxian's eyes were full of confusion. Yesterday Nan was crying her heart out, but today she is as happy as a 200-month-old baby. The girl's mind is a little hard to figure out. In the bedroom, Nan sat at the desk and carefully opened the diary. Today is a special day. After writing the beginning, Nan scratched his face, feeling a bit bored, made a few marks, and prepared to rewrite it. Today is the most special day. I ran into my senior by chance this morning, but he said something sad. I hid in the bathroom and cried for a long time, and was late for class. During the break, I mustered up the courage to find him, but he scolded me again. What a fool! I accidentally fainted during the run, but I didn't expect my senior to come to see me. Glucose is so sweet. In the evening, she wrote down everything that happened that day like a diary. She wrote a long and full article and then closed the book with satisfaction. Lying on the bed, she put her little hand in front of her little nose and sniffed hard. A strange blush appeared on her tender cheeks and her eyes gradually became blurred. Hey! The taste of senior. Qin Yu rode all the way to the staff quarters of number 1 middle school. It was late, and there were not many people in the community. The deep night sky is somewhat quiet, and the faint moonlight covers the earth. The night in the small county town is quiet and harmonious. He parked the car and did not go home immediately. Instead, he went into a pharmacy near the community. The boss was about to turn off the lights and close the shop, so he asked, "What would you like to order, young man?" Qin Yu asked, "Is there a blood pressure monitor?" The boss replied, "Yes, which one do you want?" Qin Yu thought for a moment and said, let's get a Juan 1, and then an Orman 1 and a Mercury 1. Boss. Is this okay? The boss looked at him suspiciously. Was this guy sure he wasn't trying to tease him? He didn't go to get the goods, but said, 120 for Juan, 300 for Orman, and 30 for Mercury. Qin Yu nodded and took out for large bills. I want all 400. The boss hesitated for a moment, took the money and looked at it under the light. When he saw that it didn't look like counterfeit money, he nodded. Everything can be bargained for now, and drugstores are no exception. Qin Yu stuffed everything into his school bag and then walked towards home. There are lights on here and there in the community. Now the number 1 middle school staff housing complex is an old community with crumbling walls and poor internal lighting. Many people with good incomes have moved out. Jiang Xiaoxue and Qin Jiang have also been discussing changing houses recently, but they have not yet decided as they still need to save money for Qin Yu to get married. In coal mining provinces, incomes are not high, but bride prices are shockingly high, which is not a small burden for families within the system. When Qin Yu returned home, he smelled alcohol. The lights were off in the living room. Qin Jiang was sitting on the sofa with his belly exposed, watching the anti-Japanese drama with Jiang Xiaoxue. Before Qin Yu could say anything, he felt 2 sharp gazes sweeping over him. Jiang Xiaoxue frowned and asked, "Why is it so late?" He answered casually, "I went to study." He didn't lie, but he learned something else. Qin Jiang glanced at him and said, "Oh, you're going to study? Are you hanging out at the internet cafe with Jiang Gang again?" Qin Yu smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely do well in the next mock exam." Qin Jiang and Jiang Xiaoxue looked at each other, as if they had seen a ghost. Qin Yu usually avoids talking about exams, but I didn't expect that he would bring it up today. But since their son had confidence, they didn't want to say anything discouraging. "Mom and Dad, remember to turn on the lights when you watch TV next time. Don't save this little bit of electricity. It's not worth it if something happens to your eyes." Qin Yu turned on the lights in the living room, and the dim living room suddenly became bright. "What do you know? The TV is so bright, you can still see it. Isn't this a waste of money?" Jiang Xiaoxue glared at him. The family earned all their money by living frugally, so it's not as easy as he said. Qin Yu sighed lightly, said no more, took out the Juan blood pressure monitor from his school bag, unpacked it, and skillfully installed 2 batteries. "What's this?" The two were a little surprised and took the box to look at it. "Blood pressure monitor." Jiang Xiaoxue asked curiously, "Why did you buy this?" Qin Yu untied the bandages. "Dad drinks and socializes every day. I'm afraid his blood pressure has been high for a long time. We must pay attention to it." "Hypertension." Qin Jiang laughed and waved his hands, saying, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Don't measure it for me. Don't worry, I drink only the best Fengjiu. I know what I'm drinking." Jiang Xiaoxue was also a little worried, and snorted coldly, "Won't we know if it's high or not by measuring it?" Qin Jiang was startled and stretched out his arm obediently. Qin Yu put a strap on him and pressed the button. 1 minute later. Ding ding ding. The blood pressure monitor kept beeping and the indicator lights in front of the low and high pressure indicators turned red. High pressure 165, low pressure 105. Qin Jiang loosened the straps instantly. "Hey, it's not that high. I heard Director Zhang's high pressure is 180. Qin Yu's face was gloomy. 180 was indeed correct, but Director Zhang would be leaving in a few months. He looked at Jiang Xiaoxue. "Mom, the highest systolic pressure is 140, and the diastolic pressure is 90. My dad has very serious high blood pressure. He forgot whether the current blood pressure standard has been adjusted, so he just said it based on later generations." "So serious?" Jiang Xiaoxue frowned slightly, not quite understanding this aspect. Qin Jiang waved his hand indifferently. "Don't listen to his threats. I don't have any symptoms at all. This is a domestically made machine. It's not accurate." Qin Yu smiled knowingly and took out a bigger box from his school bag. "It's okay. I have imported ones here. They are from Orman, RB Corporation, one of the best medical manufacturers in the world." Qin Jiang was confused. Didn't this guy rob the pharmacy? Qin Yu installed the battery quickly, put the strap on without further ado, and pressed the measurement button again. The results came out and the 2 indicator lights were still red. High pressure 163, low pressure 101. In fact, Juan's blood pressure monitor is very good, and the results are almost the same as those of Ormran. Qin Jiang looked dissatisfied and said, "Electronic products are not accurate. I will go to their hospital next week and let Wei Jin test it." Qin Yu smiled knowingly again, turned around and took out an old-fashioned mercury sphygmomanometer from his backpack. "It's okay. I have mercury here. Dad, I'll measure it for you." Chapter 27 Qin Jiang, Evil Son. Looking at the mercury sphygmomanometer on the table, Qin Jiang and Jiang Xiaoxue were completely confused. Qin Yu smiled with satisfaction. He knew how hard his father's mouth was. It was probably harder than Terra Stone. If he just bought a blood pressure monitor, he would not be able to convince him at all. He tied up Qin Jiang again and began to measure. A mercury sphygmomanometer is actually not difficult to use. The first regular rhythmic sound you hear without noise is the high pressure, and the last sound is the low pressure. Qin Yu is not a professional, so his measurement is definitely not accurate, but it is roughly correct. Anyway, Qin Jiang's blood pressure has soared to 160, so it is impossible to hear 150. A minute later, Qin Yu took off his stethoscope and told the results: high pressure 164, low pressure 107. Before Qin Yu could say anything else, he felt a piercing pain in his ears. "Hey, Mom, what are you doing?" Jiang Xiaoxue looked unhappy and twisted his ear tightly. "Why did you buy so much? Who would waste money like you?" Qin Yu grimaced in pain and quickly stood up, finally breaking free. Jiang Xiaoxue looked at the 3 blood pressure monitors on the table with heartache. They had already been unpacked and she was afraid they could not be returned. He stared at Qin Yu. "Tell me, where did the money come from?" Qin Jiang started the mixed doubles match. "You didn't buy something on credit." "I have saved some money, and I haven't spent much." Qin Yu rubbed his ears and sighed. "Mom, health is no small matter. What do you think we work hard for? Let alone a few $100s, even if I buy 10, it would be worth it if my dad would pay attention to it." Jiang Xiaoxue and Qin Jiang were both stunned. They knew that Qin Yu had his own little treasury, and they would lift up his bed every few days to see how much he had saved. "I didn't expect that he would actually go buy a blood pressure monitor." Jiang Xiaoxue's eyes suddenly turned red, and Qin Jiang felt mixed emotions. "My son has grown up." Qin Yu's simple words deeply moved the two men and successfully shifted their attention to Qin Jiang's body. Jiang Xiaoxue thought for a moment and asked, "Why don't we ask Wei Jin?" Wei Jin, Qin Yu's sister-in-law, is an internist at the county hospital. She got married late and her child just started elementary school. Qin Jiang's eyelids twitched and he kept shaking his head. "It's so late, Wei Jin must have gone to bed. Why are you asking? Let's talk about it tomorrow." "It's okay, I'll do it. My aunt loves me and won't blame me." Qin Yu took out his cell phone skillfully and made a call directly. Qin Jiang. The corners of his mouth twitched and he felt like he had given birth to a wicked son. A few seconds later, the call was connected. Qin Yu turned on the speakerphone and briefly told her the situation. Hearing the value, Wei Jin was shocked. Second brother's blood pressure is so high. Hearing her tone, Jiang Xiaoxue finally realized the seriousness of the matter and hurriedly said, "Wei Jin, prescribe some medicine for him." Wei Jin pondered for a moment and said, "Well, take the antihypertensive medicine first. High blood pressure requires long-term medication and observation, and the dosage must be adjusted. If one medicine cannot suppress it, multiple therapies must be used. Also, sister-in-law, don't let my second brother drink again." Jiang Xiaoxue carefully wrote down the name of a medicine with a pen, chatted for a few more words, and then hung up the phone. Qin Yu took a glance at the nifedipine sustained-release tablets, a more common long-acting antihypertensive drug, but he didn't know if it could suppress the blood pressure. Jiang Xiaoxue looked at Qin Jiang with a bad face. "Who told you to drink every day? Are you sick from drinking?" Yes, I will pay attention next time." Qin Jiang shrank his neck and nodded repeatedly. Seeing Jiang Xiaoxue start preaching mode, Qin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that there should be no problem. "Anyway, Dad, start taking the medicine tomorrow. Long-term antihypertensive drugs are very stable and have no side effects. Don't stop taking them casually." After saying that, he walked towards the bathroom. Having resolved a problem, Qin Yu was in a good mood. Qin Jiang died of cerebral hemorrhage in his previous life, which is closely related to high blood pressure. If blood pressure can be controlled, the probability of the disease will be greatly reduced. Of course, it's not completely over yet. In the future, I will definitely take my parents to the hospital for a thorough physical examination. He took off all his clothes in a few seconds, turned on the faucet and took a hot shower, humming a song. At that time, we had unpolluted mornings and the ticking of the second hand, but we could not hold back a sunset. It was already past 10 o'clock after taking a shower. Jiang Xiaoxue went back to the bedroom to sleep, while Qin Yu was alone in the living room, smoking and watching a fantastic TV series. Seeing Qin Yu, Qin Yu's eyes narrowed. "Boy, come here." Qin Yu's eyelids twitched. Could it be that his father's defense was broken? He sat down next to Qin Yu. Qin Yu was silent for a few seconds and then spoke. "These 3 blood pressure monitors cost a lot of money, right?" "Not much." Qin Yu shook his head. He didn't bother to be polite with his father. He only spent 400 yuan in total, and now he still had a huge sum of 1,600 yuan in his pocket. Qin Yu took out 500 yuan from his wallet and said, "Your mother and I have been too busy lately and have no time to take care of you. Don't let yourself down." Qin Yu was stunned when he saw the 5 big bills in front of him. "Is this okay? I should have bought 10. Seeing that Qin Yu didn't take it, he stuffed it directly into Qin Yu's hand. "Stinky boy, why are you being polite to me?" Qin Yu scratched his head. "I mean, can I have more?" "Roll." Qin Yu quickly put the 500 yuan into his pocket and watched TV with him for a while. The heroes flew into the sky and hid in the ground again, which made him stunned. He smelled the alcohol on Qin Yu and sighed. "Dad, we really can't drink anymore." Qin Yu shook his head. "Dad doesn't know his blood pressure is so high. Don't worry, I will take the medicine, but this alcohol, I really can't give it up. Dad, our family is not short of money. Is it worth risking your life? Anyway, you and Mom have stable jobs and are guaranteed a stable income. It would be great if you can take my mom out for a walk when you retire in the future." Qin Yu frowned. Before his rebirth, he also valued money. After all, it would cost tens of thousands of yuan every month to hire a female technician for massage. But after his rebirth, he became indifferent. On the one hand, I felt that money would be easy to make, and on the other hand, I suddenly realized that there were so many things around me that were countless times more important than money, and so many beautiful and precious people. You don't understand. Dad still wants to climb up. Qin Yu took a deep puff of his cigarette and said, "Give Dad a few more years. If you can't climb up, forget it." "Well." Qin Yu sighed helplessly. He had never worked in the system and could not understand Qin Yu's persistence. But he couldn't just deny his father's life ideals. However, Qin Yu was now in his 40s, and in his opinion, the best time for advancement had passed. If blood pressure can be controlled, it is not a big problem. He watched TV with Qin Yu for a few minutes and then went back to the bedroom. There was an unknown message on the phone, sent by a nan. "Senior, I'm home now. Thank you for accompanying me today. Good night." A nan sends text messages like this every day. Some will say what happened that day, while others will just say good night. There were a lot of messages in Qin Yu's phone. Although he never replied to her, he saved them all. His finger pressed the delete key, hesitated, and cancelled it. He opened the window and looked at the clear night sky outside. The girl's expectant and anxious face as she sent text messages appeared in front of him, and he couldn't help but sigh. His original intention to send some heartless words was instantly shattered, and he slowly closed his phone, handling the situation in the same way as before. No reply. Chapter 28 Soy Milk Stand 2.0. A dreamless night. Qin Yu rubbed his eyes and opened his cell phone. It was 6:35. The alarm was set for 7 o'clock, but it hadn't rung yet. He didn't want to sleep anymore. He got up, changed into his school uniform, and headed towards school. Summer mornings are the most refreshing, with the air being fresh and clear, refreshing to the heart. The economy of the coal-producing county mainly relies on some mines. There are few factories in the city and the pollution level is very low. Some vendors have already gotten up early and are busy. The old men in the playground were already practicing Tai Chi. Qin Yu looked over and didn't see Jiang Xiaoxue. It was not as if she was just a flash in the pan. She was probably too tired yesterday and couldn't get up today. He started running along the track by himself. He didn't have the fun following Jiang Xiaoxue yesterday, and he didn't even sprint. It was totally not his character. He was going to test his limits today. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Yu let out a long breath, his body already covered in sweat. He checked the time. It was 7:20. I have to say that the young man is still very strong. He ran more than 10 laps without any feeling of fatigue and was still full of energy. Is it so that my physical fitness is so strong? Or did his body mutate after his rebirth? He took a breath, stopped thinking about it, walked out of the campus, and found a small stall selling tofu pudding to eat. For some reason, he always felt that it would be a better idea not to go to the soy milk stall today. At the soy milk stall, Jiang Xiaoxue was wearing a light blue and white school uniform, with a straight waist and a dignified posture. She ate fried dough sticks in small bites and occasionally drank soy milk slowly. She managed to make ordinary soy milk and fried dough sticks taste like high-end Western food. Her elegant posture and impeccable appearance attracted the attention of the students around her. Some boys were so absent-minded while eating that the soy milk even went into their nostrils. She frowned slightly, somewhat disgusted by these gazes. Putting down the dough sticks, she looked around, feeling a little annoyed. It was already 7:30, and someone hadn't gotten up yet. She slowly withdrew her gaze and gave up the search. Then she was startled by her own action and her face turned slightly red. Her face turned red and she secretly spat. She didn't come here expecting to meet Qin Yu by chance. Absolutely not. She just wanted to discuss some matters about the online store with him. That's all. But unfortunately, she had been eating breakfast for a full 20 minutes and still hadn't noticed Qin Yu. Huh? Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoxue was slightly stunned. A girl in a black and white school uniform came over pushing a bicycle. She parked her bicycle and came to the soy milk stall. Uncle, I want a cup of soy milk and a fried dough stick. Okay, girl, sit inside. Thanks. Su Xiaoxiao sat down in an empty corner. Jiang Xiaoxue was a little amazed. What a beautiful girl, especially her adorable peach blossom eyes and her soft voice. Even she had the urge to hold the girl in her arms and love her. Judging from the school uniform, they seemed to be from experimental middle school. Such a beautiful girl should not be seen often, right? Su Xiaoxiao pursed her lips, looked around cautiously, and then sighed with some disappointment. Jiang Xiaoxue was a little surprised. Was she looking for someone? Blinking in confusion, she quickly shook her head. When did she become so gossipy? In another inconspicuous corner, Nan looked at the two of them with gritted teeth. She tore the fried dough sticks on a plate into countless pieces with her chopsticks. It was a horrible sight. Her face looked indescribably tired, and her big eyes were bloodshot, and it was obvious that she did not sleep well at night. If Qin Yu was present, he would be able to guess what she did last night just by taking a look at her appearance. Several girls around her were so frightened by her horrified expression that they immediately changed tables. Hateful. The chopsticks in Anand's little hands made a crackling sound. Two stinky women, each prettier than the other, pretended to come over for breakfast. Don't think she doesn't know, they are clearly here to see the senior. Two shameless vixens. Just wait. Senior must be mine, only mine. You two are destined to be losers. Qin Yu drank a bowl of tofu pudding happily, and then went home to change into his school uniform. He rode his bike to school and parked it in the carport. When we arrived at the classroom, almost all the students were there. Jiang Xiaoxue had already arrived. She looked up and glared at him, her face seeming a little angry. She said nothing and continued to do her homework with her head down. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. The only way she greeted him was to glare at him, right? Qin Yu threw the car keys to Zhang Gang, who looked at Qin Yu resentfully. Brother Yu, I went home too late yesterday and was almost scolded to death. Qin Yu shrugged his shoulders and said, I will teach you a trick today, and I guarantee you can pass the hanging city. Zhang Gang's eyes lit up, and he immediately grabbed Qin Yu's arm. What? Qin Yu said seriously, before you enter the map, hit a line of 3-3, the damage will be doubled directly. Also, when using the coin of fate, hit a line of I am stupid, it will definitely restore health. Remember, your hand speed must be fast. Zhang Gang looked suspicious. Why do I feel like you are lying to me? Why don't you try and find out? Qin Yu left him alone, not wanting to pay attention to him. He took out his cell phone and started reading Jarding. In 2009, a certain dragon-slaying young man had begun to exert his strength, but Qin Yu still preferred to watch the likes of Jiang, Gangzi, and Huaming. Cough. Jiang Xiaoxue coughed lightly, and glanced at Qin Yu secretly with her bright eyes, only to find that he was still looking down at the novel, as if he didn't notice her. Her little face suddenly puffed up. Cough. Cough. Qin Yu turned around and looked at her with amusement. Before his rebirth, he really thought she was a goddess. It's only been a few days and her personality has collapsed to the point of being a nobody. He suppressed his laughter and asked, "What are you coughing about?" Jiang Xiaoxue's face was full of dissatisfaction. This was a money-making plan that affected her entire fortune. If it failed, her plan to go to college independently would be ruined. Fortunately, she got up early and wanted to talk to him. Could she have some snacks? Qin Yu thought that she must have studied it for a long time last night, and her desire to share was already overflowing. The goddess also has times when she explodes with desire to share. He put away his phone and asked, "Squad leader is always very smart, oh no, very clever, I guess you have some good ideas." Jiang Xiaoxue was a little confused. What nonsense was Qin Yu talking about? She glared at him again, snorted, and pulled out a small notebook. "I checked a lot of information yesterday. The price we get is not cheap. We can't compete with other stores on price. I think we should first clarify our positioning. Most of the online shoppers now are parents of students. We have to grasp their appetite and give away some learning materials. Besides," Jiang Xiaoxue spoke eloquently, with clear organization and distinct logic. In the bright classroom in the morning light, a girl with bright eyes, white teeth and a clear and delicate face is talking seriously and solemnly about her way of making money, looking like a confident female leader. Qin Yu looked at her in a trance. The girl's confident look seemed to match the talented female entrepreneur with a 9-digit net worth in later generations. "Why are you in a daze? Did you hear what I said?" Jiang Xiaoxue suddenly stopped and found that he was staring at her, and said shyly. Qin Yu scratched his face, a little embarrassed. How about you say it again?" Jiang Xiaoxue. Her face turned unhappy. She had been talking for a long time, but he didn't hear a word she said. "I don't want to talk about it anymore. Just read it yourself." She angrily threw the little notebook over. He took the little notebook from her. It was filled with delicate and neat handwriting. It was hard to imagine that it was homework she had done last night. Qin Yu looked at it carefully for a while, his expression becoming more and more surprised. It has to be said that Jiang Xiaoxue's net worth in later life reached 9 figures, which shows that she was quite capable. For example, discounts for bulk purchases, 20 yuan off for purchases over 200 yuan, and setting up QQ groups to distribute learning materials. These marketing methods are similar to what Qin Yu thought. As a senior high school student who has not yet graduated, it is not easy to think of so many things. But after all, she is still a good girl who has not entered society, and some of her methods are unexpected. He nodded. "Very good, let's do as you say, but I have to add a few things." "You say?" Jiang Xiaoxue nodded slightly, the corners of her delicate mouth raised in a beautiful arc, with a hint of pride between her eyebrows. She didn't believe Qin Yu could have any better ideas. Qin Yu didn't hesitate, picked up the pen and started writing. Lines of text were written smoothly without any pause. The same fountain pen as the beautiful schoolgirl, long-lasting ink. Buy it and get a schoolgirl's notebook for free. Buy a copy and get a signed photo of my brother. If you really love Qin, come buy a copy. Girls can't resist this cute eraser. I heard they are all using it. A popular confession book for classmates. Female classmates were so moved that they cried after receiving it. You can get a confession copy for free with the purchase. The success rate is as high as 99%. A carbon pen specially made for writing essays. Shockingly, his essay score actually went up after using this pen. Buy it and get a high-scoring essay template. Exam stationery set, selling at a loss. File bag plus 5 carbon pens plus 2B pencil plus full set of rulers plus eraser for only 19.9. Jiang Xiaoxue, who was standing aside, opened her mouth slightly, and was already stunned. Is this even possible? Chapter 29, Bet with Jiang Xiaoxue. In 2009, people were generally more naive. At present, most of the shops on Taobao still sell very simple styles such as Chenghua 0.5mm carbon pen, and at most they will emphasize large capacity and continuous ink. The titles Qin Yu took out were like a mudslide. I'm afraid you can't enter all of these titles. You can see how to use them specifically. After writing, Qin Yu returned the notebook. He doesn't know the specific rules of Taobao stores, but the general marketing strategy should be fine. Jiang Xiaoxue stared at the small notebook with her beautiful eyes, still in shock, and didn't speak for a long time. After half a minute, she hesitated and said, "Isn't this false advertising? How can it be false propaganda? How can you slander someone out of thin air?" Qin Yu retorted that he did not use words like most popular or best used that could easily be reported. The titles he wrote would be child's play in future generations. Jiang Xiaoxue glared at him, then read it carefully again. Although she was a little unconvinced, she had to admit that some of the points could still be adopted. For example, the last bundling sale can combine some items with good and bad sales together. The profit may be lower, but with small profits and quick turnover, you will definitely make money in the end. Her eyes stayed on the first one, and she asked curiously, "Where can I find the school beauty notes?" Number 1 middle school has never held any campus beauty contest, but if one really had to be chosen, Jiang Xiaoxue would definitely be the strongest contender. The girl is not narcissistic, but that's the fact. She was a little alert. Was Qin Yu planning to take her notes? She didn't want to give the notes to anyone else. Qin Yu spread his hands and said, "Just search for some on the internet. If that doesn't work, take a picture of Huang Yeye's notes. Zhang will also work." Jiang Xiaoxue. And you still say it's not false advertising? Huang Yeye is fine, she is a girl after all, but who the hell is Zhang? Anyway, the big discussion of marketing strategy is over. Both of them are full of confidence and feel that making a lot of money and achieving small goals are no problem. Qin Yu glanced at his mobile phone, and there was still no news that the online store had passed the review. It seemed that the efficiency was as poor as in later generations. He closed his phone and turned to look at her fair face and slightly glowing eyes. She was concentrating on drawing in a small notebook. He knew the girl knew he was looking at her, so he asked a key question: "How much money can you afford?" Jiang Xiaoxue stopped writing, hesitated for a few seconds, and said through gritted teeth, 1,000 yuan. After saying that, she took out a small pink wallet from her little red school bag, unzipped it, and took out a lot of crumpled paper money. There were not many big red bills, most of them were small change, obviously saved up from daily life. She didn't count them and handed them all to Qin Yu. The not-so-thick banknotes felt heavy in Qin Yu's hands. This is probably all the girl's belongings. He took out 2,000 yuan from his pocket and stacked the 2 stacks of money together. "I'll put in 2,000 first, so that we will have 3,000 yuan as startup capital, which should be enough. If we split it, we'll each take half." To Qin Yu's surprise, Jiang Xiaoxue kept shaking her head. "No, we split it according to the proportion of funds. Also, the stationery store is your network and resources, so it has to be taken into account." She turned her head, her expression stubborn and serious, the light in her eyes could not be rejected. When Qin Yu saw her look like that, he couldn't help but want to follow her wishes. "Okay, I'll give you 30% then." Jiang Xiaoxue smiled slightly and finally nodded. The online store issue has been discussed, and the next step is to wait for the review results. The class had already started. The first class was physics. Qin Yu had no interest in it and took out his cell phone to read a novel. Jiang Xiaoxue felt a little unhappy when she saw Qin Yu, who had completely given up. Whether it was because of her duty as class monitor or their increasingly close relationship, she could not tolerate such behavior. Her little hand was eager to move and she quietly reached out to Qin Yu. Bang! With a slight sound, Qin Yu grabbed her little hand. "You actually want to launch a sneak attack? Young people have no martial ethics." Jiang Xiaoxue's hands were not as slender as Su Xiaoxiao's, but her skin was delicate and smooth. She felt slippery when she held them, and was a little cool. Jiang Xiaoxue felt Qin Yu's body temperature in her little hand, and she was completely stunned. Her brain stopped working, and her fair cheeks turned red as if they were burning, and the red spread to her neck and ears. "Let me go," Jiang Xiaoxue whispered. Fortunately, the two of them were seated near the window, which was quite remote, and since this was the first class, everyone was drowsy. "Otherwise, others will definitely see it." She struggled stubbornly. Bang! There was another clear sound, neither loud nor soft, and the two people's hands were successfully interlocked. Jiang Xiaoxue was stunned. Qin Yu was also stunned by the wonderful touch in his hand, with an innocent look on his face. It was not his fault. He was already surprised to be able to hold the girl's hand. He knew very well that one should quit while ahead, so he was about to let go, but Jiang Xiaoxue struggled and instead intertwined their fingers. He said he wanted to learn a little. Jiang Xiaoxue's face was as red as if she was steamed. She shrank her head, and there was a hint of moisture in her eyes. Qin Yu, let me go, I'm going to be angry. Qin Yu was afraid that she would really cry, so he quickly let go. He explained, accidents, all accidents. The little hand was free, but Jiang Xiaoxue felt more and more aggrieved. She clearly wanted him to study hard, but not only did he not appreciate it, he even took advantage of her. She sniffed her nose, feeling extremely aggrieved. It's over, I'm holding hands with a boy, it's not pure anymore. This was her first time holding hands with a boy. She had only fantasized about it when reading romance novels and never dared to imagine that she would actually hold hands with a boy. Seeing that the situation was not good, Qin Yu hurriedly said, that was my body's instinctive defense mechanism. Can you pinch a man's waist casually? Seeing that the girl remained silent, he asked tentatively, how about? I let you pinch me. Jiang Xiaoxue puffed up her cheeks and snorted, who wants to pinch you? Qin Yu glanced at her slender waist and said, then should I pinch yours? ? Jiang Xiaoxue said that she was furious. She was already angry, but he dared to act like a hooligan to her? How outrageous. She reached out her little hand again and pinched the soft flesh on Qin Yu's waist. Hiss. Qin Yu took a breath of cold air. She was really pinching him. A few seconds later. Seeing Qin Yu grimacing in pain, Jiang Xiaoxue withdrew her hand. Qin Yu's expression was naturally acted out. In fact, Jiang Xiaoxue didn't put in much effort. It's just that the flesh around my waist is a little sensitive. He rubbed his waist and couldn't help feeling a little amused. She clearly wanted him to study hard, so she could just talk to him nicely. If she acted coquettishly, how could he possibly reject her? But on second thought, if she could do that, she would not be Jiang Xiaoxue. I want to see how many points you can get in the mock exam. Jiang Xiaoxue looked at his shameless and playful appearance and said angrily. Speaking of mock exams, Qin Yu's eyes lit up, and he suddenly thought of something, and said, class monitor, let's make a bet. Jiang Xiaoxue asked unhappily, what bet? Qin Yu smiled and said, you dislike me for not studying, so let's bet on whether my math score is higher than yours in this mock exam. Jiang Xiaoxue narrowed her eyes slightly, feeling that Qin Yu was definitely well prepared. If it were any other time, she would have agreed immediately and then taunted him harshly. But after what happened yesterday, she felt a little unsure for some reason. She pursed her lips and shook her head. No, let's compare the total score. Qin Yu was speechless and said, no way, class monitor, you are in the top 10 in the whole grade, how dare you compete with me? Of course, he said this on purpose. He remembered all the answers to the mock exam. If he wanted to, he could get a terrifying score of 730 out of a full score of 750. Except for the Chinese and English compositions, which will result in points being deducted, all other subjects can get full marks. But that would inevitably cause an uproar. Although he didn't think his butterfly effect was that big, it was better to keep a low profile. He just planned to do better in math, which would also serve as a good excuse to shut Zhang Xiaolan up so she wouldn't cause him any more trouble. Jiang Xiaoxue's pretty face turned slightly red, thinking that it was indeed a bit of bullying, but when she saw Qin Yu's asking for a beating smile, she felt a little inexplicably guilty. Qin Yu continued to tempt her, if you win, I will study hard as you say, 25 hours a day, even if I have a high fever of 60 degrees, I will not stop. Jiang Xiaoxue glared at him. This guy was a mess and had no seriousness at all. And isn't he studying his own business? Why does it sound like he is the one studying hard and she is the one taking advantage? Seeing that she didn't accept the challenge, Qin Yu continued, it's the class monitor's job to help students who have gone astray study hard, right? Jiang Xiaoxue kept a stern face and said nothing. What a shame. Maybe if I study hard I can get into a good university. When our teacher asked us to sit at the same table, it was so that you could supervise my studies. You won't ignore me, right? My grades have improved, and so have those of our class. You will have made a huge contribution by then, and you may even be named an outstanding student leader. Qin Yu kept talking, and it seemed as if he would not stop until she agreed today. Jiang Xiaoxue rolled her eyes in annoyance. She is already an outstanding student leader, okay? Seeing that he was never going to stop, she had no choice but to ask, did you win? Qin Yu grinned. Hooked. He smiled and said, we will upgrade from partners to strategic partners. Question mark. Jiang Xiaoxue's face was full of vigilance. What strategic partnership? Qin Yu explained, a strategic partnership is much closer than an ordinary partnership. Two people should learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses and share what they have. Who wants to be closer to you? Jiang Xiaoxue said shyly and proudly. So, do you want to take it or not? Qin Yu saw that she didn't respond, and shook his head and said, class monitor, you are not afraid, are you? Catch. Jiang Xiaoxue was angry and squeezed out a word from her teeth. When it comes to studying, Jiang Xiaoxue has never known how to write the word lose since she was a child. After she finished speaking, she suddenly reacted, looked at the triumphant smile on his face, and suddenly felt a little regretful. She felt that she had agreed to something extraordinary. Chapter 30 Qian Latong's sudden attack. The bet was thus established. Qin Yu laughed quite wildly and looked at Jiang Xiaoxue as if he was looking at a prey that he had already caught. Jiang Xiaoxue was very dissatisfied with this. She puffed up her little face, as if she was inspired by his bet and was no longer distracted by the online store's affairs. She returned to her status as Goddess plus good student and started to practice questions in preparation for the mock exam in a few days. It wasn't all about the bet. She opened the online store without telling her parents. If her grades dropped, it would be hard to explain. Time flies. A few days passed in a flash. Nothing special happened these days, and Qin Yu lived a routine life, plain but fulfilling. He came to the classroom every day to read novels, quarreled with Jiang Xiaoxue, had lunch with Su Xiaoxiao and took a nap together, studied in the internet cafe at night, and went home to gank his dad. Qin Zhigan's blood pressure has stabilized at 130/80, which is within an acceptable range. He was planning to take his parents to the hospital for a thorough checkup to eliminate any hidden dangers. In the blink of an eye, the day of the mock exam has arrived. The mock exams at number 1 middle school were arranged in examination rooms according to the school ranking, and the good students were all in the first few examination rooms. Jiang Xiaoxue's examination venue has not changed since she entered school examination room number 1. The names of Qin Yu, Zhonggang and Liu Qianhao proudly appeared in the last-to-last examination room. The mock exam is conducted exactly according to the college entrance examination schedule. The exam starts at 9 o'clock, but students still have to come to class at 8 o'clock and review in their own classes. The classroom had been arranged as an examination room, leaving 30 tables and chairs, with the rest placed at the back of the classroom. After entering the classroom, Qin Yu saw Jiang Xiaoxue and Huang Ye huddled together at a table, holding booklets and reciting ancient poems that they were going to memorize. After seeing Qin Yu, she snorted softly, and her bright eyes were burning with a raging fighting spirit. Qin Yu returned a provocative look. You're doomed. Har har, I don't know how to lose. The two of them communicated silently, and their little movements naturally did not escape Huang Ye's eyes. She asked teasingly, Xiaoxue, have you and Qin Yu been? She suddenly stopped talking and winked at Jiang Xiaoxue frantically. No. Jiang Xiaoxue quickly rejected it, but her tone sounded a little guilty. In her world, making a bet with a boy has some ambiguous meaning. But she appeared very calm, with her delicate face still retaining enough of a goddess vibe. Even Huang Ye, his best friend and childhood friend, didn't notice the floor. She rolled her eyes and sighed, alas, Qin Yu has changed a lot recently. Xiaoxue, what do you think about me pursuing him? Qin Yu's changes are visible to the naked eye. His personality has changed, his grades have improved, and he has become more handsome. He has become the focus of private discussions among the girls. Jiang Xiaoxue's heart skipped a beat, and she said expressionlessly, he's such a bad student and has such a bad personality, what's so good about him? He's not worthy of you. With just a few words, she belittled Qin Yu to the point of being worthless. Huang Ye said indifferently, really? Anyway, I'm not good at studying and I'm not good looking, so I'll just make do with it. No. As soon as Jiang Xiaoxue opened her mouth to speak, she noticed that Wang Yeye's face was full of gossip and triumphant expressions. She smiled evilly. "Hey, Xiaoxue, tell the truth." Jiang Xiaoxue covered her face with her hands. It was all over. It was all Qin Yu's fault. Her IQ had dropped to 0. Her little brain worked quickly, and she decided to cover up the gambling matter, explaining, "It's nothing, I'm just cooperating with him to open an online store." Open an online store? Well, his uncle runs a stationery store, and the goods can't be sold, so we plan to open an online store to make some pocket money. Wang Yeye was a little suspicious. Everyone in the class knew that Uncle Qin Yu ran a stationery store, but she always felt that these two people were hiding a lot of things. Damn Qin Yu, he had made some progress but he kept it a secret from her. How unkind of him. I have to extort at least 10 bowls of jelly from him. Qin Yu naturally didn't know about the whispers between her besties. She went to the back of the classroom, moved a stool, and squeezed into a table with Zhang Gang. Zhang Gang lowered his head to play with his phone and asked, "Brother Yu, what time do we leave?" For poor students, mock exams are actually like holidays. They don't know how to do them anyway, and Qin Yu and the others were too lazy to copy, so they just handed in their papers early and left. Qin Yu yawned. "You go by yourself, I have something to do." He has more time today, so he plans to cook a few more dishes. Su Xiaoxue's body was too thin. He always thought that she was not full, so he wanted to give her more nutrition. An 18-year-old girl could still develop a little if she tried hard. He thought about it and decided to make braised spare ribs, candied sweet potatoes, and sweet and sour pork tenderloin today. They are all sweet dishes, she will definitely enjoy eating them, right? Paired with a bowl of papaya soup, it's perfect. This mock exam was organized by the city. 2 schools took the exam at the same time, so Su Xiaoxiao could also go home early. The girl's rosy little face seemed to appear before his eyes, and he began to look forward to it. After a while, the bell for the end of the first class rang, and the students went to their examination rooms one after another. Qin Yu and his companions consciously came to the last examination room. Compared with other examination rooms, the atmosphere in the last examination room was much more relaxed. Students were talking and laughing without any pressure at all. Zhang Gang and Liu Qianhao's seats were still behind Qin Yu. The corners of his mouth curled upwards, looking a bit like the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. Har har, 2 scumbags. The first exam was in Chinese, which was a benefit for the poor students, at least they had something to write. Qin Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the test paper, which was exactly the same as in his previous life. It seems that there is no problem with the bet. If I lose, I'm afraid I will be ridiculed by Jiang Xiaoxue for a whole year. He picked up a pen and started doing the questions. He didn't even look at the questions and just wrote the answers directly. His speed was so fast that the students next to him were stunned. Is this guy cheating? He can't even copy homework this fast. 20 minutes later, Qin Yu had already finished the composition question. He took a look and found it was a cartoon question. The little man on it still looked wise. Har har, what else do you want me to realize from this wise comic book? Right shit. He put the paper on the table and raised his hand. Teacher, I handed in the paper. Fuck. Zhang Gang and Liu Qianhao were both shocked. Is Qin Yu so brave? It's only been a few minutes, have you handed in the paper? The Chinese test paper is a fig leaf for poor students. Without this subject, they would definitely be able to get double-digit scores. The invigilator looked at Qin Yu with disgust, waved his hand in disdain, and told him to go away. When it was his turn to take this examination, he knew there would be no normal people here. Qin Yu patted his butt, picked up his school bag and left. The exam started at 9 o'clock, but Qin Yu came out before 9:30. He thought for a while and decided to go to the internet cafe to continue studying for a while and check if there was any progress on the online store. He sighed. He didn't expect that he would have to learn a programming language after his rebirth. It was really a headache. The first examination room. Jiang Xiaoxue sat upright and wrote the answers slowly and steadily. The pen tip made a rustling sound as it rubbed against the paper. The handwriting was neat and beautiful, and the paper was pleasing to the eye. She is an all-round player. She is not particularly outstanding in any subject, nor is she weak in any subject, but when combined, she is a monster. Inadvertently, she glanced out the window and seemed to see a familiar figure. She quickly looked away and continued to write the answer with her head down. I must be dazzled. After writing a few words, she suddenly stopped and looked up sharply. Under the bright sunshine, the campus was quiet and harmonious. Qin Yu walked slowly outside the school in the sunshine, as leisurely as if he was just taking a walk. Her mouth suddenly opened slightly, shocked. No, it's only 9:30. How come he handed in his paper? The online store is still under review, so this efficiency can only be said to be not surprising. Qin Yu's programming knowledge is still very solid. After a few days of study, he has almost gone through it from beginning to end. The next step is to put the project into practice. He stretched his stiff neck and checked the time. It was 11 o'clock. He turned off the phone, paid the bill, and walked towards Su Xiaoxue's house. I have been receiving some financial support from my mother every day these days, so I don't have to worry about money. He bought 2 pounds of ribs, 1 pound of pork, and then some sweet potatoes. Carrying large and small bags of things, he arrived at Su Xiaoxue's house with ease, tied on an apron, and started blanching water and heating the pot. Su Xiaoxue has a pressure cooker at home, which can save a lot of time when making ribs. More than half an hour later, the door opened. Su Xiaoxue poked her little head out and tiptoed into the kitchen. After a few days of getting along, the two of them had a very good understanding of each other. When Qin Yu was the chef, if she came home early, she would help out. Seeing the 2 dishes that had already come out of the pot, Su Xiaoxue was stunned, with a little confusion in her big eyes. How did Qin Yu do so much today? She pursed her lips, feeling warm in her heart, and couldn't help but touch her belly, which was always filled up by him. Qin Yu asked with a smile, how did you do in the exam? Well enough. Su Xiaoxue's voice was still soft, but unlike before, one could hear some confidence in it. As a liberal arts student, Chinese is her strong point, especially her composition, which is often used as a model essay in school. Wait a moment, there's only 1 soup left, we'll be done soon. Qin Yu stirred the soup and said with a smile, don't worry, I put a lot of sugar in it, so it's not bitter. You have to drink more later. Su Xiaoxue looked at the papaya soup in the pot and nodded her head in confusion, thinking that the boy was just caring about her. Seeing her confused look, Qin Yu couldn't help but smile. The efforts of the past few days have not been in vain. When the girl sees him, she is no longer like a little white rabbit seeing a big bad wolf. Now she can take a nap with Qin Yu calmly. Of course, it's limited to holding hands. If it's too much, she will shrink into the corner as if she is frightened. It's still early for the tai-tai business to succeed. After a few minutes, the papaya soup was done. On the dining table, the rich aroma of food filled the entire room. The two were about to start when suddenly, Su Xiaoxue's cell phone rang. She was startled and opened the phone to see that it was Qian Litong calling. She pressed the answer button with trembling fingers. Xiaoxiao, are you back? Mom forgot to bring the key. Chapter 31 Papaya Soup. In the room. Su Xiaoxiao was completely stunned, her face turned pale with fear. She looked at Qin Yu at a loss, her big eyes filled with requests for help. Qian Litong is a class teacher at number 2 middle school. As their high school entrance exam is approaching, she usually does not go home at noon and takes a nap in the staff dormitory of number 2 middle school. But today, Su Xiaoxiao had a mock exam and she didn't have her last class, so she took a leave of absence and came back early, thinking of cheering her daughter up. Qin Yu was also startled. His adrenaline surged, his brain was working rapidly, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. In the end, he still felt that it was better not to be discovered by Qian Litong now, otherwise his plan of sticking together would be completely ruined. Given the friendship between the two families, they would not fall out, but it would become extremely difficult for him to meet Su Xiaoxiao in the future. He grasped the girl's slightly trembling hand, comforted her, and opened his lips silently. Just as he was about to ask her where she had gone, the crisp sound of high heels was heard in the corridor. Su Xiaoxiao's hands tightened, her face turned paler, and she was so anxious that she was about to cry. Qin Yu made a mouth shape, I'll hide. After a long time without a response, Qian Litong's doubtful voice came again, Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao was startled and said quickly, I'm cooking, Mom, are you home? Her voice sounded a little nervous, but she was prone to nervousness when she spoke normally, so Qian Litong didn't pay much attention to it and said, we'll be there soon. Qin Yu quickly took off his apron, stuffed it into Su Xiaoxiao's hands, motioned for her to tie it on, then walked to the door, picked up his shoes, and rushed to her room. Fortunately, I took off my shoes at home. If I had taken them off outside, I would have been finished. A few seconds later, Su Xiaoxiao tied on her apron and opened the door. Xiaoxiao, you must have worked hard on the exam. Mom packed some braised eggplant for you, huh? Qian Litong was holding the hot food she had packed back in her hands, and before she could finish her words, her face froze. She sniffed and looked at the 3 steaming dishes on the table, feeling a little confused. I smelled a rich aroma in the corridor, and it was even stronger after I opened the door. I thought my neighbor must have prepared a big meal, but I didn't expect it to come from my own home. Xiaoxiao, did you do all this? She changed her shoes, came to the dining table and asked in surprise. The 3 dishes were delicious and in no way inferior to what you would take home at home. You could open your own restaurant in a small county. Su Xiaoxiao lowered her little head, shook her head gently, and said nothing. Qian Litong thought she was shy, so she smiled and pulled her hand, saying happily, "Why are you shy? Our Xiaoxiao has grown up, and she can cook better than her mother. She will definitely become a good wife and mother in the future." "No, I haven't." Su Xiaoxiao blushed and felt a little shy. What a good wife and loving mother, it's a bit embarrassing for a young girl. Of course, the main reason is that this dish was not made by her. The mother and daughter sat at the dining table and started eating. After a few bites, Qian Litong frowned slightly and felt more and more that something was wrong. It was already 11:30 when the exam ended. It was impossible for Su Xiaoxiao to hand in the paper early, and it was almost 12 o'clock when she got home. How did she have the time to cook so many dishes? Also, why is there a bowl of papaya soup? She put down her chopsticks, frowned and asked, "Xiaoxiao, tell mom, where did this dish come from?" Su Xiaoxiao clenched her hands. She was a little introverted, but not stupid. She had thought of a solution in the past few minutes and said, "Qin Yu brought it here. I simply heated it up." In the bedroom, Qin Yu observed the situation in the restaurant through the crack in the door. He gave Su Xiaoxiao a thumbs up in his heart. What she said was very thoughtful. She mentioned him and tested Qian Litong's attitude, but she didn't make them sound intimate. Sure enough, the restaurant fell silent. Qian Litong sighed, with a complicated expression on her face. She blamed herself for not having time to accompany her daughter, but was also a little angry that someone took advantage of the opportunity to approach her daughter. "Alas, Xiaoxiao, we are usually taken care of too much by your Aunt Zhang's family, but..." She hummed for a moment and sighed, "We can be friends, but don't get too close to Qin Yu, got it?" "New." Su Xiaoxiao nodded slightly, with a thoughtful look in her big eyes. She and Qin Yu were just holding hands. They did that when they were children, so there's no problem, right? Qian Litong felt more and more guilty when she saw how obedient her daughter was. Since her divorce, she has been both a father and a mother. Fortunately, her daughter is obedient and sensible, otherwise she really doesn't know how she would have lived. She asked with concern, "How was the exam today?" "Not bad." Her answer did not surprise Qian Litong. Su Xiaoxiao's good Chinese was closely related to her mother, who was a Chinese teacher. She looked at Su Xiaoxiao's pretty face and felt that her daughter was more beautiful than she was when she was young, but her cheeks had a lot more maturity that was not appropriate for her age. She suddenly felt a little distressed. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Mom doesn't expect you to be rich, as long as you are safe and sound, go to college in the future, find a good partner, and mom will be at peace for the rest of her life. Su Xiaoxiao pursed her lips, a little touched, and pretended to serve her some soup. "Mom, drink the soup." "It's useless for mom to drink it, so you drink it." Qian Litong stared at the slightly cold papaya soup, thinking that Qin Yu was indeed a bad boy. "If you dislike your own daughter being too young, then don't come near me." Question mark. Su Xiaoxiao was stunned. What did they mean it would be useless if she drank it? "The soup grows here." Qian Litong poked her somewhere unhappily. "R." Su Xiaoxiao was startled and lowered her head shyly. Her face was about to bleed. Qin Yu, this bad guy, really wanted to do something bad. Qian Litong looked at her shy daughter with a smile and felt that she was a little thinner, especially in one part, which was much smaller than her. She suddenly felt that she had failed in her duty as a mother. "Do you still feel swollen recently?" Qian Litong stared at a certain part of her body. When girls reach puberty, as long as they are growing, they will feel slightly swollen and painful. Su Xiaoxiao had the same feeling a few years ago. No, it doesn't hurt anymore. Su Xiaoxiao was extremely shy. If it was just a whisper between mother and daughter, it would be fine, but. She secretly glanced at her bedroom and found that the door was ajar, which made her even more embarrassed. Seeing Su Xiaoxiao blushing, Qian Litong thought she was just thin-skinned and couldn't help but smile. But she frowned again. If it was no longer swollen, it meant that the development had stopped, which was not a good thing. She pointed at the soup and said, "Drink it. It's a waste if you don't drink it. Try it and see if it tastes good. If you like it, Mom will make it for you in the future." Su Xiaoxiao drank the soup with a red face. It was not as bitter as she had imagined, but rather sweet and very delicious. She drank quite a bit and said, "It tastes good." "Yeah?" Qian Litong asked in confusion. Su Xiaoxiao loves sweets, so she usually avoids bitter foods when cooking, and papaya happens to be one of them. She took a sip with a spoon. The papaya melted in her mouth, soft and fluffy, obviously boiled in boiling water. The aroma of milk and the taste of white sugar were just right. She blinked a little oddly. Among the several dishes, this bowl of papaya soup was the most delicate and carefully made. She had never tasted such delicious papaya soup in all her years. Is there really any place selling this kind of papaya soup nearby? Chapter 32. How could he be a scumbag? Mom, take your time eating. I'll go wash the pot. After drinking the soup, Su Xiaoxiao quickly rushed into the kitchen with the bowl and started washing the pot neatly. Qian Litong smiled and nodded, then looked at the few dishes on the table that were almost untouched and sighed softly. They have received so much favor from Qin Yu's family and don't know how to repay them in the future. In the bedroom, Qin Yu slowly closed the door and gave Su Xiaoxiao another thumbs up. There is a big difference between cooking and heating up food. The traces on the kitchen utensils are very different. She just destroyed all the traces. It seems that I can't underestimate my childhood sweetheart. When Qian Litong finished eating, Su Xiaoxiao had almost finished washing the pot. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, "Mom, I'm going to rest." Qian Litong nodded and encouraged her, "Well, do your best in the afternoon, don't be too nervous." The afternoon test was mathematics. Mathematics was Su Xiaoxiao's weak point. After several mock exams, her average score was only around 110. She chose to study liberal arts because mathematics was too difficult for her. Su Xiaoxiao hurried back to her bedroom and found Qin Yu sitting on the edge of the bed. Under the sunlight, the boy's face looked even more handsome, and there was a gentle smile in his dark eyes. Being stared at by Qin Yu without blinking, her heart was pounding and shyness blushed on her cheeks. She slammed the door and locked it. Qin Yu walked over and wanted to hold her hand, but Su Xiaoxiao gently moved aside, her face slightly puffed up and she looked a little bit in a bad mood. Did he hear what I said before? It's all his fault for making that weird bowl of porridge. Is it delicious? Qin Yu's eyes were full of smiles. He didn't take her little temper seriously and reached out to grab her little hand again. She would never lose her temper with strangers. Is it tasty? Qin Yu gently pinched her slender jade-like hand and asked again, pretending to be disappointed, "For today's meal, I practiced for 2.5 years." Su Xiaoxiao's hand was numb from being pinched by him. She wanted to pull it back, but her body was weak and she had no strength at all. She knew Qin Yu's expression was fake, but she couldn't bear to see him look, so she could only say, "It's delicious. Then I will make soup for you every day." Qin Yu laughed and looked down along her delicate collarbone. She took off her school uniform jacket and wore a pink and white tight t-shirt. Her curvy figure was clearly visible. Ooh! Su Xiaoxiao puffed up her cheeks, looking extremely shy. She said the food was delicious, but she didn't mention the soup. Qin Yu couldn't help but poke her on the cheek and asked, "Have you drunk all the soup?" "I drank a big bowl, and Mom drank the rest." Su Xiaoxiao answered in a low voice, too embarrassed to look him in the eye. Qin Yu exclaimed in surprise and pouted in dissatisfaction. How can Qian Litong, a 40-year-old single mother, have the nerve to drink papaya soup? I don't know if it works or not, and even if it does, no one will appreciate it. When Qian Litong was mentioned, Su Xiaoxiao's expression darkened and she felt a little disappointed, with a hint of moisture appearing in her eyes. What's wrong? Qin Yu was startled and quickly pulled her to sit down beside the bed. Su Xiaoxiao pinched the corner of her clothes, and cried in her soft voice, "I lied to my mother. She has always been a good girl, and this was the first time she lied to her mother." The reason was that she was afraid that Qian Litong would find out that she was alone with a boy. No matter how she interpreted it, it really seemed like she had done something terrible. What's wrong with lying? We are already 18 years old. When we grow up, we will have our own values and outlook on life. It is inevitable that we will have differences with our parents. Lying, sometimes, is to avoid some unnecessary disputes, but it is actually to maintain each other's feelings. Qin Yu touched her little head, gently hugged her slender body, and comforted this vulnerable girl. Su Xiaoxiao leaned lightly against him, with some doubt in her watery peach blossom eyes. Can lying be interpreted in this way? Qin Yu thought for a moment and asked, do you think what Auntie Qian said is right? Su Xiaoxiao nodded subconsciously, but hesitated and shook her head in confusion. During adolescence, everyone will have disagreements and conflicts with their parents to a certain extent, even a good kid like her. Do you want to quarrel with your mother? Qin Yu guided her to think. I don't want to. Su Xiaoxiao shook her little head like a rattle. Qin Yu rubbed her little head and said softly, you just need to be firm in your heart. When we go to college and become financially independent, we can make our own decisions on everything. Everyone is an independent individual, and it is very normal to have disagreements with parents. But unfortunately, people in coal-fired provinces are generally conservative in their thinking, and parents have long been in an absolute position where they have the final say. Even a goddess like Jiang Xiaoxue was fed up with her parents' control and wanted to live a free and independent life. Su Xiaoxiao nodded thoughtfully, her little head feeling dizzy, and she felt that her thoughts had been impacted. She secretly looked up and glanced at Qin Yu, always feeling that something was wrong. What he said about strengthening my heart, does that mean I should do something shameful with him? What a bad guy indeed. She realized that he had hugged her without her noticing. In summer, their clothes were thin, and the two of them were tightly pressed together, and they could clearly feel each other's body temperature. Her body went limp, and she was about to open her mouth to say something when suddenly, the door handle of the room turned a few times. Xiaoxiao, why is the door locked? Qian Litong's voice came from outside the door and she knocked on it. Su Xiaoxiao's body tensed up instantly, and her face turned pale again. Qin Yu's eyelids also twitched. This is never ending, right? It was even more exciting than stealing his leader's daughter in his previous life. He looked around the room, quickly grabbed his shoes, opened the closet and jumped in. The space in the closet is indeed a bit small. There are a lot of clothes, and Qin Yu, who is tall and strong, feels a little cramped. But the room is filled with the scent of Su Xiaoxiao, a faint floral scent. It's just a bit depressing. Su Xiaoxiao confirmed the condition of the cabinet door again, and after finding no flaws, she went forward and opened the door. Qian Litong walked in with an apple, looked around the room with some confusion, but found nothing unusual. Seeing Su Xiaoxiao's guilty look, she thought she was under too much pressure and wanted to study secretly, so she said, Xiaoxiao, don't study at noon. It's not worth it. You can perform well in the afternoon only if you have a good rest. Well, I won't learn it anymore. Su Xiaoxiao nodded, pinching her clothes awkwardly with her little hands. Qian Litong sighed softly. She was worried after returning just now and felt that she had to take this opportunity to make things clear with her daughter. She said seriously, Xiaoxiao, Mom won't harm you. There are too many scumbags nowadays. You are still young and easy to be deceived. When you go to college, you will meet more outstanding boys. If you find the right person by then, Mom will not interfere with your relationship. Qin Yu was so confused after hearing this. What did Qian Litong mean? In a nutshell, anyone can do it, except him. How can he be a scumbag when he is a pure and innocent boy? Qin Yu asked himself many questions in his mind, and he felt guilty. Su Xiaoxiao's face turned slightly red. When she heard the word fall in love, for some reason, Qin Yu's gentle and doting smile naturally emerged in her mind. Is he a scumbag? She glanced at the closet vaguely, recalling every moment with him, and a soft yet determined light appeared in her big eyes. How could he be a scumbag?